We all remember our first flight, the excitement of leaving the everyday behind, the thrill of falling in love with new destinations, the life-changing magic of travel. We all look forward to creating new experiences beyond our own borders again. Across the global mosaic of values, cultures and politics, we have seen examples of resilience and impact through collaboration. Recovery is starting. Science and human ingenuity are building the path forward. What does it mean for tourism? And at a time of rising wanderlust, do we go back to the old ways of doing business? Is business as usual still good enough? Or can we do more, think differently, and throw away the pieces that no longer fit the picture? We can together. Now is the moment. Now is the time to move beyond mere recovery together and to draw the new face of tourism. In becoming future fit, there are no easy solutions. In the what now, what next, the hardest work awaits us. Let us design new common systems and make new commitments. Let us be what we know we can be, from across the public and private sector, from the travel industry and further afield, coming together for positive impact. Let us use the power of collective thought to look beyond the limits of our own imaginations, to place sustainability, safety and conscious travel that puts the environment, local communities and the traveler first. Because if not now, then when? Welcome to the Tourism Recovery Summit.
Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, good morning. Welcome to the Tourism Recovery Summit. I'm Riyahd Dakhil, and it's my great pleasure to be the Master of Ceremonies today with you, and to work as well with our amazing speakers and all of you. We have a very packed program, and that's a testimony to just how important tourism is globally. I'm here at the Ritz-Carlton in Riyadh, and we have audience members joining us from around the world. To start, it's my pleasure to welcome onto the stage His Excellency Ahmed Al Khateeb, Minister of Tourism, Saudi Arabia, to open the proceedings of the Tourism Recovery Summit. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Your Highness, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends, good morning. Welcome to the Tourism Recovery Summit, held under the patronage of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. It is an honor to host the leaders of the global tourism sector, representing both public and private sector here in Riyadh today. We aim to discuss solutions that will drive recovery, but also look beyond to consider the sort of tourism we want in the future, to set our principles, to shape a brighter, more prosperous tourism sector, and to forge the collaboration that will make this happen. It is my belief that we are meeting at a moment of cautious optimism for the global tourism sector. We all know the terrible impact COVID-19 has held on our sector globally. International arrivals pledged by 74% in 2020. Tourism contribution to global GDP nearly halved. More than 60 million jobs were eliminated. And let's not forget the terrible impact of COVID itself, the lives lost, the families affected, the world changed. But as we know, in adversity, there is opportunity. Our enforced break from travel has shown us alternative world, a world where polluted skies and rivers have become clear. A world where we have seen dolphins swimming in the Bosphorus. A world where turtles have returned to lay their eggs on the once crowded beach of Port King. So, as we look to the future, we have to ask ourselves hard questions, not about how we recover, but about what comes next. What should the future of tourism look like? And how can we make it a reality? In some ways, I'm proud to say Saudi Arabia provides a template, a new destination. We started in 2019 with a blank slate, and now so do other destinations using the boost forced on by COVID. As a new destination, our priority is to protect our rich nature and cultural heritage, and to set new standards in sustainability. Our giga projects will combine nature adventure events and cultural attractions in a way that adheres to the highest environment standards. More importantly, they will also be attractive places to visit and live in and live in. Our hope is to lead by example. I believe strongly that tourism's recovery must be based on three vital principles. First, that tourism must be sustainable, protecting our culture and nature heritage as well as the planet. Second, that tourism must be inclusive, where everyone sharing in the prosperity that this incredible, diverse industry generates. And third, that we will only fully realize the benefit of tourism if we collaborate, country with country, and public sector with the private sector. I am proud that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is already acting on these principles. During our G20 presidency, we hosted a landmark event that brought together private sector tourism, led together with policymakers, a world first. We also coordinated the sector's immediate response to the pandemic, as well as shaped strategies to foster a more inclusive, sustainable, and resilient sector in the future. We are also implementing these principles domestically. In NEOM, we are developing the world's first city with no streets, no cars, and no carbon emissions. The Red Sea Development Project will be the largest destination in the world, powered solely by clean energy with no connection to the national grid. And the Saudi Green Initiatives will protect more than 30% of Saudi Arabia's land and enhance our precious natural heritage by planting 10 billion trees. Sharing examples like these between countries is a perfect example of the benefit collaboration can bring. The Al-Ula framework, first inclusive community development through tourism, proposed several approaches to develop a more sustainable, more inclusive tourism sector. And through collaboration, we are able today to make some of these ideas a reality. Today, in partnership with the World Bank, I proudly announce that Saudi Arabia has pledged $100 million toward the creation of the Global Fund for Inclusive Tourism. This will be the first and only global fund dedicated solely to sustainable international tourism growth. It aims to support of a human and institutional capacity building, will spread the economic benefits of tourism. This is a significant step toward a more inclusive, resilient, and sustainable future for our sector. An opportunity to create a more responsible approach to tourism that uplifts communities and drives economies while preserving the environment and respecting local cultures. and an opportunity made possible through collaboration. As tourism leaders today, we'll exchange experiences, ideas, and other opportunities for tangible actions that can be taken now. As we sit at the tipping point between crisis and recovery, now is our chance to ensure that the time we have had is not wasted. So today, we will discuss innovative solutions to successfully restart and build and rebuild the global tourism industry to be more sustainable, resilient, and inclusive than before. And we'll have some needed catch-up time after so many months of being apart. Thank you again for joining us today here in Riyadh. I wish you an enjoyable and productive day, and I look forward to our continued partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your greatly informative speech and for opening the official proceedings. And now it's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Zurab Pololikashvili, Secretary-General of the World Tourism Organization, to deliver a statement. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Assalamu alaikum, good morning. I'm so happy to have so many friends, so many colleagues, and especially ministers coming this very important day today in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It's first time, I hope that all of you will agree that we have such big gathering, such big event dedicating tourism recovery summit. This is first time happening presentially. We just came from Madrid, from Fitur, another first international tourism fair. But I'm so glad and I'm so happy to be back to Saudi Arabia with so many friends and colleagues. Today is a very important day for all of us, for UNWTO, for the kingdom, for all of us, but especially for tourism sector. I think that today's celebration of the power of tourism. If you turn on the news, you hear stories of uncertainty and insecurity. But being here today proves that another world is possible. Tourism brings opportunity. Where there is a tourism, there is a hope. Within the Middle East, the new UNWTO Regional Office is a sign of hope for many people. The message is clear. You have a chance to enjoy the benefits tourism delivers in our parts of the world. The restart of tourism needs leadership and coordination. We many times mention it. We also need big and bold ideas. We must be able to answer critical questions. How do we restart tourism safely? How do we inspire people to travel again? I'm happy to see such a strong and diverse field of participants for the summit, held in the context of the historic opening of the first UNWTO Regional Office. By the way, this office was constructed during pandemic. Once pandemic started, and thanks, Your Excellency, dear friend, dear brother, I can't say it, and why I will explain tonight when we open this fantastic building, that to work hardly during 7 or 8 months. We visited Saudi Arabia 3 times, and this building was built during pandemic, when it started and it didn't end, and we are here. Today, all of you will share a vision for the future of tourism. This must ensure the benefits tourism brings are shared widely and fairly. Rural community especially can find hope in tourism, and our sector is a proven pillar of rural development, but its potential still must be fully realized. Today we want to launch the first time ever the initiative for rural tourism development. And especially this evening we will talk about how we see and why we created this office in Riyadh and why we are here. Riyadh and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is, I would say, one of the countries, there are not many of them, during pandemic still investing in tourism industry. I'm very happy to be here. Welcome again. I'm sure that this summit and these days we all use to talk, to discuss, and to think together how to restart tourism. This is restarting tourism. We have to be example for all our colleagues, all our friends, all our neighborhood countries, and to make it happen. If we don't, we'll start today traveling. No one will continue starting. So I'm very happy to have such big presence of diverse participants, and I wish you all successful meeting, successful decisions, and again, welcome to Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Many thanks to organizers for these excellent ideas, and I'm sure that by the time we will have more and more important events worldwide. Let me to share with you a video we made about rural tourism development. Rural tourism development for us will be priority next years, and this is the opportunity, first of all, to create new jobs. Our main objective as a UN organization is to create jobs, and we talked many times with all ministers, and this will be our priority. And rural tourism development is one of the best and fastest way to create new jobs in regional part of our countries and to create new destinations. So thank you again and have a nice day.
Person in Riyadh. Welcome to the Ministerial Town Hall. Today we're discussing tourism, what now and what next. What an incredible scene we have in front of us, an impressive and very diverse panel, geographically and also joining us digitally. There are so many of you that I've asked my good friend Richard Atias to join me. He's the CEO of the FII Institute, has a very core focus on sustainability. He's going to help me run this session. So, Richard, please join me on stage here.
Thank you. Thank you, Adi. Thank you.
How are you?
So happy to have you in person, and we can be...
Good cop, bad cop.
Yeah, we are both immune, so it's fine.
Exactly. So, honorable ministers, the first question is, in fact, quite obvious, but I do need to ask you. How have you fared in the last 18 months? How is your road to recovery looking? Now, I'd love to hear just 1 minute each, so please be succinct. We can start here on the left. Thanks so much, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Well, it's been a long road. It started for us when we first thought of the idea that there was a problem long before the pandemic was even declared. And we established a tourism strategic risk management team. And that task force began to set the stage. And when the pandemic was announced, we established a recovery task force from then. Immediately, we established protocols. And we had the WTTC approving, and Jamaica was the third country in the world to have the protocols approved. We moved straight into training and development of the capacity of our workers who were by then being furloughed and otherwise dismantled and disabled, but we started to train them virtually. We trained 20,000 workers over the period. Then we began to build capacity to deal with the COVID management by providing funding for COVID-secure equipment and to create an infrastructure. Thirdly, we went on to create a bubble, a special corridor, which we called the Resilient Corridor. And that was where 85% of the touristic assets were, and that's where we brought the visitors. So we were able to create something of a cordon sanitaire that allows the visitors to be immune somewhat from the effects of other community activities and possible infection. And then we brought digital arrangements into play. We made our airport safer. We dealt with touchless technology to ensure the removal of people contact as much as possible, to use technology to ensure safe and secure arrival into Jamaica. And then finally, we decided that we would carry the route of vaccination.
Thank you.
That's where we are.
Okay, thank you. How is your road to recovery looking in Morocco?
So it took us some days to understand what was happening, and it was tough for this industry. So priority was for health and safety and explaining to all the people that has to be managing the health was the priority. Then all our energy was to keep the industry alive and optimistic about a restart. So we had to support all the operators in the industry, asking them both to be patient, but also to be ready anytime to restart, because we keep being hoping for a restart, and we are still hoping and optimistic about a restart. So the government have settled a lot of measures to support them and keep them alive and optimistic.
Thank you. And tell me the scene from Egypt as well.
As you know, tourism is a big part of Egypt's identity, and we suffered, like all the countries here, from a severe decline, especially after a very successful year 2019 and very strong beginning in 2020. And suddenly, like everywhere, it's the fall down since March. It took us about 15 weeks to prepare our hygiene safety measures that we did in strong cooperation with the UNWTO, WHO, and all the ministers present here. And we were able to resume tourism beginning of July. And I'm very happy that we were able to give confidence to the source market and tourists to come back. And last April, Egypt welcomed around 525,000 tourists from more than 20 countries. So I think it's a big beginning, and I hope the near future will be much better for all of us.
Thank you. So we're going to come back to our gracious hosts from Saudi Arabia. Could I hear from Greece as well? How's your road to recovery looking? You're open.
Yes, we are open. I think in order not to repeat the same problems, of course you have to support the industry. Of course you have to have a complete plan, and you have to be proactive. It's very, very important. Our initiative, the Digital Green Pass, which just a few days ago and yesterday it was the main topic of discussion in the European Summit, was a Greek initiative back in the 12th of January with a letter of our Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis. So we have to be proactive in January in order to be able to restart in June. So that's one, if you like, of the lessons. The second lesson is cooperation. We cannot do this alone. There's no point in just Greece being open, because this will just create imbalances in the market, and we will not really have tourism. We need to open together in order for the tourism industry to recover. And if you like, the important thing now is to ensure that we support the industry during the transition. It's very important. The transition is always the most difficult time. Those that like basketball know that transition is when you get the ball in defense, you have to very, very quickly turn around and go into offense. And that's the most taxing time for the player. The same thing is for the tourism industry. We should not remove the support while the businesses still struggle with the liquidity, trying to open and trying to stand on the 2 feet. So this mixing of the two times, I think, is the important thing right now, and we have to make this right in order to be successful next year. Tourism is a requirement. We have to have tourism if we are to go back to a path of normality. So, final word. Sustainability has come into a new light because of COVID. It has three dimensions, which we often forget. We always talk about the environment and culture. In there, it's a very important area. It's an area that has a sort of Heisenberg uncertainty. The more tourism relies on the environment and on culture, the more it alters the culture and loses this authenticity. So this is the balance that we have to make. But we also learned that social and economic sustainability are important as well. So we need to think about those small communities, we need to think about those people, and we need to support them now in this difficult time of crisis.
Thank you. And let's hear, Your Excellency, from Jordan. Tell me about how the road is looking for you.
Well, tourism is resilient, and that's what we all know. But we have proven to the world that we are strong, and we're going to be coming back stronger, I think. The first thing that we had to deal with are our guests who are in our countries, and this was the biggest challenge. How do we keep them safe, and how we get them back home safe? And this was, I think, the experience of most of us who have had a lot of tourists in their countries. All of a sudden, we had to deal with them. Then we had to look to see what the pandemic is all about. It was all new. We didn't understand what's happening. We thought it's going to be short, but we were all wrong. It was long, and it's still long. So we had to take measures, we had to be prepared, and we had to put all the protocols together. We faced all challenges. I think all of us have faced the same challenges in putting the protocols. Uniting our protocols, having a similar protocol under the World Tourism Organization is important. This is what will make us all understand and have the same procedures. And at the same time, not have only the protocols in a beautiful file, but how do we train our industry? Our industry, that we had to make sure that we keep them in the industry. You know, they were all suffering. We were worried that we're going to be losing a lot of them. We have lost some of them, unfortunately, but we tried to maintain the majority of them so that we are ready once tourism is back. I think moving forward, as you know, Jordan is open again. We are open and we are moving slowly but surely to receive our guests. We have received our first charter flight just last month, but also individuals and small groups are coming back. We need to make sure that they come safely, enjoy their experience, and also leave safe from our country.
Thank you. So Jordan is open. The Maldives, in fact, has been open for some time. So tell me, how have you done that?
Thank you. First of all, I would like to bring love and thanks from the people of Maldives. Well, yeah, we started some time back. It's 10 months and 10 days plus since we opened. And we can say that Maldives is back. We are back. So thanks to everybody. It started with total engagement, participation, transparency, and also having right protocols. We also ensured that we gave clear messaging. And we had travel very simple. We had the maximum safety possible for tourists, employees, and the public with minimum inconvenience. So we welcomed 2021 with very high hopes. We had the best ever year for many tourist resorts in December 2020. And as for this year, we have revised our arrival figures. And another change that has come is duration of stay has become very long because of the border restrictions, and the international partnerships and the Maldivian geography really helped. We are really working towards total recovery, and we hope that as we welcome our golden year, Golden Jubilee in 2022, we will be fully recovered. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we come to Iraq, I'd love to bring in our minister who's with us on screen. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for joining us. Tell me, how is the road looking in South Africa?
Thank you very much. Indeed, appreciate this opportunity to participate, though virtually. South Africa has been open for travel since last year, and we have put in place protocols to support our sector in terms of ensuring that our travelers are safe. And I must say that since then, we've had incidences where travelers or tourists have been compromised. We have worked together with the private sector to develop the tourism sector recovery plan for the country that has been adopted by our country's leadership in terms of cabinet, and we utilize that as part of building the sector, ensuring that our supply side in terms of market remains diverse and can continue to attract travelers. So we are working towards a recovery of our sector. We're utilizing domestic market as domestic travelers are going across the country to be able to test various issues that we've been able to put in place and measures that we've been able to put. I don't want to repeat what colleagues have said. COVID-19 has had a negative impact on the tourism sector, but there's been lessons that we have learned and strides that we've been able to make in terms of ensuring that we bring for our side the SMMEs. We've been able to more diversify in ensuring that the rural communities are benefiting because more and more travelers are feeling comfortable to be in the outskirts, in the rural areas, in the bushes where they are enjoying nature and reserves. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. Finally, let's come to Iraq. Thank you for joining us. Tell us how the picture looks from your region.
Thank you very much. Like all other countries, we had our own shaky start. And once the shock absorbed, that was quickly, we formed a special committee, a high committee for health and safety, led by the Prime Minister himself. And this committee fight against pandemic together with the White Army and the Ministry of Health. Of course, even the Council of Ministers took very tough decisions in terms of economy and lockdown, complete lockdown and partial one, in terms of travel as well. Right now, we have been focusing on the vaccine issues. Although, we don't have that much vaccine so far, but however, our hope that in the rest of the year of 2020, this hope probably, will create the recovery of tourism and other sectors in Iraq. For me, the tourism is not an economy issue. It is a coming from human sciences background. Tourism is a dialogue between cultures and communities. So recovery of tourism, it is this focus for Iraq, communities and culture as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before we hear from some voices from the rest of the world, I'd love to hear Your Highness, Princess Haifa. We've heard from the others, now turning to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Before the pandemic, Saudi Arabia was one of the fastest growing markets for tourism in the world, attracting significant investment as well. How has that been affected by the pandemic?
Well, obviously, the entire world was infected by this pandemic, as we heard from the panel. We're talking about $5.5 trillion in losses in 2020 globally for this industry. However, in Saudi Arabia, we tried to focus and look for the positive, if you will, during tough times and find the silver lining, which is we focused on domestic tourism. And whilst doing that, we created both summer and winter campaigns in 2020. In the summer, we saw an increase of 33% in spending versus the year before in 2019 when our market was open, because we've really promoted it locally and we've engaged the local communities as well, which is what we heard on resilience and engaging local communities and the importance of that we've seen. We're talking about 13.9 billion riyals in spend just in the summer of 2020. Moving forward, we're going to focus on this more, focus on what we can offer domestically, but also on what we can offer to our international guests once we open up our gates again.
Thank you, Your Highness. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, when we were curating this Tourism Recovery Summit, we thought that we should be very inclusive. And this conversation will not be totally transparent if we don't hear from the key people, the people you are trying to take care of, the people you are trying to attract, which are the travelers. So we will have time to time some videos with questions coming from travelers from multiple hubs. I think our first question will come from someone who is based in New York. So let's watch the first voice from the streets of New York, please.
So right now, like to travel international, they give you a lot of headache. In the normal days, before COVID, it was okay, like you just buy your tickets, you get your visa, you go. But right now, you gotta go test, you gotta put your mask on, you gotta show them the paper of the, it's a lot, too much headache right now. It's a lot, too much headache, and it's not, if you take it like in real life, it's not, a lot of people that don't feel comfortable to take that.
So, I'm afraid this gentleman is right. I have to say my personal anecdote. Yesterday, I decided to change my destination. I was supposed to go to Paris from the UAE, and now, Your Excellency, I will fly directly from Riyadh, because flying from the UAE to Paris, it's becoming a nightmare. They ask you 2 weeks quarantine, which is quite a challenge for someone who has to run a business. I have a question to add to that, and I will ask His Excellency from Greece and Your Excellency from Morocco, because two these countries you have different. When you have to travel today, you have to do PCR test before you arrive, when you leave, and sometimes even in the middle of your trip. The prices in Europe are quite very different, from 50 euros to 350 pounds in UK. So a family of 4 will have to spend 1,200 euros if they want to travel today. In Morocco, I think it's a different price. We are around 50, or the equivalent of 50 euro even. So I would like to hear from you, how will you manage this issue of having a better collaboration? You were mentioning collaboration and homogenization of this small detail, but which is becoming crucial when you decide to travel or to restart the travel. Please, Your Excellency from Greece.
Well, the answer is simple, with great difficulty. That's the only way to make this happen. We have to collaborate. We have to also understand that there are different stakeholders. Greece announced in Itebe, Berlin, about 2.5 months before we started on May 14th, that we will open on May 14th. You know how difficult this is to ensure that the Minister of Health, through this time, agrees and accepts. Every week I had to speak with him. The doctors, the epidemiologists, etc., etc. So it's a very, very difficult and complex endeavor. PCR tests are not allowing people to travel. We will not have the kind of tourism we had as long as we have the PCR test. So what did we propose? We first of all said, if you're vaccinated, you should not have to be tested again and again. Why? Because this dilutes the message. The message that we're sending to our citizens is that you want to come to freedom, you want us, everybody, to be out of this crisis, get vaccinated. Well, you don't subject them to the same kind of logic before and after vaccination. So that's one thing that can help. And the second is antigen test. It's a game changer. The fast, rapid test, much cheaper and much more convenient, because if you forget them, you can quickly get a result and get on board. PCR tests need 24 hours. Let's not forget the lab requirements and all these things. So it's very, very important that we convince our doctors that this is the way to move forward. We are in constant discussions with the doctors. I'm very, very optimistic that in the next few days, Greece will also allow antigen tests coming in, and that will be, if you like, the complete tourism-friendly protocol that we will institute.
Your Excellency, how is Morocco doing, and how are you attracting more? I read very recently that Marrakesh was one of the top 5 destinations selected for the next few weeks or months. how Morocco is doing in this perspective.
The tourists worldwide are missing Morocco, and in Morocco we are missing our tourists worldwide. But as His Excellency the Minister of Greece was saying, PCR is difficult, but at least it was a primary solution to start working. And we now, with the vaccination going, I would say, quite quickly in Morocco, all the people over 40 are in the process of finishing being vaccinated, and hopefully we will start. So with all the population being, a large part of the population being vaccinated, we are looking for other solutions than PCR, antigenic. And I would like to emphasize that we are more optimistic because there is more coordination between the countries. So every country is working on a green pass, but we need definitely to share the same processes. And we're happy because these discussions are ongoing and positive. And on the other side, I must say also that all the scientists, and even in Morocco, we had a lot of research for antigenic tests, but also other technology that's going to be very cheap. I would say 10% of the price of a PCR, and which encourage, because some people will come without being vaccinated, so we need to do more, but some others will be much more comfortable if we add a small and easy and cheap processes. So we encourage all the ministries of health worldwide to accept this technology and to ease the travel.
But sorry to insist on my stupid question, because people don't understand why PCR tests have different prices from 1 to 5 in different countries. Someone can answer to that question, please? Why PCR tests are costing from 50 to 350 euros or pounds?
Well,
is that the pharmaceutical, the labs, the Ministry of Health? Sorry, I am not here to...
Okay, let me try.
Please.
I think we in the Caribbean have been slavishly following the WHO standards. And the PCR seemed to be the golden standard for viral tests. And it offers a 99% consistency, which is accepted by most of the epidemiologists in our area. And so once you say PCR, you say yes. That test is accurate. And then the antigen and so on. So I think we end up paying the premium for the gold standard. But we've had a difference in Jamaica for good reason. We made it a bit competitive. So a number of tests, and you're allowed to do antigen, you're allowed to do LAMP, you're allowed to do PCR. And countries also determined which they needed, and that was part of the difficulty. Because, for example, some countries says, you cannot return to us without a PCR. Others said, well, you need to get a viral test. And others will say, well, you need LAMP alone. So we had to make sure that we had that balance, and to enable all to be able to come through our portals, we provided what was required.
Thank you. I would like to turn to Your Excellency, Mr. Ahmed Al Khateeb. In your remarks, you talk about this being a moment of cautious optimism. And I see this optimism because it is the first panel which I'm curating for months when not a single speaker is having a mask. So I'm so happy and so proud to have that. So as we all know, the Kingdom has played a very important leadership role over the last year during the presidency of the G20. What do you think, Your Excellency, are the key factors for the Kingdom in restarting international tourism safely?
Thank you, Richard. Let's talk about the future. Everybody, I think we exhausted talking about the past and, the impact of the pandemic. But definitely, we need to go back. People will travel. The capacity and the supply chain is there, the hotels and the airlines and all the capacity that carries and cater for 1.9 billion travelers in 2019. The 1.9 billion was expected to grow to 4, more than double by 2030 as per of the UNWTO numbers and the WTTC numbers. And therefore, we were all planning for a great future. And this is that was expected because The middle class segment in India and China was increasing and expanding. They started to travel. However, we need to learn from the crisis. What we learned is that the industry is not resilient enough. We need to create a more resilient industry. In about 14 months, we lost 60 million jobs. And hundreds of thousands of small and medium businesses closed and went out of business. And we all know this business is driven by the private sector. What we need to think about is to really rebuild a more resilient and a stronger industry that will face such a crisis if it happens, for God forbid, in the future. The other thing is the sustainability. We need to create the planet. We need to protect the planet. We need to protect our nature, the great nature that we have in this great planet. We need to make our people more sustainable by continuous training and development. And we need to make our financials are sustainable by trying to diversify our source of income and return, etc. And last but not least is the coordination. This is a global problem. This is a systematic risk that hit all the world. I cannot understand how Europe, working alone to develop a travel protocol. And Europe is one of the 6 or 5 continents under the UNWTO. And the inbound traveler to Europe is about 50 to 60% of the travelers, of the tourists. Therefore, we should all coordinate under the UNWTO, under the IATA, and under the World Health Organization, a unified travel protocol, like what my friend and my colleague, His Excellency Naif, said. Travel will be a nightmare if every region or continent or country has their own regulations. You just said it, Richard. You need to fly from Riyadh to Paris because the regulation is easier than flying from Dubai to Paris. Therefore, we have to work together in order to come up with a unified travel protocol that will make our life easy. We learned from these crises. We definitely know that things will recover and will come back, but it has to recover and come back stronger, and we have to work together to coordinate this. And also, not also government to government, but also government to private sector. We need to work closely with the private sector. This industry is completely driven by private sector.
Your Excellency, we have a lot of representatives from the private sector. What is the message you would like to share with them?
Saudi Arabia was the first country to host a private sector event on a side of our G20, during our G20 presidency last year. And we had the chance as a government to hear from the private sector and to hear their concerns. And therefore, we definitely need to work closely in the future with the private sector because they manage this industry. They own the hotels and the restaurants and the tour companies, so on and so forth. And they were impacted severely by the pandemic and by any regulation that was imposed by the government. And therefore, this is one of the lessons learned. And since the pandemic, we met many times with the private sector here in Saudi Arabia, and we are working closely with our colleagues in the region to also hear from the private sector, work with the private sector, and hopefully we can do this globally because we work together. Without the private sector, we cannot run this industry.
Thank you.
We're running out of time, but I do want to hear about how some of the heritage sites were looked after during the pandemic. I'd love to hear, Your Excellency, from Jordan, first of all.
I think it was an opportunity for all heritage sites to be looked after. And for us, as traffic almost stopped to many of these heritage sites, it was an opportunity for us to maintain and work on some of the issues that were difficult while traffic was there. And this is also some of the lessons learned, that we need to make sure that our heritage sites are protected as much as possible, not to be only interested in having tourists come into the sites. As the issue of sustainability is there. Sustainability is not only for our beautiful nature, but also for the heritage that we have inherited. And it's no secret that we have abused our heritage sites. Some of our heritage sites have been abused in the last years, as we have overcrowded visitors that have came. And as we are moving forward, we are trying to put more protocols, more procedures to make sure that we are maintaining these sites, and also see what other countries have done, and also share our experiences with other countries. For us in Jordan, we have reached, let's say, our max capacity in some of the sites. It is an opportunity for us to say today, no, we have to stop. We have to also, when it's time, to divest our tourism product and to divest our seasonality, that people want to come at a certain time. If they want to come, yes, they're most welcome to come, but they can also choose to come at a different time.
And I also wanted to ask our minister from Egypt as well. I'm absolutely dying to come and see the archaeological discoveries of Saqqara. When can I come?
Whenever you wish, of course. It was like His Excellency Minister of Jordan has said, we were trying during 2020 and beginning 2021 to work on the archaeological sites. We continued our excavations. We did very big archaeological discoveries. We opened a lot of museums, new museums, especially in Sharm el-Sheikh and Hurghada. We opened the National Museum, and we organized the Royal Parade of the Mummies. We worked very hard on the archaeological field. And if you allow me, I would like to emphasize what was said concerning the harmonization of the protocols between the countries, and what was said by the Excellency Minister of Saudi Arabia concerning the criteria of considering a destination as red zone and green zone. For instance, for Egypt, I don't understand how Hurghada, Sharm el-Sheikh, Marsa Alam, such a destination that are almost COVID-free since the beginning of the pandemic, can be considered by some EU countries as red zone. I don't understand the criteria. Thank you.
Your Excellency, allow me, Eddie, we are all expecting to visit this beautiful Grand Egyptian Museum, and I think culture will be contributed to tourism. When is it opening?
It will be, the work will be ended by the end of this year. As for the opening, I would like to have all the kings and the head of states without masks. So I'm waiting for the pandemic, and we will be organizing another parade in Luxor, the Sphinx Avenue that will be opening. We will be organizing another parade.
Amazing.
Fantastic.
By the end of the year.
We want to hear some voices from the streets as well.
I think travel will go back to normal probably when everybody has herd immunity. That'll probably be when it'll go back.
I think travel will go back to normal when at least 2/3 of the world's population is vaccinated.
I think travel would go back to normal by 2023, and I'm an optimist.
I think I would feel safer if world leaders worked together and had a collaborative approach to how to lessen the spread of the virus.
My next trips that I plan are probably going to be based on the percentage of people in that country who have already been vaccinated, and the percentage of COVID cases still in that country, and the type of variant.
You can't protect yourself with COVID everywhere, even if you follow all the guidelines properly. If it has to happen, it will happen.
Travel after the pandemic will definitely not be the same like we used to. I think we will be forced to travel with masks, for example. I think we will be forced to produce a vaccination report when we travel internationally. So I think travel like we used to to travel will not happen again anytime.
Going to other countries to see my family.
Today in the room, the UNWTO Secretary-General. So I would like to ask you two questions. First, how do you react to this voice of the street? Because this is we are hearing voice from different countries. And my second question, Your Excellency, I think recently you have signed with Google a new agreement to work together to lead global tourism recovery through market innovation, digitalization, and intelligence. How will technology, you think, will help this mission of restarting and recovery beyond even recovery tourism?
Thank you. First of all, I want to greet Honorable Minister from South Africa and congratulate all African brothers and sisters. Yesterday was Day of Africa. Africa is another big potential, big space to invest and to do very important and interesting projects we are doing. I want to mention a part of the questions with your permission, Richard. We were talking about harmonized protocols. And we're talking about it since pandemic started, and it's very important, and I'm absolutely in the same line. It was mentioned from different regions that it's very important to don't leave non-EU countries behind of all this game. We don't want, and we'll always advocate to don't create a new Schengen type of visa with these PCRs and with these protocols, and that's why we are here. That's why this Tourism Recovery Summit will talk about how to connect all regions. We have here in this hall Minister from Jamaica, from Caribbean, Deputy Minister from Dominican Republic is here. Why Minister of Greece he came here? Because our job is to connect as soon as it will be possible. Finally, we will have these protocols. These protocols also, it's nothing difficult, you know. If you travel today, I agree with the friend from New York that it's becoming headache and nose-ache maybe. So we have to be, and our job is to conduct this risk management and to see easier way, you know. And that's why I think, and we always propose to our member states to facilitate travel. Our main job was to facilitate travel and less barriers when we're traveling. So I hope that with the time we will create these protocols and it will be very easy, all of us traveling from one continent to another continent. Private sector is suffering a lot. Our recommendations from the beginning was to support private sector financially and always say to governments to do it. It's expensive, it's not easy, but it's very important, this kind of collaboration and communication. Talking about new technologies, yes, we have many different partners, many different friends supporting and digitalization and new digital products. Yes, they are very important steps to support the recovery process, but it's not only solution. It's not only solution and the digital certificate, the green certificate, which was announced by European Union, and we are very lucky that we have Greek minister, and he was chairing all crisis committee with us, creating these protocols for European Union. So we are lucky. Why? Because it's very easy to understand each other, and our role, again, it's very important as soon as it will be possible to connect all regions to each other and to create one standard, how we were traveling before. And don't make some mess and some uncertainties and uncomfortable travel for all of us. Did someone think that if all of us, we are vaccinated, we had PCR yesterday, and we are at the same plane, why we have to put masks? Did someone think about it? And there are many, many details that one guy will say something and all of them, they are copying this. So the idea is to see this risk management, to open a little bit with safe and responsible way, but to open now. Summer is here. Summer will be very important for all of us. Here are countries, especially small island countries, which are suffering a lot. Who cares about them? So it's very important, and we always urge to start traveling today, tomorrow. And this is nice demonstration that it's possible. All of us, we have our families, all of us, we have friends. We are here. It's possible, it's doable, and let's start step by step from this Tourism Recovery Summit traveling again.
Thank you. Your Excellency, you mentioned there it's possible. I'd love to hear how we can make it more possible with regional collaboration. I don't know if we can bring up the Minister from South Africa one more time to give a comment on that. How can we improve with regional cooperation with your neighbors, Namibia, for example?
No, definitely we are working as South Africa. Part of our recovery strategy speaks to regional integration, where we will be able to see the partnership in terms of working together to market our destination, because there will be value for a person coming to our region. We do have what we call the trans-frontier parks, where you are able to get into a park, for example, in Kgalagadi, in the northern part of South Africa. When you get into that part, you are able to get into 3 countries, which is Botswana and Namibia at the same time. So you enter South Africa through that park, you are able to exit out into Botswana, or you are able to exit out into Namibia. And that facilitation is in place, collaboration in terms of the health protocols, collaboration with our migration in terms of making sure that if people are crossing there, we do make sure that they are able to get their passport stamped properly. That's one of the things that we believe is making our destination a destination that is valuable. So working together, we continue through regional integration. We have a meeting upcoming in Namibia, looking forward to intensifying the work.
Thank you. I wonder if the Minister from Iraq, if you'd like to comment as well on how regional cooperation might be able to help you in terms of recovery and return to tourism.
This aspect is very crucial for Iraq, particularly with the religious tourism. If I give an example for that, with the relation between Iraq and Iran, we have millions of visitors and tourists exchange between Iraq and Iran. So we work together to reach a kind of protocol to organize this, so we can avoid any dangerous consequences of this. So this is really important for us. We're working hard with our neighbors, particularly Arab countries and Iran as well.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Your Excellency, in your keynote, you set out 3 principles for the future of tourism: resilience, sustainability, and collaboration. What are your personal priorities in order to take this vision forward?
Today, collaboration is the most important. We have to work together to at least come up with a unified protocol. Europe is working on a unified travel protocol, and they are very close to have one, and we are in the Middle East working to put together a unified protocol. I hope the 2 regions will at least agree on a unified protocol, and then the rest will follow. We're hoping that we will have something clear by end of this year, and then at least we will address the most critical task, which is very confusing for travelers, which is how to travel and what I need to do when I travel. Definitely, from today, we started talking with our friends and colleagues about making the sector more resilient in the future, learning from the crisis, and definitely fast recovery. We cannot wait more. We need to travel. We definitely look at safety and security. I believe, and I had a discussion with the Secretary-General, that countries whom does not have access to vaccines, we have to help them. We have access to vaccines as well as many other countries. There are countries who already passed the 50% vaccination nation, like UK, Bahrain, and many other countries. We have vaccinated more than 13 million people in Saudi Arabia, and therefore accelerating the vaccines is a top priority. But just, a cautious recovery, expanding vaccination, agreeing the protocol, and then on the mid to long term, addressing the resilience, how resilience is the industry, and definitely sustainability is very, very important, and protecting the planet.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, Minister of Morocco, I have a very short answer, please, on the question. How women could be empowered more and more in tourism?
I think women could be empowered in many other sectors, but
I agree with you. But
okay, in tourism, I will give two examples. We talked about historical sites. In Morocco, we have a very comprehensive program for the Medinas, because it's a very important part of our culture. But what we want is that people live in these Medinas and live from the tourism. And a lot of women today are leading their families and working. So for us, we should give them an opportunity to be included in all the, I would say, the financial solution and all other subsidies or help given from the state. And this is why we are coming with programs dedicated for very small SMEs where women have more a chance, to be empowered. Secondly, we're talking a lot about rural and sustainability and rural tourism. Again, we have a lot of women that have a perfect role to play. Handicrafts in Morocco is very linked to tourism, and we are also coming with solutions, organizing these women that can dedicate 3-4 hours to have an additional revenue through tourism. So the government is working for solutions, again, to help them. Of course, I'm not speaking about women that work in the hospitality or, I would say, classical tourism sectors that definitely need also to be encouraged.
Your Highness, Princess Haifa, I would like to just, again, a short answer, please. One of the, I would say, remarkable aspects of tourism is precisely the ability to create jobs. So what plan does the Kingdom have to create employment in tourism, especially for young people who are really listening to us and watching us?
So this is a human-to-human industry. It's a service-driven industry. It's very important in job creation, and I think 1 out of 4 jobs is actually tourism-related jobs based on global reports. So the minute, unfortunately, the pandemic hit, everybody looked towards tourism in recreating that socioeconomic sustainability. Therefore, we've changed the language in Saudi Arabia. We launched a campaign, and we no longer called it jobs in tourism. We called it careers in tourism. The future is tourism and these careers, because they offer equal opportunities to everyone, both in urban communities, but also in local and smaller towns and villages. Just in the first quarter of this year, we managed to include and add 35,000 jobs at a time where the world is losing jobs in tourism.
To go to the closing, because the organizers are furious after me and after Eddie, but this panel is amazing, and forgive me if for all the other speakers, if we'll be a little bit late in the program, but I would like to ask you to answer to the last question in 30 seconds. All your countries are at least in our personal bucket list. So what should be the reason we can, because all countries now are competing, but we should visit you again. So in 30 seconds, please, why are the reasons why we should go to Jamaica in the next few weeks or months, Your Excellency?
Well, when God was making the world, he spent 7 days to create all of you. On the 8th day, he made Jamaica. The nicest place. The nicest place on planet Earth. The food is delightful. The music is Bob Marley's fashion. The fastest man alive, Usain Bolt. The most beautiful women. The greatest place to just relax, take it easy. But most importantly, we are very serious about health security.
I would say that the opportunity is that you will be revisiting Morocco, but discovering daily many other facets of the country. A lot of the region are now aware how tourism is important, and people are looking forward to welcome again tourism in a very safe condition and welcoming and warm, I would say, conditions.
I cannot disagree. It's my native country, Egypt.
Of course, you can visit Egypt for its beautiful beaches, for the sun, for the open spaces, for the mountain, for the water activities. Of course, for our heritage sites, our new museums, Saqqara, for instance, and for 1 million experienced Egyptians working in tourism since decades, all smiling and welcoming our visitors from all over the world.
Iraq?
Of course, for the heritage sites and antiquities, if you want to see how Islamic civilization built in Kufa, Basra, and Baghdad, you need to visit those cities. And let me comment on the heritage sites. In post-ISIS time in Iraq, pandemic never stopped us from rebuilding those heritage sites, particularly in Mosul. So we are working hard on that. So we have many reasons to visit Iraq.
A few days ago, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia reopened its opens, and everyone is going to Maldives. So please tell us why.
Thank you. I think in 2020, when everyone was not traveling, people decided to travel to Maldives, and we won the world's leading destination award. And that is without vaccination. And it's not our story. The tourists told the story to the world how it is a very safe holiday. Now, with vaccination rollout, we are very much a safe destination. Over 90% of the tourism sector have got their first dose, and 60% of all the workers, all the employees in the resorts have got their second dose. So Maldives is even safer now. And of course, the Maldivian magical beauty is still there, and the Maldivian beautiful smile is there.
Your Excellency Naif, Jordan, the Kingdom of Jordan.
Well, I'm not going to talk about the cultural, religious, wellness, adventure, and the many beauties and experiences that we will offer to our tourists, who I'm sure they are coming to experience. But also the people of Jordan are eager to receive their guests once again, and with open hearts and arms, welcoming them as soon as possible, and making sure that they come in also and feel that they are safe and protected, and not to worry about the pandemic. So we are waiting for them. And as you mentioned, even our colleagues and our friends from Saudi Arabia, they, on the 17th of this month, we were so happy to welcome them, and we told them, and اشتقنا لكم, we miss you. And it is the same message that goes out to the whole world.
One of the greatest civilizations on earth. Greece, please, Your Excellency.
Well, two reasons. Our motto this year is all you want is Greece. And Greece is the last word. You and what you want is the first, is in the foreground. So we understand that the important person in tourism is the one that travels, is the person that decides to go on vacation. So we know that, and we know what you need, especially this year where our needs are actually bigger than ourselves. And the second is that we have managed to pack many countries in one place. So we have 227 islands, each and every one 227 habited islands, all different from each other. We have 22 places to ski. Nobody knows that. You can go on mountains and walk around. And we have vibrant cities with street food, with modern culture, with fantastic food and Greek music. So you're all welcome. And we're open, and that's the most important thing.
The last word for our host, Your Excellency Ahmed Al Khateeb.
Welcome to Arabia.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, my dear AD, thank you very much. This was an amazing panel. Thank you for this great pitch, and we cannot wait to visit you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Altesse, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers amis. Tout d'abord, je souhaite vivement remercier le ministre saoudien du Tourisme, Ahmed Al Khateeb, pour cette initiative, ce sommet pour la reprise du tourisme. Alors, que de chemin parcouru ensemble, effectivement. Nous en souvenons, il y a plus d'un an, dans le cadre de cette présidence saoudienne du G20, justement, nous participions à l'une de nos premières réunions virtuelles internationales, et c'est vrai d'ailleurs le fait que les ministres du tourisme se réunissent dans ces grandes enceintes est un élément finalement assez nouveau et qui montre combien tout le monde a pris conscience du poids du secteur touristique dans nos économies, ou en tous les cas du potentiel qu'il y a. Alors donc nous avons, je crois, sauvegardé ces secteurs si précieux pour nos économies, pour les échanges entre les cultures. Nous avons paré à l'urgence. Et c'est vrai que lorsque nous parlons de tourisme, souvent nous citons des pourcentages, des valeurs absolues, des structures, des plans, mais je crois que ce dont il est question au fond, c'est d'abord d'une industrie de l'intelligence en partage. En France, le tourisme durable est une priorité et nous avons d'ailleurs créé plusieurs instruments dédiés pour accompagner les acteurs du tourisme de ce point de vue-là. Un fonds de soutien à destination des PME du tourisme, également un plan ambitieux pour la transition et l'adaptation au changement climatique dans les territoires de montagne notamment. Et cette transformation durable, elle ne pourra se réaliser qu'à condition que les acteurs du tourisme naturellement s'en emparent pleinement, que la société civile soit associée, que l'écosystème d'innovation soit stimulé. Atout France, notre agence touristique, a d'ailleurs lancé un appel à projet d'innovation avec le Welcome City Lab. C'est la deuxième édition et comme l'édition qui avait été lancée par l'Organisation mondiale du tourisme, c'est fascinant de voir toutes ces pépites, ces startups qui font le lien entre tourisme et numérique. Il y a énormément, je crois, d'innovations qui vont transformer les différents modèles dans les mois et les années à venir. Je m'attacherai pour ma part à porter ces priorités pour le tourisme lors de la présidence française de l'Union européenne. Ça commence le 1er janvier 2022 et je souhaite vous faire part une nouvelle fois du fort engagement de la France en ce sens au sein des instances multilatérales et naturellement au sein de l'OMT. Je salue son très dynamique secrétaire général, cher Zurab. Je vous remercie tous en tous les cas pour ces échanges, pour l'action qui est conduite par chacun et chacune pour relancer ce tourisme. Je présente mes félicitations à nouveau à l'Arabie Saoudite, à l'OMT pour la prochaine ouverture du premier bureau régional de l'organisation et j'espère que nous pourrons prochainement à nouveau nous retrouver en personne sur le terrain dans les plus belles destinations qui sont dans nos pays respectifs.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a great pleasure to join you from Malaysia, although I could not be there in Riyadh. I hope everyone is in the best of health. While the health crisis continues to evolve in Malaysia, as in many parts of Asia, with resurgences of the virus and spread of new variant strains, Malaysia remains optimistic and is on track for recovery as the pace of vaccination begins to accelerate. Notwithstanding some of the issues surrounding vaccine equity at the global level, Malaysia is encouraged by positive developments in countries where vaccination progress is at its highest and looks forward to a strong rebound for tourism due to pent-up travel demand. For Malaysia, the National Vaccination Plan, which kicked off in February 2021, is targeted to reach 80% of the Malaysian population in 3 phases over a period of 18 months. This is seen as a crucial step towards restoring confidence for Malaysia as a tourism destination which is among the Asia-Pacific countries expected to contribute to the recovery of international air traffic due to our strategic geographical location in the region. In this regard, every step taken towards a high vaccine uptake is indeed a positive step forward towards restoring a near normal for tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, even as Malaysia's borders remain closed for general travel, we have continued to pursue extensive discussions at the domestic level and with regional and international organizations towards a gradual return for inbound travel. As a start, the government has launched its Safe Travel online portal to facilitate quarantine-free entry for short and long-term business travelers with predetermined itineraries. Malaysia has further proposed to include niche tourist activities for sports and health purposes as part of the itinerary of business travelers to help revive the tourism sector. Furthermore, while we have continued to engage in bilateral talks with Green Zone countries in the region, Malaysia acknowledges that the travel bubble initiative will require a longer process due to lengthy negotiations between two countries. Thus, Malaysia is of the view that a unilateral approach to opening borders may be beneficial as an open invitation and standing offer for low-risk countries and regions to reciprocate once conditions permit. Ladies and gentlemen, the priorities I have outlined are included in Malaysia's Tourism Recovery Plan, which is part of the newly launched National Tourism Policy 2020 to 2030, a 10-year master plan designed to strengthen Malaysia's competitiveness, encourage sustainable and inclusive development, as well as accelerate effective recovery. Among the main recovery measures that have been rolled out so far include robust economic incentives in the form of vouchers, rebates, discounts, and attractive travel packages in partnership with businesses throughout the entire tourism ecosystem. Malaysia has also pursued public-private partnership initiatives such as the Clean and Safe Malaysia campaign for hotels to create positive messaging by building trust and promoting Malaysia as a safe tourist destination. I wish to reiterate that the unique challenges posed by the pandemic demand stronger partnerships to recover more inclusively in line with the Sustainable Development Goals and guided by the principles of shared prosperity in ensuring that no one is left behind. Indeed, it bears repeating, particularly in terms of ensuring destination readiness across the globe and within the region, that none of us are safe until all of us are safe. With that, I wish you a fruitful day of deliberations with the hopes that our efforts will go a long way to further the vision of an inclusive and sustainable tourism model that is more resilient to future shocks. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
A very good morning to all the Excellencies. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate His Excellency Ahmed Al Khateeb, Minister of Tourism, Saudi Arabia, for holding Tourism Recovery Summit in these trying times. I would like to thank His Excellencies, the tourism ministers from various countries who have gathered in this great city for the summit to deliberate upon measures for revival and recovery of travel and tourism sectors post-pandemic recovery. I would also like to thank His Excellency Zurab Pololikashvili, Secretary-General UNWTO, who has been working tirelessly to support the sustainable and resilient recovery of travel and tourism sector. I would also like to congratulate UNWTO and Government of Saudi Arabia on opening of the first United Nations World Tourism Organization Regional Office in Riyadh. The present pandemic has not only demonstrated the importance of tourism as an economic force and a provider of the livelihoods, but has also thrown light of the fragility of the sector, which is highly fragmented and interdependent with a heavy reliance on micro and small enterprises. There is no doubt that the tourism has been hardest hit by the COVID-19 pandemic, with unprecedented impact on jobs, businesses, communities and the wider economy. However, at the same time, the crisis presents an opportunity to shape tourism for the future on sustainable lines with the right policies, support and initiatives. India is also continuously engaged with industry stakeholders to deliberate on the measures to help recovery of tourism sector from COVID-19 crisis. India has taken various measures to provide economic stimulus to the tourism sector. India has also framed comprehensive SOPs and guidelines for COVID-19 safety and hygiene to be followed by all tourism service providers, tourism extractions and destinations. Post-COVID-19, the Ministry of Tourism would have a greater focus on sustainable and responsible tourism. The Ministry's focus would be on promoting upbeat destinations and places which naturally promote social distancing, such as nature and ecotourism, wildlife, wellness retreats, mountaineering and trekking, among others. India has a strong and vibrant system of traditional medicines which provide for holistic healing. India would like to offer to the world post-COVID-19 calm, peace and health through yoga, Ayurveda and other forms of traditional treatments and spiritual surroundings. Tourism is one sector which has great resilience and it is bounced back from various adversities and crises. Our domestic tourism had already shown the signs of revival, though disrupted by a second wave. It is difficult to predict when the tourism sector would fully recover from the impact of COVID-19 disruption, but I am hopeful that it is be sooner than later will roll out of vaccination programs across the country. India has launched one of the largest vaccination drive. Vaccination for 18 plus population of India will be completed by December 2021. I believe that a sector will emerge stronger post-COVID. As we restart tourism, it is extremely important for us to build the confidence and trust of the tourist by taking measures for COVID safety. Strong collaborative efforts are required at global level to revive tourism and take it to new heights post-COVID. I once again express my sincere thanks to Ministry of Tourism Saudi Arabia for its leadership and all excellencies and stakeholders for participating in the Tourism Recovery Summit. India will continue its support and cooperation to ensure faster recovery of travel and tourism sector. Bande Mataram, Bharat Mata ki Jai.
A warm thank you to all the ministers. What a fantastic session. We are all looking forward to traveling again. And it has been interesting actually to hear about how different countries are actually tackling the impact of the pandemic on travel and tourism. I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome our global audience who is watching the Tourism Recovery Summit from around the world. We have viewers dialed in from over 50 countries. Now, this is truly a global event. In the coming hours, we will hear from industry leaders and stakeholders from across the travel value chain as they share their views and experiences around tourism recovery. Before we welcome Helda Perez Alvarado, Global CEO, Hotels and Hospitality JLL, and her panelists to the stage. It's a great honor, ladies and gentlemen, to take a moment to showcase what Saudi Arabia has to offer as a destination.
Every road you've never traveled, every dress you've never worn, every breath you've never taken. Every story you've never heard. Every thrill you've never had. Every dish you've never tasted. Every beat you've never felt. Every welcome you've never known. Welcome to a journey you've never imagined. Welcome to Arabia, Saudi.
Good morning, and we continue Beyond Recovery, redefining the global tourism ecosystem. From a base of making up to 10% of global GDP at a value of almost $9 trillion to the unprecedented shock and standstill of 2020 and aspirations for a great recovery in 2021, the future of tourism is being rewritten now. Stakeholders across the sector's value chain and increasingly governments are coming together as never before. This coordination spans not only considerations on how to best reopen and manage safe, attractive, and sustainable recovery, but also how to maintain economic viability and growth. My name is Hilda Perez Alvarado, and I am the Global CEO of JLL Hotels and Hospitality. This morning, I'm joined by an incredible panel, starting with Pansy Ho, Group Executive Chair and Managing Director of Shuntak Holdings, and Co-Chairperson and Executive Director of MGM China Holdings Limited. Also, we have Jeffrey Kent, Founder, Co-Chairman, and CEO of Abercrombie & Kent, Virginia Messina, Acting CEO of the World Travel and Tourism Council, Manfredi Lefebvre-Dovidio, Executive Chairman, Silversea Cruises, and Jerry Inzerillo, CEO of the Riyahd Development Authority. Let's dive right in. Pansy, the lodging and gaming sector have been one of the hardest hit sectors in the global economy. In the case of Macau, tourism is the primary force behind its economic growth, and just to put it into perspective, its gaming industry is 7 times the size of Las Vegas. What is the perceived outlook for the destination in the medium to long term? And most importantly for the audience today, what lessons can other global destinations learn from Macau?
Thank you very much, Hilda. Thanks to Macau's enhanced hygiene and health protocols, there have been actually no COVID cases for over 1 year. Now, but more importantly, a major contributing factor to Macau's strong outlook is really its adherence and coordination with China in terms of a strong adherence to the health code system that was developed by China since early 2020, which has led now people domestically to travel within China with great freedom. The reopening of the border between Macau and Guangdong province alone in August, and now subsequently with the rest of the mainland China in September, have really kickstarted the revival of Macau's tourism economy. Now, of course, we are not back to pre-pandemic days, where we would have had the ability to attract over 39 million visitors a year, of which 28 million would be coming from mainland China. So as you can see, we are very much dependent on Chinese economy's revival, which had been indeed very steady during the past year and has practically sustained a strong domestic tourism market, prioritizing pandemic control and also economic and social recovery. So we are indeed looking forward to more developments throughout the rest of the year, which we are anticipating leading us to a possibility of regaining up to 6 to 10 million visitation within this year. And obviously, we would like very much to be able to work together with other regions, and so as to bring also international tourists to Macau and to also witness how Macau has been successful in basically combating COVID, but at the same time also reviving our own tourism product offerings.
Thank you, Pansy. And talking about responsible tourism, Jeffrey, responsible tourism and experiential travel is becoming a topic of conversation as we get ready for a post-pandemic world. You have been focused on this for decades through a best-in-class company that is Abercrombie & Kent, and in fact, you're known for inventing the concept of experiential travel. Based on your experience, what prescription do you have for the tourism industry so that tourism can be used as a tool to support sustainable development, fuel economic growth, and satiate this growing need for the traveler experience?
Okay. All right, that's a good question. Yeah, I've been doing this since 1962, a long time ago, but I was in the British Army, and I realized in travel, when I started Abercrombie & Kent, that nobody did anything. It's all very boring. And I really thought that I would start to push the edges, do very exciting things, open up new countries. And so that created experiential travel. Obviously, I'm Kenya born, so that was where I started with some Land Rovers. And I knew from the very beginning that we had to sustain, and that word's been used a lot, we had to sustain the local culture, because the local culture was going to keep lions alive, elephants migrating, wildebeest migrating. And so if we didn't make them part of the whole equation, it wouldn't happen. You couldn't just give money. You had to get them involved. And so very early on in 1982, I started Friends of Conservation, which then evolved into Abercrombie Kent Philanthropy, which is run on a parallel basis with Abercrombie Kent. And wherever we go, we make sure that the local tribes and culture are observed. So we work on health, in Windi in Uganda. I started when I saved the gorilla there, the mountain gorilla, with the President Museveni. We make it into a national park. We brought in the people to get the gorillas friendly with the tourists. But in those days, there was just one fig tree, and we had one doctor visit that fig tree once a week to take care of the people. Because of the revenue derived from tracking gorillas, and it's been so much, we've been able to build a major hospital in Windi, has 60,000 outpatients, nurses ward, surgeries, and so on. And so we've also created an income of around about $15 million to that local community from license fees. It goes directly to the community. So we've heard the word sustainability used. What everybody should do as they move forward is think of the people, think of the local people who live there. How can they be sustained in that initiative? So that's part one. I think we're in for a very exciting global recovery. I know that Abercrombie & Kent, we're like bursting at the seams. Everybody is desperate to travel, wants to travel, and as I've been listening today, we just got to make it simple. It's just got to be 2 injections and you travel, 2 jabs, travel. It's got to be simple, because the PCR test every 2 days makes it very difficult, because you're trying to move from one country to another. For instance, we have 4 private jets in 2022, which are fully booked up. They're fully booked, but we've got to operate. And so it's going to be down to the government to make sure that we have one single protocol that allows that. So I'm very excited. The recovery is definitely here. Manfredi and I, we're very positive and can't wait to get going. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey. So, Virginia, in line with what the 2 panelists have said about responsibility, and keeping things simple. Travelers are becoming more aware of the values that guide how companies and destinations are conducting businesses and are leveraging their purchasing power to enable change. So can you speak as to what you've learned about the traveler over the last 12 months and how this change in behavior, if any, will impact the future of travel and tourism?
Certainly, and thank you, Hilda. And it's an honor to be here, surrounded by so many WTTC members. So I do want to acknowledge His Excellency, the Minister of Saudi Arabia, for his support to WTTC and the private sector. So in terms of the travelers and the trends that we have been observing over the last year, certainly there has been more of a focus in terms of outdoor experiences. And obviously businesses and destinations are already adapting to that. We have also seen and will see perhaps in the short term more short and medium haul travel, and also a prioritization in terms of health and safety. And that's why WTTC launched last year a number of protocols across different industries, as well as its very successful safe travel stamp, to which more than 280 destinations throughout the year. In addition to that, there's two particular trends that I think are certainly on the rise. The first one, and we've been hearing about this, is sustainability. That feeling for responsible travel. So consumers will be more and more conscious about the impact where they travel, the impact to the community, the social impact that travels will have. And that's certainly something that we will continue seeing, not only from policymakers, businesses, and travelers. And then lastly, digitization is also on the rise. We will see more technologies, contactless technologies throughout the traveler journey, and all of these things will continue to get our sector to adapt and certainly accelerate the recovery.
Thank you very much, Virginia. And talking about a very interesting sector, the cruise sector, Manfredi, I see the Port of Miami every day from my window, and it saddens me to see these beautiful cruise ships actually come and go empty. Now, I know there's quite a bit of pent-up demand right now, so what will recovery look like in the cruise industry? And what are the new roles and responsibilities between government and the private sector to make sure that this recovery is long-lived?
Well, I entered the cruise industry in 1987, when we bought our first cruise line, which was called Silkmar. Then we founded Silver Sea Cruises, and which recently I merged into Royal Caribbean and became a large shareholder of Royal Caribbean. And now, as Abdelkader Kent, we are developing further the cruise sector. So we've seen the development of the industry since many years. And what I can say is that today, in reality, if you think about it, the safest way to travel is a cruise line, because it's the most protected environment where you can travel. And what are the impediments and the burdens of a cruise are going to fade down gradually, but they are really what should be everywhere in the world. Because if you enter a hotel, you want to know that the people around you are not affected by a virus as much as if you're going to a cruise ship. So I really think that it's a progress where they're going to cruise lines are more monitored because they were perceived to be more affected, but they're gradually moving to the same level of scrutiny and measures as all the travel industry, and that is fundamental. Now, for what concerns the efforts to align the efforts of the cruise industry and the travel industry with the government's activity, I personally have always dedicated very much time and efforts to the large institutions which represent the industries. I dedicated many years to the CLIA, which is the Cruise Line International Association, and to World Travel Tourism Council, where I'm now also Vice Chairman for Africa as Co-Chairman of Abdelkader Kent, which has been an institution which has been growing in its efforts, its authority, and recently, during the last decade, has become really a light of information for all of us. WTTC is representing the large corporations as much as the small and medium-sized companies like Abdelkader Kent and yesterday Silver Sea Cruises, and people from all over the world. Pansy Ho from Hong Kong and Abdelkader Kent, which is an American, UK-based company. So it's a really global voice. It was chaired by Krishna Sid, it is chaired by Arnold Dorbert of Carnival Corporation. We had an incredible president who was Gloria Guevara, really bringing up the voice. So we've been supporting these efforts of WTTC, which of which Jeffrey was one of the co-founders. And that has been my dedication, will continue to be my dedication on the dialogue between private and public sector. And I must say that Saudi Arabia has been setting us in support and its involvement, and it's really important because I've never seen a country dedicating so many efforts to develop its own travel industry in Saudi Arabia, and to have them engaged with our TTC, World Travel and Tourism Council, is really an achievement.
Thank you very much, Manfredi. And Jerry, we've now heard from global, let's bring it local. So creating a best-in-class global destination that balances sustainability with growth, innovation and conservation. Put in a UNESCO World Heritage Site and throw in a pandemic. How has the past year changed the way you perceive the project? And in thinking about the future, what key opportunities do you see for Diriyah specifically and the kingdom in general?
Well, thank you. Let me start by saying, Gilda, thank you for all your years of leadership with JLL. You're very respected. And my heartfelt congratulations to Virginia at WTTC. We rely on the UNWTO and WTTC, and the leadership this year with COVID has been amazing. To be with Pansy Ho, the whole family, one of the great tourism families in the history of tourism, especially in making Macau what it is today, and to be with my beloved friends, Manfredi and Jeffrey, it's a great honor. So Diriyah is the birthplace of the kingdom. It's the home of Al Saud. It's the birthplace of the Arabian Peninsula. But we were very lucky during the pandemic because thanks to the empathetic leadership of the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman, and the bold dynamic views of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, nothing stopped. And what the COVID taught me about his leadership is that they knew that sustainability was coming and that culture and heritage and preservation were coming. So the Crown Prince said, we will overcome this virus, and whatever time it takes to do that and to keep the society safe, you keep going full speed ahead. So sometimes it comes up, what would you do different? Did you alter your plan on the master plan of Diriyah, which is a 10-kilometer master plan in the heart of the principal city of Saudi Arabia? We didn't have to alter it at all because the vision of the Crown Prince was, we're going to open up the kingdom to tourism. We're going to return the kingdom to the moderate Saudi society pre-1979. We want to invite people and make Diriyah one of the great gathering places in the world. We want people to come and see Saudi hospitality, Gulf hospitality, to see a beautiful and diverse country. So in the middle of this great city, what the Crown Prince announced a few weeks ago as an aspiration to be one of the 10 great cities of the world, is this jewel, which is the birthplace of the kingdom of Diriyah. And we're building a whole city sustainably below it. But the thing that I'm most proud about, 83% of our staff are Saudi, 36% of our staff are Saudi women, 16% of our Saudi women are in management, and what all my beloved colleagues, especially Jeffrey, said, 11% of our staff are from the community we serve Diriyah.
That's amazing, and I know we're very tight on time, Jerry, so I'm going to ask you a follow-on question to that. Saudi Arabia is at the forefront of innovation. It's literally grab the bull by the horns and say, we're going to do it. We're going to show the world how to do it. So if you take the Vision 2030, what elements of it do you think are applicable to what we're seeing worldwide? What's your prescription to the world?
Yeah, I have to give great praise to King Salman and to the Crown Prince, because some of the tenets of Vision 2030, we always celebrate our rich culture and history, authenticity, integrity, welcome, inclusion, development of your communities, development of your people. In the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, 65% of our population is under the age of 35. My staff, the average age is 31. You take me out, it probably drops to 24. But with Vision 2030, it is a very bold manifesto, but it's something that we live and breathe every day. What the Crown Prince is looking for is a rich, vibrant, healthy society. that our people are healthy, that they're happy, that they're educated, that they're entertained, that people come and we can reverse some of these stereotypes that have existed for a long time, that Saudi Arabia is just deserts and camels, when you have one of the most beautiful countries, that it's not a welcoming society when it's one of the most welcoming. So we take the motivation of a healthy, vibrant society, a strong economy, one of the strongest economies in the world, developing our young people. And my final point is that in the G20, which the Kingdom hosted, perhaps one of the most successful G20s ever, most journalists said, what's your favorite thing about Saudi Arabia? The fact that the Kingdom is optimistic, the society is positive, and everybody's fired up and believes in King Salman and the Crown Prince's vision. So when you're in a society that's positive and forward-thinking, and you've got the vision, the belief, the support, and the love of an amazing king and a dynamic Crown Prince, everything is possible.
And I would say that absolutely, if you can imagine it, it can be done. So thank you very much. Thank you very much to the rest of the panelists, and thank you very much to the audience for paying attention to us today. Thank you.
Only one today.
Good morning. So now we will be going to Monaco, and I have the great pleasure to be with my friend Bernard Alessandrini, who is the head of the Yacht Club of Monaco, one of the most prestigious yacht clubs. Good morning, Bernard. How are you?
Good morning, Richard. We are fine. We are very pleased to be here, and thank you to invite us.
No, sorry for being late. We had a very interesting panel this morning with more than 12 ministers, and of course it was not easy to stay on time. So, Bernard, you are in, I would say, a place where for the past 3 weeks you hosted amazing sport events. You hosted the Grand Prix of Monaco, the Formula E, many others. So how were you able, in the city of Monaco, the Principality of Monaco, was able to run all this event in the current circumstances of COVID-19?
It was different, very different. This year it was, we have 3 Grand Prix. The first one was a historic classic Grand Prix. And after we have a Grand Prix and Formula 1 Grand Prix. But with the COVID restriction, it was quite difficult. It was different, but everybody is enjoyed, and people really wanted to enjoy themselves. That is important, you know. And we are feeling and getting better for the future. I think is a good sign and a good signal for the future, and in particular for the yachting industry.
Exactly, because in fact these sport events are bringing a great contribution to local tourism, correct?
Yeah, like you know, in Monaco we have a lot of events. We start by the tennis tournament 3 weeks ago, and now we had a Grand Prix, and after that we have also different events of the year. And our season starts by the tennis and finish by the Monaco Yacht Show in the end of September. That is a season for Monaco. And in each event we have a link with the yachting industry. That is important for us because you know, Monaco has a long story with yachting, with a boat, and with.
So talking about yachting precisely, Bernard, how the industry was impacted by COVID-19? We know that many boats were obliged to stay in their marinas, in their ports. We know that a lot of jobs were killed by this COVID-19. It's a seasonal activity. So how the yachting industry is doing?
It's very strange because during the COVID pandemic, it was a huge, and for the yachting market, it was incredible because certainly it was one of the best year in a market, and all the shipyard and all the workers are very happy. Because certainly the yacht is considering like an oasis, like a safe haven, and is quite important for the family to take care about the family. And it was for us very interesting to know and to hear how we can process for the future. That is very different.
Yeah, you are making a very valid point. I'm hearing that a lot of people are even considering to spend the coming vacations on a boat, whatever would be the size of the boat, because as you said, it's a very safe haven. So this will have an impact on the way the marinas, the yacht clubs, the ports will be organized. You and I, we had a conversation a few days ago about smart marinas concept. And I have to say that the Yacht Club of Monaco is an amazing place where you can really live during days and days. So what is your view and your vision of the future of marinas?
I think like every activities now we have to think about to be very eco-responsible for the future. And certainly it's impossible to have development without this concept of the sustainability. Is very important to develop that and to take care about the sea. Since a long time, we put everything on the sea, and now it's time to take care about our future and our planet. And also the yacht and the yachting. These people have the passion of the sea and they take care about that. And we have to follow the transition of the yachting. Certainly where something more eco-responsible. For that, we develop an index, sea index, is to measure the carbon emission of the yacht. And Monaco is, like you know, Monaco is a terre d'innovation. And we are following all the new technology in terms of the marina and also in terms of the yachting. That is important for us because, I repeat, without this precaution, it would be impossible to develop this type of the tourism.
Thank you, Bernard. You know, my last question, we're here from Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. As you know, the kingdom is developing a lot of industries, including potentially a cruise industry, a yacht club industry. What is the advice you will give to our friends here in Saudi Arabia who will be developing what you have developed amazingly in Monaco?
Sure, I repeat, the first thing is to be very responsible for the environment. But the second thing is to give very high services. That is important also, because yachting is a niche. Certainly is a part of the tourism, and it is a niche for the people. They want to have a holiday and they like to spend the money, and that is, is important. When you have a yacht, you want to be on a good place with a good service and with a very nice structure. And now the technology around the world and we can have all the services in the marina. That is quite possible by the technology. And also the security. Security is quite important, very important for the yacht, and in the future I think it will be more important also. Just not the security, physical security, but also the sanitary security. That is quite important to develop all the total concept for the marina in the future.
Bernard, thank you very much for your... Sorry, please, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm CEO of the Yacht Club, and the Yacht Club also is is a structure where you can receive people with a boat, and you can make more communication for the. In Monaco, we have two options. We have two missions. Sorry, the first one is to take care about our members and to run the yacht club, of course. The second one is to promote the Monaco destination for the yachting. And if I can give an advice to our friends to do that, because certainly we are one of the best application of the Monaco capital yachting is certainly one of the best examples you can have in the world at the moment.
Yeah, you are definitely leading this industry, and we have here on the screen the beautiful image of your yacht club, which is an amazing architectural piece, which, if I'm not mistaken, was developed by a very famous architect, no?
Yeah, by Sir Norman Foster. Yeah,
the famous Foster. So it's, and you became almost the heart of the principality now. Everything is happening around the Yacht Club of Monaco, correct?
I can't say that because it's not my place to say that, but you are very kind. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard, for being with us, and hope to see you again very soon. Thank you. All the best. Have a great day. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Richard and Bernard. Now, it's actually great to hear that Monaco is back in business. We look forward to visit there ourselves. Now, I would like to introduce Michael Peters, CEO of Euronews, as he shares his insightful view on how we can engage with post-COVID travelers. Welcome to the stage. It's good to have you with us.
Hi, everyone. I'm very honored and glad to give you a small keynote about the last industry trends of the tourism industry. Euronews, as the first and leading news media in Europe, is very in attachment with the tourism industry. Before COVID, tourism represented more than 50% of our advertising activity. So as you can imagine, we felt and we feel concerned by all the challenges that are arriving to your industry. We are working, we are partnering with all the biggest actors of tourism in the world, from Brand USA, from Dubai Tourism, India, Japan, Spain, Bulgaria. We had a lot of experience, and based on this experience, we decided to partner with a very famous travel trend forecasts agency called Globe Trender, and we developed a very detailed report on the future trends of tourism in the world, viewed from the Europeans as it's our core main sector. Of course, what happens to European people, I'm sure, will concern the rest of the world. So we have published a very detailed report. I invite any one of you who are interested to get in more details, to share it with you. I would just, as I have a very short time here, give you the very main highlights of these reports.
Travel is changing. Travel changes us. What will travel look like tomorrow? Hopping from place to place? Taking care of the environment? Taking care of ourselves? Leaving a positive footprint? Encountering different cultures? Sleeping under a starry sky? Travel is changing. And so is the way we travel.
To begin with the main topics, my friends have some very, very bad news for you. You already know that after COVID, this industry, will have to rebuild everything, but it's not all. You will have to rethink everything. You will have to totally manage to change the offering because people are really expecting for changes. There were a lot you will see of growing trends that were happening before COVID that will more and more confirm in the future. All this study has been very, very carefully made with this company. All what I will tell you is coming from all the European travelers, and you will see that we can highlight 6 main trends that will be trending in the future and that you should take into account in your offering to attract better the tourists. The first one is to speak about wilderness tourism. After a month of cabin fever, after a month of lockdown, people are expecting to go to open spaces, wild open spaces, which correspond to this such need of anxiety that they had during the COVID time. But equally, there is a huge perception about being in a over-technologized living. And people are asking more and more for wild open spaces. The second trend is ecotourism. It's a trend that has already grown popularity since the last decades, so nothing really new. Here, the study shows that people will really look more and more carefully about giving sense responsibility to their holidays, to their vacations, with something very important, leaving the minimum impact on the planet. This is something that comes very, very oftenly. Nomadic tourism. Nomadic tourism is the end or the less and less trend of point-to-point destinations. People will seek more and more to go to multiple destinations, to try to experience something which is not only a point-to-point destination. At the end of the day, on this topic, we can say that the journey is the final destination for them. What will count is the journey that they will get, and not only going from one point to the other. Wellness tourism will be paramount. There is a huge quest of improved well-being and healthcare. Just 2 figures for you to understand these trends. In 2022, the wellness tourism will represent $918 billion, and it will represent 18% of the total industry sector. So think about wellness tourism. One of the trends is authentic tourism. In an age of Instagram, authenticity has become the main ideal for people. People are a bit less engaged or less interested with, I would say, identity kit resorts, or, they will want to have much more impact, to live real experiences with people, and leaving a kind of positive footprint, doing something, contributing to the places where they are. The last trend that we can show you today is mindful tourism. Mindful tourism means forging connection with the places where people go, with the people that people will meet, and equally with the time. There will be a total different notion of time. With the remote working new trends, a lot of people are even thinking about going on holidays or vacation while working. We call it what we call the workations, They will maybe travel more, much more, while equally being able to work on a remote modality. So, at the end of the day, the conclusion is not so bad. People are still thinking about traveling, of course. 2 things to tell you. 50% of Europeans are forecasting to travel before the end of the year, not next year, before the end of the year. And 2/3 of them, if we ask them the question, have trust. The trust is back. 2/3 of European people say that now they have trust to travel again. So everything is united for you to be able to welcome again these people. have a think about all these trends, and again, we can share it with you. And I think that if we want to resume, what will happen is that your audience, your customers, the travelers, will expect three things. They will expect enriched offer from you. They will expect to have deeper experiences of holidays and vacations. And they will expect huge responsibility from the tourism industry. Euronews is accompanying, just to conclude my keynote, Euronews is accompanying this industry. We have just launched a few weeks ago, it's very new, a new vertical dedicated to your industry called Euronews Travel. And I just wanted to share with you, as a conclusion, this last video about what we are doing. And any one of you are welcome to participate and to partner with us in this quest to have a different way of the journey of people traveling everywhere in the world.
When I fly away. Travel is surrendering to the unknown.
When I travel somewhere now, I've always got in the back of my mind, what is the story here?
It's only when I go away can I take a good look at my life.
Travel is all about meeting new people and cultures that you would not have otherwise met.
Every end line, it was my Everest until I did it.
Places I wanna go, the people I wanna see, things I wanna do, the person I wanna be.
Travel is life.
Thank you again very much for your attention, and good luck to you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to you all to our next panel session under the title of Identifying and Meeting the Needs of the Post-COVID Traveller. Very warm welcome.
Hi, how are you?
Good, good. Please do join us. Well, yes, as I was mentioning, my name is Laura Buckwell. It's an absolute pleasure to be your moderator for this next session. What an outstanding panel we have here today. We've got 5 global leaders who are here to help us understand how the global industry, the tourism industry, can safely start and capitalize on new opportunities off the back of a new era of global travel. It's a great privilege to have each and every one of you here with us. And it's time for the introductions. So first up, ladies and gentlemen, we have Sandra Carvalho, the Chief of Marketing, Intelligence and Competitiveness at the World Tourism Organization, who's come in from Spain. Very warm welcome. Gibran Chapur is the Executive Vice President of Palace Resorts in Mexico. A very warm welcome to you. Tony Douglas is the President and Group CEO of Etihad Aviation Group, who joins us virtually there on the screen from Abu Dhabi. A very warm welcome to you. Dr. Amin Mukhazal is the President of the Louvre Hotel Group and Golden Tulip Hotels MENA, and he's also the President and founder of the Flamingo Hotel Management Group, who has flown in from Dubai. We're on the same flight, in fact.
Same flight, thank you.
And our final panelist is Sir Martin Sorrell. He is the founder and executive chairman of S4 Capital and the founder of WPP, who has come in from the UK. So a very warm welcome to each and every one of you. Now, we did have Willie Walsh, the Director-General of the International Air Transport Association. Sadly, he cannot make it, so we do apologise on his behalf. Now, we only have half an hour for this session. A couple of questions for you, and we'll get stuck in, shall we? So, Sandra, understanding the future of travel is more important than ever, of course. So how can we balance this need for enhanced safety with continuous desire for seamless, memorable, and increasingly personalized travel experiences as well? And as the Chief of Marketing Intelligence and Competitiveness, tell us about what exactly you're seeing across the board as well.
Thank you very much. I think we all know what we've went through in 2020, but we're still very much on the low of the curve, and I think we need to be aware of that when we try to balance the situation. Our latest data shows we've lost 88% the first 3 months compared to pre-COVID. So this is where we face this challenge of giving confidence to travelers, giving confidence to business, but taking advantage of the huge pent-up demand. We know whenever a country announces an opening perspective, searches rise. So we need to identify those travelers because we know the market share now is shrinking. So we need to be much more direct to those people. I think there's a big challenge of communication. We heard the street voices telling us that I want to go to XZ, but I don't even know what I need. Do I need a PCR, 72 hours? Can I get a vaccination certificate? So I think we have a challenge of communicating the rules clearly to consumers, and at the same time making it convenient. If you're in a destination and you don't even know where do I get a PCR, I was just with colleagues at Fitur, the Spanish fair last week, and travel trade were getting back to their country, and they hadn't realized they needed a PCR. So we needed to urgently look for a place at 11 in the evening. Destinations need to put that in the hands easily of consumers. I'd like to highlight, for example, we're here to talk about solutions. In Turkey's safety protocols for hotels, you need to have capacity to do PCRs at the hotel. So it's not an hassle for the traveler. So I think this is something that needs to be looked at from an holistic point of view. We needed to make it much more convenient and much more easy to know what the requirements are and to comply with them.
So there seems to still be quite a lot of confusion then. I'd like to throw over to Tony Douglas there, over in Abu Dhabi. Tell us exactly how it's been running an aviation group over the last 18 months. And is there any sort of advice you can give to others as well in the industry in terms of using this transformation process to their advantage going forward?
Assalamu alaikum. Good day to everybody. And I think everybody's well aware that the world of global aviation has been hugely impacted by this pandemic. But I guess the old cliche, never waste a good crisis. And as a consequence, what we've been doing at Etihad is fundamentally redesigning our product as a wellness product, because building upon the earlier response in this session, people are looking to know when they can get back to traveling, where they can travel, but importantly, how they can travel safely. So in terms of Etihad Wellness, we've been PCR testing 100% since last August at all points of origin and all points of destination here in Abu Dhabi, in order to give everybody a high assurance of the way in which we're looking after them on board. First airline in the world to have cabin crew and flight crew, and we have wellness on board. But we're now at the phase where it's about technology to make it a lot easier for people to know how they can travel in regards to vaccination status, the PCR equivalent test status, to make the freedom of passage more easy. So I think back to wasting a good crisis, it's making sure that we as an industry, with the destination side of the industry, make sure that we concentrate on wellness and some of the many anxieties that travel public now have.
Thank you very much, Tony Douglas there. Dr. Amin, over to you. Let's talk about exactly who the post-COVID traveller is and this new sort of spectrum of traveller that's emerging, such as the revenge traveller. Tell us more about these trends and what's emerging, and also how have you in particular had to reposition yourself in the current climate off the back of all of this?
Thank you. Good afternoon. The change in travel pattern and in what we heard earlier from the Euronews 6 emerging trends identify somehow that the opportunities ahead are related to sustainability, to definitely looking at more wellness and to be more health conscious. So the traveler is looking at these disciplines and these protocols. But this alone, in our opinion, is not enough. We need to ensure that governments are applying throughout the region and ultimately to the world, like the COVID passport, for instance, to have an easement platform for the future of traveler needs and motivation. What remains crucial here also is the millennial traveler is our target in the near and probably medium-term future. Let alone the families and what we have experienced in what we call staycation in hotels throughout the region and in each and every country. What Her Highness Princess Haifa has mentioned earlier about the increase in the domestic in Saudi Arabia is witnessed in all other countries alike. So very important to ensure that we cater our needs to these motivations, and we put to the forefront all our efforts, whether it is in digitization or whether it is in any other avenue. Here is to use the technology, and with the younger generation, it is quite important to keep the technology abreast to serve their needs.
Of course, that's actually something I'm going to move on to Sir Martin just in a little bit. But Gibran, let's talk about reopening in general and also in sort of safe reopening as well. How have you had to reposition yourselves as well? Because I know at Palace Resorts, you're a family business with lots of properties across Cancun as well, aren't you? So what have you been doing to entice travelers back?
Well, thank you. Something very difficult for us was that our largest resort, which is the bulk of our hotels in the company, has 3,500 rooms. So you can imagine the difficulty of opening a hotel with that size that can cater up to 9,000 or 10,000 guests, plus 5,000 staff members. It was very difficult to gain the trust of the client, but what we came to realize very fast while they're reopening, it's that people didn't care much about any promotion or anything that you could make in order to bring them here, but more about the protocols and safety standards. So when we opened back in June 8th of last year, the website in the hotel's website, 80% of the visits were into the safety protocols rather than any promotion or whatsoever. So we could keep the rate steady, we could keep the staff members because we had 11,000 people in the payroll when the pandemic hit, and we decided to keep 85% of them. So we needed to bring tourism back, and safety protocols is number one. Also a clear communication from the countries. People will not travel to any place where it's confusion. If you don't know how to get in or how to get out, it's very difficult for somebody to take a decision. They rather stay in their country, which is the same that the doctor was saying, that people will travel rather in their country. So in order to have clients from abroad, we need to have clear communication. We need to have safety protocols in place. As Jamaica is doing, we have a resort in Ocho Rios, Jamaica, and people are very well cared about COVID. We have had a measurement of 1 every 10,000 guests get COVID, which is an amazing ratio, much more save than being in a city. And it's funny how everybody's saying, I don't want to travel, people from New York in the streets, as we were seeing in the video, but they're not at home, they're in the street. So what the difference is being on the street than being on an airplane and getting into a hotel where all COVID testing is protocol. So it's a matter of perception, and we need to fight with that with safety protocols.
So Martin, over to you. I apologise for leaving you to last, but I want to get a different perspective from you, actually. Let's talk about tourism in the wider context of work, business, and the future. So how are living and working habits shifting due to the pandemic, and what does that mean in terms of how we do business going forward?
Thanks, Laura. So, look, I think there's a danger of a little bit of complacency. Just listening to initial sessions and listening to the panel, we come at this with an existing infrastructure in place, whether it be aeroplanes, hotels, approaches. And I think post-pandemic, you have to look at these things almost with a clean sheet of paper. There's an analogy to our industry, advertising and marketing services, traditional holding companies, which are analog companies, as opposed to new digital disruptors such as our own. And there are violent changes taking place which have been accelerated by the pandemic, whether that be around consumer habits, whether it be around media, or whether it be around enterprises. Every enterprise represented in this room and beyond is going through a process of radical digital transformation. Now, let me just tell you a story from about this time last year at a gathering like this of about 120 CEOs from around the world. It was a Chatham House Rules meeting, so I can't go into too much detail, but there were 3 CEOs represented on the panel. The first CEO was the chairman and CEO, sadly deceased now, so you'll guess who it is, who headed the largest hospitality group in the world. And he said, of course we will go back post-pandemic to booking hotels and resorts and travel. And the head of one of the biggest airlines in the world, not Etihad, but another, said, of course we will go back to booking airline travel and tickets, and business travel will go back to where it was. And the third speaker was the chairman of a major global fast foods company, several brands, who said, my travel budget has been reduced to 0. And there is no way that after the pandemic it will go back to more than 50% of what it was. And you sort of see it here in this conference. You see a lot of the speakers connected digitally or virtually. You see some physically. But if you think about the forces at work, and I was very struck by what the minister said this morning, when the figures for tourism in 2019 were 1.9 billion, and the projected figure for the industry for 2030 was 4 billion. How are we going to get there when sustainability and climate change are so much top of the agenda? So I think we're living in a bit of a fool's paradise, or a fool's world, to believe that we're going to continue to go back to where we were. And it's driven by a belief that the world economy, not a belief, the reality, that the world economy is bouncing back so fast. Worldwide GDP growth this year will be 5 to 6%. Next year it will be 4 to 5%. When was the last time we saw 2 sequential years of 4, 5, mid-single-digit growth without significant inflation, at least yet? You have to go back to the 1980s. So we have this sort of false world, I think, for the next couple of years, which will lull us into a sense of security, which I think is misshapen. Let me just sort of develop it a little bit from a business point of view. Now, our business is over 5,000 people in 31 countries. We have, I hesitate to say this, but we have prospered significantly during the pandemic. Last year, our top line was up 20%. This year, we're committing to the market as a listed company to 30%. So digital transformation has accelerated our growth. But when I look at the nature of what we are going to do, we will not travel as an our margins have improved significantly during the pandemic because we have invested, quotes unquote, less in physical travel and more, may I put it this way, in virtual travel. And the way that we work, we will have a hybrid model. Our people will be in the office 3 days a week. They will live much more distantly from the office. They will work with much more greater flexibility. Commuting times will be very different. It will be a very different pattern. And I'll finish on the climate and sustainability issues. If you look at our annual report that we published a couple of weeks ago, you'll see we've committed to zero net emissions by 2024. What are the two things that we do that create carbon emissions? One is office, and two is travel. In order to reach those targets, we are going to have to reduce our office footprint, which we are doing. We're consolidating all our offices. We're building different spaces where our people can work, where they can meet their colleagues and they can meet clients, and where we can travel more efficiently and effectively. So the point that I'm fundamentally making is, don't believe that we are going to go, when we talk about recovery, it's not recovery to the previous position, it is recovery to a totally different position. You hear strains of it from the speeches this morning. The emphasis on social, on economic, on cultural, on local execution. So pattern is going to be very different.
Thank you, Sir Martin. Actually, I'd like to throw over to Tony Douglas to hear your take on Sir Martin's comments. Can we get back to pre-pandemic levels?
I think, first of all, I would accept Sir Martin's argument that the shape of growth will change, almost certainly so. And I think we've seen lots of evidence of that already. However, I think there's also a sense that the fundamentals in regard to demand for travel are still there, in the sense that pre-pandemic, there was the suggestion that travel might, in terms of demand, double over the next 20 years. And again, in regard to Etihad, we are 6 flying hours, over 80% of the world population. A number of those markets are it, and I think that we should embrace the transformation, the change, and the need to do things altogether differently. But frankly, let's not get frightened away by the challenges that are presented here and now by the pandemic. And I think the sustainability agenda is key to this. I think that is far bigger as a challenge for aviation than the short, medium-term challenges that come from the pandemic. We believe that the travelling public become far more discerning going forward and will choose as a result of those destinations, those experiences, and
sadly, I think we've lost Tony there. We are running out of time, so we'll quickly head on over to Sandra just to continue the conversation. So how do we think that the industry can continue to overcome continuous sort of setbacks, such as new variants that keep sort of popping up? Do you think it might be too early to encourage people to get back to where we were?
Well, I think there's one lesson from the crisis that we need to take, and this is that uncertainty will be there. If it's new variants or if it's something else coming in the future or the impact of climate change, I think this is something we need to embrace. We need to create the frameworks for collaboration, which we realize were not there when this pandemic hit. We're talking about travel protocols. And for example, we and IATA, we created a space online where you can find all the information on travel requirements, but you don't have those frameworks in place for other kinds of situations. So I think it's important we work together now to have that capacity. I think it's also important, as it was mentioned before, to understand the changes, invest in data and capacity to manage the change, because one of the amazing things of technology is allowing to monitor the situation, and I think we need to do better there. UNWTO is investing very much on that area, supporting the destinations, because if you want to communicate you're safe, you need data. People will not believe just you telling, come and visit me because I'm safe. So I think those two elements will be crucial for us to not only address the issue of the variants, and then obviously upskill the people. I think resilience will come from our capacity to have an agile level of workers in the travel industry, because challenges will always emerge and we don't know when or where.
Dr. Amin, very quickly, as travel resumes, it seems that the only most sort of valuable currency going forward is going to be trust. So how do we get people to travel again? How do we convince them to be in a hotel and to even leave their own home cities?
Just to use the word trust, I think it's not enough. We need to deliver the trust. And this should be engaged in two platforms, having to reposition ourselves into the product offering to ensure that the trust is promised and delivered. And the second one is to change our way of looking at travel. We need to change our way of looking at travel and consequently all facets of the tourism industry, in particular the hospitality industry, from its marketing, its activities to attract, all the way to deliver at all levels of eco-friendly sustainability, wellness, all the way. And these have to start from most likely into the education, into those levels to educate our young people into the industry, and to have it into implementation at all facets of our deliverables, of our standards, our requirements, our classification level of all policies and all standard offering at a ministerial level to the private sector. The private sector drives the hospitality industry. The private sector, with a bit of the government support, drive the travel industry. Why this way? Because they are supported by shares of the government institutions. So we need to change our way of thinking all the way from the fundamentals of what we provide, our standards, our standard procedures of what should be established in the marketplace, and communicate that throughout the region in particular. And we need, in my recommendation here today, post-COVID, we don't need only to preach in conferences like this. We need to have a resolution where we require the 3 Ps to be very active. And I always emphasize on that. And the 3 Ps is the partnership, the private and public sector. This is very important today. The public is to help us out with the World Health Organization and with the Ministries of Health, with the implementation. Embracing into a better aspects of our health is what we have witnessed, that we are all vulnerable. We witnessed that everybody had problems and we have stopped traveling. For the last 45 years, this is the first year I spent 4 months in a row in one city, in Dubai. After what? After traveling every week. So the vulnerability here is important. We need to create today for our sectors, for the tourism, and we are in the best country to address that, into creating an association to definitely work beyond and maintain the momentum of such a growth factor of our establishment of standards, policies, procedures to become our day-to-day protocol.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amin. Gibran, in 1 minute, can you tell us as well how we can convince people to travel and get out of their cities, just in 1 minute?
Well, I think we don't need to convince them. At least in Cancun and Jamaica, I can tell you we're in pre-pandemic levels. The Cancun occupancy, it's 85% right now. We have reached up to a level with only US travelers and Mexican travelers, because nobody else can come because of their restrictions in their countries, Canada, UK, But we are there. We're having more sales in advance for the future. And this is very enticing for us to keep on going. People need to, companies need to reestablish their ways they sell, because as we were saying, maybe a lot of companies are not traveling, but a lot of leisure travel will come up. And if companies don't travel, a lot of seats will be left open in the airplanes. So those seats will have to be taken by leisure travel. Otherwise, airlines won't be able to sustain. And we had the first conference in Cancun, international conference led by WTTC and Gloria Guevara being the head of WTTC, with more than 600 people. When in the past 2,000 people attended, but this time 600 people attended and 20,000 virtually. So we will find an evolution of meetings, but leisure travel, I think we're there, we're getting there, and it promotes more investment in the countries we're invested at.
Sadly, that is all we have time for. I do apologize. A fantastic session there. Thank you so much to each and every one of you for being with us here today for that impactful and very insightful session. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. And up next, ladies and gentlemen, it's NEOM, from natural beauty to the destination of the future. Thank you so much.
Good morning. I watched this film many times and I can never get bored of watching it, because that's where I live, and that's where the office and that's where my team is. It's a beautiful land, no doubt, but what I would like to share with you over the next 8-9 minutes is the tourism part of NEOM, because NEOM is way beyond just a tourism. So I can say NEOM as a project is the world's most ambitious project on earth, by size, by complexity, by really the ambition, by the dream and by the vision. So before we go over what NEOM is, where is NEOM? And if you look at the map, that's, in my judgment, the center of the world. So if you go east or west from NEOM, in 4 hours you are almost in the depth and the center of Asia, and the same with Europe. People may not believe it when we say a flight from NEOM to London is 4 hours or less. A flight from NEOM to Geneva, which I did many times, is 2 hours and a few minutes. A flight east, in 4 hours you are in the far east of the world. So the location of NEOM is a great value proposition. We are trying to get the best out of it. We say it's located in the crossroads of civilization. And that's perfect description of what that means. In that small area, 5, 6, 7,000 years ago, there were not only civilization, there were actually the three religions living together. Prophets crossed Neom. It was not called Neom at the time, but that's where the traveling across Neom happened. 13% of the world trade passes by Neom. I'm saying we see the movements of ships heading to Suez Canal as they go close to Neom. So it's a perfect location for building an economy. This is a slide that, in a way, summarizes what Neom is all about. What you see here is the description of Neom. When we say red deserts, because they are not just normal deserts. I mean deserts like what you see in films when you look at Mars. I don't know how this all created, but it puts you in a complete different environment. It takes you out of planet Earth when you walk there. And we walk there almost every weekend because that's where we walk. You all have heard of the line. We launched it early January, and the line says the story of Neom. Neom is the future, and we build Neom a future on that ambitious. And as a matter of fact, for those that may not know what Neom stands for, it's an NEO, which is new in Latin. M is harf mim, للمستقبل, future, and the name of this place is the new future. Meaning we are on a mission to build what we believe the future is going to go for. So the line, for those that have watched the launching, says the story. We are an area where we have islands after islands after islands. We're going to be developing what we believe the norm and the design and the future islands development in the world. The heritage is what I mentioned earlier through civilization and religions. And when you look at a place where it has 450-kilometer coastline, that's a coastline of big countries. And when you go through it, that roads and that line, watching it on the left, it gives you the varieties of coastlines differently. We have high mountains, and you will see a few pieces of it in the next slide. So, the land of the future, that's what we call Neom. And it is also what we believe, our ambition and our dream. We want Neom to be the accelerator of human progress. And human progress acceleration is by technology-driven region, technology-driven economy, and we want technology to drive the progress and the evolution of Neom. If you look at that little road that goes around the mountain, it may remind some of you with roads you would see in California, you would see in South Europe, but this is Neom. And the beauty of it on nature, it takes your heart because it reaches you. So the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bullets here I have explain the model of Neom. Neom is meant to be a vision of creating an economic engine. I repeat, an economic engine under its own law, under its own regulations, to create an economic engine and to progress with it based on a powerful approach to environmental conservation. We are extremely committed on making sure we take over Neom as a land with a pristine approach and do construction of many years to come, but end with a much better environmentally conserved land. We are not there just to leave it as is, but really to improve it. And we are also looking at Neom as a living lab, and that's where the economy is going to be brought. Living lab for all brains, all talents, all a smart young generation that have ideas. We are going to the world inviting these young generation minds, and we are already in it. We want this to be a home of international community. This is in Saudi Arabia, but it meant to be hosting everyone from everywhere. And then the last one is we want it to be an exceptional livability. We're working day and night to design what's the future livability of the world. We cannot continue with this model of livability today. We are on a mission to invent the future livability of the world. Let me spend 1 minute on this slide, because this slide speaks about NEOM. What you see here, these are the economic sectors by evolving, by developing these sectors, it will create the economy of NEOM. Every one of those is going to be an economy on its own. We are today, under the supervision of our board, are evolving each sector to make up the economy. You may notice in the middle of this is tourism. So NEOM is not only tourism, but the heart of NEOM is tourism. And that's the message out of this. So we are on a mission to create what we believe the new future of tourism. It cannot be the norm. The future is a promising on what the tourism should be. So what is the new future of tourism? It will be preserved and regenerated nature. It will be the city of the future as we build the cities. It will be in fusion with technology, if not led and driven by technology. More importantly, it will be inspired by unlimited thinking. It's the thinking out of the box is how we're going to create the future of tourism. So let me spend another minute here. Why do we say 2030? Because our vision is by 2030, we will have minimum 5 million visitors or tourists. You may notice the plus, because the plus can be another million, or the plus can be another 10 million. We are targeting 1 million residents, another plus, because we are looking into maximizing. You may see also the hotels. People might say, are you guys out of your mind? You are going to build 200 hotels in 10 years, 20 hotels a year. That's the minimum we are going to build. We are on a mission to make this happen. And you stop by NEOM today or tomorrow or the day after, there's a group of people are committed there, leading the journey of making 2030. We are going to create tourism sector that will create minimum 180,000 jobs in NEOM, and we will generate 1/3 of NEOM GDP. So NEOM distinctive value, or the value proposition we are putting on the board here, we have raw nature. You've seen touches of it on the film, that will go with technology, eliminating pain on points, unlimited thinking. The traveling pattern for NEOM, from arriving till we get to your room, or in you moving around in NEOM, it's all pure AI-driven technology. It's the farthest technology dream that we can think of. So that's really the value proposition we are putting. What you are looking here at is one of our mountains, 2,600 meter high. The white color there, believe it or not, that's snow. Well, we ski in NEOM. And part of the project here is building a skiing resort. People will say, skiing in Saudi Arabia? Yes. And in 2, 3, 4 years, this will be a skiing resort that will invite people from all over the world. The most beautiful sea on earth is Red Sea. And people that have not touched it, they will understand what we mean. This is a very standard view by diving into it and taking all these beautiful films. This is the nature as it goes. I just want to mention one thing here. We are building the largest regenerating coral reef garden on Earth. It started construction, and it will be, by the time we finish in 5 years, 70 times the bigger that is existing today. That tells you our commitment on how we are going to grow coral reef, not only for Saudi Arabia, not for NEOM only, but for the world. We are committed 95% of NEOM land to be untouchable, to remain as a wilderness land. You might think this is a big commitment. I believe it's the best, better, more courageous commitment of any country in the world to put 95% of your land to be untouchable. We were regenerating the ecosystem of the world. We are rewilding and the landscape of the land in NEOM. So in short words, that's NEOM tourism. Authentic, sustainable, and futuristic. Thank you.
Well, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a fascinating morning, and now I want to drill a bit deeper into the subject of tourism recovery that we've heard so much about today by looking at two of the key sectors within the wider tourism industry, hotels and hospitality, and later the cruise industry. And the key question that I'll be trying to get to is, what is the case for optimism? So I'm joined first by Sébastien Bazin, who is Group CEO and Chairman of the Board of Accor, one of the biggest and best-known hotel and hospitality companies in the world. Mr. Bazin, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Frank. How are you?
Very well, thank you. I understand that you've been waiting a while, so we're grateful to you for that. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks
to this, I've been listening.
Okay, good.
And tough to come behind being a French person when I hear the best ever sea on the planet is the Red Sea, the best destination on the planet is NEOM. I have to be super humble because it might be very true.
You could discuss that privately later, I guess.
I will.
Yeah. Let me go straight in then. Hospitality and the hotel trade is in a time of transformation and also opportunity. Tell me about the long-term shifts in travel trends, the evolutions in consumer expectations that you have detected during this pandemic crisis, and how will they shape the future of the hotel and hospitality industry?
I think it will be dramatic. It will be fascinating, and happy to be part of it. You see, and we've seen it for the last 4 years, it just being an accelerator with COVID. Clients' behavior are shifting away from legacy commodity product, where they really want to go into experience, personalization, authenticity, nature, longer stay, secluded, undiscovered destination. And the journey of a hotelier like me has to start way before your client comes to your hotel. So it's before the stay, during the stay, after the stay. You need to be a caretaker, and you need to make sure that while doing it, you include the local rooted community because they have to be the key beneficiary of those people visiting those destinations. So we're moving 360 degrees from pushing product to people to now having to hear better what people want and then basically produce service to them, something which is non-quantifiable, but all about quality of life, fulfillment. And it's much tougher, but so much more fun to do. And this is what Accor believed for a long time, and I called it augmented hospitality. And again, His Excellency who talked before me on NEOM, he's absolutely right. If you can create that experience on discovering the world, even if that world is 3 hours away from you, you will likely win and do rightly your job.
Okay, but people will still want to discover the world, will they? They won't want to focus on the area around them because of the perceived risks of travel. Will they still want to travel, far and wide to discover the world?
Firm yes. Anybody saying the opposite is foolish. Of course, over the next 18 months, you're gonna see two things happening, and we'll see it as early in 1 month here in Europe. Is you're gonna have pent-up demand, very strong for leisure, domestic. And when I say domestic, it's intra-continent. People going from Amsterdam to Paris, from Paris to Greece. I call it domestic. That will be huge. That's a 4-hour or 3-hour flight. And we have to service them, and it's not going to be that easy because I need the personnel to service those people, and I'd better basically equip myself. Anything which is local business travel will come back in probably less than 9 months because that's a 2-day trip. It's not that costly, and you need to meet your customers or to do the bonding with your colleagues. International long flight. What we do today, which I hate, by the way, and I'm so sorry and I apologize not to be with you. I hate it because it is efficient to do those meetings by Zoom and by WebEx. I'm just tired of it, but it works. So many companies will probably ask their colleagues not to go on an expensive international business trip, but at least the first round to do it by teleconference. So I stand to lose, I believe, probably 20% of that international business, maybe forever. But by the same token, Frank, what's so important here, what I don't like about it, there's not another face of the medal of this digital tool is the fact that I guess you can work from anywhere because it works. So you're going to have a lot of you're going to have a better mix between leisure and working in which people will probably go back to the offices 2 or 3 days a week, maximum. And then they can work 2 or 3 days a week, probably not from home because people don't want to stay at home. But they can go 2 hours away on a train, on a car, and work on Thursday, Friday, and Monday very efficiently and probably spend some time at a hotel and discovering a destination. Probably a new world to be invented that people used in the past called bleisure. And that new clientele spending 4 days as opposed to 1 weekend will be surpassing what you lose on international business travel. So, Frank, you don't know me well enough, but I've been in this industry for the last 25 years and 7 years at the helm of Accor. It has been a blessed industry for the last 50 years, since 1970. He will remain a blessed industry for the next 50 years, for sure. Of course, we should be learning from the pandemic. No one could have expected a drop of 80%. We're going to come back on our feet, and there's so many new destinations on this planet that people want to discover. And I know rather well Saudi Arabia, and I know Alula and Neom and Red Sea and many and Amala. There's so many beautiful projects that people don't even know of their existence. Whether you can be going to 100 million visitors in Saudi Arabia, I wish you're right, and I'm going to help you to be right. But 100 million by 2030, it's a big ambition, but let's just fight for it. Your country is to be discovered. My only ask, and I've been saying it to a lot of red rulers in your country, I need to embark Saudi national. We have almost 10,000 people in Saudi today. We are the largest hotel operator. We have close to 10,000 rooms. I only have less than 1/3 of Saudi nationals working for Accor in Saudi. We need to get better at it. We need to open hospitality schools. in many countries in which I operate, 90% plus of the workforce are locals. And that's what ACO is meant to be, is educate those people locally, because all what we do is for the benefit of the country. And
Okay.
30% is not enough.
That sounds very welcome news, Mr. Bazin. Let me ask you, because we are short on time, let me ask you about what many expert analysts have seen as the real coming trend, ESG, CSR, the drive towards sustainable tourism. Tell us about Accor's approach to that concept.
You have to make it not gimmicky, you have to give proofs of it, and you have to make it simple as a methodology. Sustainability, for me, the right definition is responsibility. So if you want to simplify and have a method, I have 4 pillars on ESG and sustainability. I have to cater for my employees first. I have to cater for my clients. I have to cater for my partners, which are the hotel owners, and I have to play it and cater for the local community. And on those 4 pillars, just make 2 priorities: anything which is food and beverage, on trying to get procurement locally, and any footprint you have on building material by building a new hotel. If you have those 4 pillars, those 2 priorities, then you're going to do a fine job. The only thing that ACO has been adding all the time for 25 years is all about gender parity, diversity, local community, handicap. I won't go and dwell with it. But the value of a company starts by who you employ, who they are, and gives them self-esteem and a chance in life. And you probably don't know, Frank, we hire 80,000 people every year, because our opening 1 hotel a year, that's 50,000 new people I have to find. Half of those people have no education, 0. And they're coming from the street next door, and I have to tutor them and to teach them a job, which is why I lose 10% of my 300,000 workforce every year, which is good, because those people, after 4 or 5 years, they are trained and they are more comfort and they go elsewhere. But I guarantee you, 80,000 people you hire every year, you have to be basically close to, and you have to be impeccable on CSR.
Mr. Bazin, we have reached the end. I could speak to you for much, much longer, but I'm very grateful for your patience in waiting for us today, and thank you very much for those valuable insights. I hope that the next time you will travel to Saudi Arabia to see us.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. Privileged.
Thank you very much. And now we are moving to the other one of the key pillars that I identified as part of the tourism recovery story, which is the cruise industry. And it's a pleasure to be joined by Pier Francesco Vago, who is the Executive Chairman, MSC Cruises, and the Global Chairman of Cruise Lines International Association. Mr. Vago. I cannot hear you. Can you hear me? Are you muted, Mr. Vago? Is your screen muted?
Where is it?
Aha, there we are.
Hello, can
there
you
we
hear
are.
me?
Mr. Vago,
Okay.
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great. Thank you very much for joining us. So we want to talk to you about the cruise industry, obviously, which was one of the most seriously impacted sectors at the very onslaught of the pandemic. Tell me, where are we now?
Well, thank you, Frank, for this question. Before I start, I want to say thank you to the organizer, in particular to Her Highness Princess Haifa Al Saud for having me here today. So since our voluntary suspension, our industry has advocated a gradual approach to resumption.
since last July, we carried more than 500,000 passengers, and we already enjoy cruises voyages in Europe and around the world, especially with our industry-leading health protocols that obviously protects our guests and crew. So we are adopting a phased-in approach to resumption with timeless and itineraries varying according to the prevailing condition, obviously, in each market. The UK, for example, will be hosting a summer of round Britain cruises as part of the country's roadmap to reopening its economy. In fact, MSC, my company, has 2 vessels in operation in the Med and started our first UK-only voyages with our flagship MSC Virtuosa last week on the 20th of May, and we'll be launching another 4 vessels this coming summer, working in the European itineraries and the Baltics. We also confirm winter itineraries in the Gulf. We hope to see other markets, including the US, opening soon, and 50%, I guess, of our fleet will be back in operation by late this summer. So cruising is safe holiday, unique environment on board, secure bubble for our guests, and obviously all these results, I'd like also to mention the organization like the WTTC who are here today. I believe obviously they played also an important role for us and the entire travel and tourism industry during the pandemic by helping everybody.
Mr. Vargo, so the story sounds optimistic. It's one of recovery. But tell me, how will the cruise experience be different, say, in 2030 from as it was in 2019? What is the long-term impact and repercussion?
First of all, we done an incredible job, like I mentioned, to facilitate the improvement where we are today. So we collaborate with governments, health authorities, sports, medical experts, scientists, and we enhance, like I mentioned before, these health protocols. So the protocols have been extremely effective. We've been in so many ways innovative and possibly one amongst the most innovative industries in the world with technology, product, services, and we offered, for example, MSC, we developed 9 key pillars, testing all the guests, testing of each crew members, protected shore excursion, ventilation, contingency response, isolation space on board, face mask, physical distancing, and obviously COVID-19 prevalence monitoring. So the resumption is there. We are ahead, and as the vaccines are working, we are very optimistic. Not only because we see that the vaccines are bringing down the pandemic curve in a very important way, but there is also a pent-up demand for our customers to actually go back to cruising. So to answer your question, I will see a gradual return to service during this year, and we'll actually see pre-crisis booking levels to return by 22, by 23. So I'm very confident about cruising becoming even more popular since during this pandemic we've seen a lot of people voyaging with us at all ages that have never been on a cruise before. And so this huge demand for the unique experience can provide, it's very positive and very optimistic. It's giving me optimistic mood.
Mr. Vargo, we have to end, but it's good to end on that very optimistic note. We're very grateful indeed for your presence here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our next session under the title of Reimagined Journeys, Destination Experience Design for the 21st Century, where we're going to take a look at how new thinking is emerging on how to redesign traveller experiences in order to address risks and anxieties and the complex issue of traveller sentiment and confidence. My name is Zurab Pololikashvili, and it's a pleasure to moderate another panel for you today. Well, it's a great privilege to have here with us our esteemed panel. We have three, hopefully four, joining us, and we have a couple of gentlemen with us virtually. So let me do the introductions. First up, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great privilege to have on the panel today Farhad Hamidadin. He is the CEO of the Saudi Tourism Authority. Thank you so much for being with us here today. Next up, we have Andreas Raschmeyer. He is the chairman of the management board and CEO of Veridos. He's flown in from Germany today, I believe. Yep. Very warm welcome to you. Next on the panel, we have Maribel Rodriguez. She is the acting CEO and senior VP of the World Travel and Tourism Council. Thank you so much for joining us. I hear you've flown in from Madrid.
Yes.
So, yes, very warm welcome. Natalia, I'm hoping, might join us at some point. But in the meantime, we also have up on the screen, joining us virtually, Randy Durbin, who is the CEO of the Global Sustainable Travel Council, and he's joining us virtually from South Korea, I believe. And our second virtual panelist is Jonathan Mills, and he is the CEO of Choice Hotels Europe, who joins us virtually from Holland. So very warm welcome. Thank you so much for taking the time out to be with us. Well, let's get started. We've got half an hour and a lot to get through. So I'd like to start with you, Farhad, if I may. Now, understanding the future of travel is more important than ever, of course. So how do you ultimately see the future of travel to look like over the next couple of years? And is travel ever going to be the same again?
I don't think anyone has a perfect answer, but I'll give you my 2 cents. You've heard on this stage today very conflicting views. Some are quite confident about a rebound, and some are saying it's complacency. Sir Martin Searle was saying it's never going to come back. This is a fool's paradise. So I think my take would be it's not going to be the same for sure, but it's not necessarily going to be worse. Now, business travel, I think, is not going to come back as big. However, when it comes to leisure, I believe there are two types of travelers that are expected. Some are the cautious travelers and some are the revenge travelers. Both will be looking for safe destinations, open spaces, nature-led destinations, and destinations where quality of life during COVID is rather positive. So the front runners to me are those that did actions like Maldives, New Zealand, Portugal. They have great measures taking place that are globally recognized for being safe destinations, but also in terms of quality of life. You arrive there, yes, you go through that seamless travel, but once you're there, you simply take your shoes off and just be yourself.
Great, good stuff. So moving on to Maribel, if I may, what can the public and private sectors do respectively in order to build traveller confidence as well, such as increased healthcare service quality and new insurance provisions? What
we can do a lot together. Thank you for inviting me. We can do a lot together. Actually, if we don't work together, it's impossible that we are going to be recovering so fast as we wish. Since the beginning of the pandemic in WTTC, we have been tirelessly working with the different governments, G20, G7, with the OECD, to help them to understand what the private sector needs and to being able to resume international travel as soon as possible. We have been creating protocols to reestablish the confidence of the traveler, and we were creating the safe travels recognition. And all of those activities have been done alongside the private sector, because who more than them to produce a protocol that they were already working on it, and we have been, as I said before, working the entire pandemic with them. We have been, as well, creating a crisis team, and every week a big task force, more than 150 CEOs plus public sector, organizations to discuss, to share best practices. So if we don't do that, it's going to be very difficult to resume international traveler, because otherwise it's going to be happening like in the 2001 when the famous crisis, where each one went in a different way, so we took longer to recover. Our expectation now is like by working together, we will be, going back to where we were, different, but to where we were.
So collaboration is,
of course,
essential. Andreas, before we go over to our virtual panelists, tell us a tiny little bit more about your company, and also what type of previous technology are you using in today's world? Is there anything that's been relative before that's come into play quite nicely now?
Absolutely. So first of all, we heard a lot today that confidence is a very important topic to travel and for the tourism to resume. I'm totally agree with this, and this is not just a claim of our company since more than 170 years, it's also what we are doing, creating confidence by providing, for example, passports, ID documents to the people of the world. And now we also recognize that due to the pandemic, you need to have more than just a document. You also need to have certificates, you need to have testing, and all of this needs to be in a seamless, hassle-free way. Therefore, we are using technologies where we combine, on the one hand side, the security with convenience, and we are providing this in a digital way that you can take it with you all the time. So we're taking out confusion from the people, which is today a problem they have in mind. And on top of this, of course, inclusion, although we heard it, is very important, because there will be travelers not having, let's say, the necessity or the capabilities with a phone, so they will also have to have a document in a printed form. So all of this we are using, and what is good, I think, for a birth certificate should be also good for a vaccination certificate.
Amazing what can be done, exactly. Natalia Boyona, by the way, everyone, our next panelist, and the Director of Innovation, Education and Investments at the World Tourism Organization. Thank you for joining us. I'm going to get to you in just a little bit. We now throw over to our virtual panelists. So, Jonathan, do you think that traveller confidence is back to pre-pandemic levels, and what is important exactly to build trust?
Well, firstly, good afternoon, everybody. I hope everybody can hear me. My apologies for not being able to attend in person today. I'm calling in from Amsterdam. Hopefully next time I'll be able to attend in person. But what's really refreshing is talking about the recovery. It's vital and great news for the industry, and great news for obviously the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So delighted to be joining today. I think in answer to your question, there are a couple of things. I think trust and confidence is absolutely key as we move forward. I think the boost in domestic tourism across the world is, especially in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, where there's been unprecedented funding to support the travel sector. I think that naturally gives security, peace of mind to the traveller. I think also from what we've seen, there's a significant amount of pent-up demand for people to go on holiday. And that obviously is causing people to really explore places in their own territories and countries that they may not have visited before. So I think it's very important that we provide the reassurance. We reduce the uncertainty of people's travel plans, and that really there's a very important part that the public sector and also the private sector plays in that. And I think there's probably three key areas of focus in my mind. I think the first is infrastructure and space. The reassurance of the right infrastructure in place for the traveller, that they're safe on their travels, that they're able to be safe staying in the hotels. I think the resort areas and the tertiary cities in the kingdom are fantastic examples of space, making people feel more comfortable. I think that's very important. I think that the second area is strong brands. Brands enable potential guests to reduce uncertainty, and certainly with levels of hygiene. Cleanliness is top of mind for guests. And then probably the third, which is equally as important as the other two, is that warm welcome, the personal service. When people are checking into a hotel, they've got that warm welcome, they've got that personal service. You know, that really, I think, provides the reassurance and reduces the anxiety from the guests that ultimately builds confidence, builds trust, and we've got to be consistent in that as the world starts to travel again.
Brilliant. Thank you, Jonathan. Natalia, now that you're here, let me pick up on your specialties of innovation, education, and investments at the World Tourism Organization. So how do these areas feed into destination design experience, which is, of course, the title of our panel?
Thank you, and it's my pleasure to be here today with you all. I have to say that, of course, innovation is a state of mind. It's not only about technology. It's about changing the way and the mindset and changing the way we are promoting different destinations. The pandemic, and thanks to COVID-19, the world have realized the importance of well-being, of innovation, of digital transformation. So, of course, today more than ever, digital scope is part of our daily basis. So, of course, today more than ever, we need to work more on the use of the big data analytics, artificial intelligence, augmented reality, virtual reality, Internet of Things, among others, in order to create a better user experience, a better touristic experience. And of course, this is an example of innovation today. In the past, normally speaking, these forums, these symposiums, etc., were 100% presential or maybe 10% online and 90% offline. Today, thanks to COVID-19, we are developing new job profiles where the use of technology is mandatory. It's not a nice to have as it was in the past. Today, having technology inside everything we do is really important. We can be ambassadors of the destinations thanks to the use of social media, thanks to the mobiles. We can micro-market better all the destinations thanks to the decisions that we can do running different models with artificial intelligence. So it's not by coincidence that my position is to lead innovation, education, and investments, because, of course, this is the sector that employs the most number of youth and women all around the world. And, of course, those youth that work in tourism, 50% of them only have secondary skills. So if you don't give them the skills to become an innovator, to become an entrepreneur, to become a top leader with the skills that are mandatory today to lead the change, it's impossible, you know, to recover this sector. So today, our mandate inside the UNWTO is to work with the governments in order to create an education ecosystem that can help them, all the countries, to create innovative ways of promoting tourism. And of course, since the kids are in high school, we are doing this with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, that is the strongest donor regarding education, for example. So we are working on the curricula in order to have education in tourism since the kids are kids, to help them to lead this change. Because, of course, if they will become the future leaders, the future directors of the tourism boards, if they are not engaged with the human capital development that tourism needs in terms of soft skills, but then regarding hard skills, it will be really difficult to innovate, and it will be really difficult to lead a change focused, of course, on sustainability and focused, of course, in social impact that today are part of these new skills in order to have a more resilient sector.
Thank you so much. Randy, over to you in South Korea, I believe. Now, of course, there have been a lot more calls for a sustainable reboot of the travel industry. Is that correct? Most notably from the United Nations World Tourism Organization. But with the industry so hard hit, how difficult is it going to be to reboot? And maybe you can also tell us exactly how we should define sustainable travel.
Well,
Nice to be with you. We define sustainable travel as based on 4 pillars of environmental issues, but also social issues and cultural issues and sustainable management. And our work in keeping global standards, we were birthed in 2007 by UNWTO and UNEP based on work they did together in 2005 to define sustainable tourism. So we're a nonprofit organization that came from UNEP and UNWTO. So that's our definition. It includes not just environment, but social, cultural issues. So I think that there will be a reboot to some degree, but just like on health safety, on consumer confidence of money spent, on the size of demand, it's going to be uneven. The recovery will come at an uneven pace. I think that 3 years from now, almost everything will be forgotten and get back to normal. And normal, I would define as continuing the trends we've been seeing for 10 or 15 years anyway, where there's a greater move towards sustainability, a greater move towards innovation and technologies. I agree with everything that's been said by previous speakers. And I think technology on vaccination is going to become normal. The reboot of sustainability, I think everything is going to be variant upon different sectors. Different segments, I should say, of society and of travelers. On health safety, people with families and older people are going to be much more in tune. And the same with sustainability. We've seen a tremendous movement among many players in the private sector and public sector in recent years towards much more sustainable models. And I think that is going to continue. Our work, we work with the private sector and the public sector. And during the pandemic, we've actually seen far more planning in the public sector than we ever did before. They used the pause to do better planning and developing. So I think we're going to see some benefit in that sense. Trends we are already seeing to move towards more sustainability will continue. However, I would issue this caveat. That will be the more informed traveler, the more sophisticated traveler, the more progressive companies. But in the interest of getting back to, most businesses in the world are in survival mode with travel and tourism. And let's be honest, many of them are just simply going to be just try to get the customers back and get the revenue back. So I think we're going to see a mixed bag of some good movement towards greater sustainability, but others are just going to be operating just on the need to just, as I said, just get revenue in and dig out of the financial hole they've been. So I think it's going to be very much a mixture of building back better and some of the same old patterns. But generally, in the long term, we've been moving very well towards greater sustainability.
Thank you, Randy. Speaking of technology and vaccinations, Andreas, how do you think we can travel smarter in order to reduce risk and to guarantee an easy return, especially with these new variants on the rise as well?
I think, for example, we have to really rethink the traveler experience. For example, if you're crossing a border today, you have persons who are checking you. This can be automated. We have electronic gates which allow you to do this. Everything is contactless. They can check all the documents in the same time, and you just go through. If you take it one level up, you don't even have to have the gates anymore. Going a little bit further, we, for example, working with the European Commission on technologies where you go through a corridor of biometric sensors. They discover you is you, and then you just go through seamless, everything is checked. So this facilitates the traveling, and I think this is the combination of keeping the higher security levels and bringing convenience to it, which at the end of the day will be always a successful formula.
Thank you. Jonathan, back to you very quickly. Now, you've got a very good perspective, of course, on the voice of the global traveller. What is Choice doing exactly to boost tourism in markets where you have hotels then?
I would say we've taken a two-pronged approach to that. I would say, firstly, we've taken a strategic lens for long-term and then a tactical lens to drive the recovery for now. I would say Choice is one of the largest hotel chains globally. The importance of getting the right brands in the right locations at the right time is key to long-term sustainability. What also is important to note, Choice Hotels is the only chain to come into the Middle East through starting its operation in Saudi Arabia with our partner, the Sierra Group, which we're very proud of. And also as well, the feedback, we've been talking to a lot of our consumer groups, and value for money is going to be very important. So introducing the right brands, such as Comfort and Clarion into Saudi Arabia is going to be very important to offer that value for money. Interestingly as well, one of the segments that we've been doing a lot of research on as well is the corporate customer. We talk a lot about the leisure customer coming back. Naturally so, they'll be the first market back. But also we're seeing from our global sales teams that we're handling more RFPs on behalf of corporate organizations. Talking to consumers, those corporate consumers, their needs are now slightly changing with everybody working from home for the last 12 to 15 months. Then the in-room provisions in bedrooms need to be a little bit different. That's what the customer is saying to us. Cancellation policies, again, need to be different before we approach the pandemic, and communal space expectations as well. That is good feedback, not only from the corporate but also from the leisure traveller. So we continue to do a lot of research, talking to consumers, getting their feedback, and making sure we act on that as we come out of the pandemic and into recovery.
Thank you. Now, just before I go to Farhad, very quickly, if you could very quickly, Randy, now you have a quarter century as an executive and manager at Outbound Tour Operators, I believe. Tell us more, just very quickly, about traveller concerns. Have we seen the full extent, very quickly?
I don't think we have. Jonathan just mentioned cancellations, and I think payment issues, deposits and cancellations, we've not seen the final chapter of the impacts of the pandemic. There are people who paid monies and deposits that haven't traveled yet, and progressive companies are going to take good care of them, but many are not, and the media hasn't even really covered this story. We don't know the volume of that. If there are enough bad stories that gets picked up by the media, the industry has a PR problem. We just don't know the extent of it. It could be very small and it's a non-issue, or it could be very large. We just don't know. But I think it will be changed. I think just like health safety, I think payment policies need to be looked at much more carefully. The UK had the most progressive consumer protection scheme in the world, but when Thomas Cook went sadly under, that revenue, that money was depleted, and nobody else in the world had anything come close to it. So I think travelers may have a bit of an awakening coming forward, and that needs to be looked at. Businesses and governments need to take a look at deposits, cancellation, insurance, protection of the consumer, because we just don't know how bad it's going to be in the coming months as some businesses come back and some businesses go away. We don't really know.
Thank you so much, Randy. Farhad, I'd like to end with you, if I may. You started us off. So the last question for our panel to Farhad is, how can transparency and visibility around regulation essentially be improved?
I mean, we heard collaboration. We heard great solutions that technology can provide today. I think what is missing is leadership. I think the situation we're in is you have border, Homeland Security, you have Ministry of Health or health institutes and government health leadership, and then you have the travel and tourism government entities. These are three, but the first two have no incentive to perform as far as opening up to the world. They're right. I mean, they're right about their priorities being a domestic lens. But if this sector, the travel and tourism, is to succeed, we need, as we all agreed here, that it's all about collaboration. And we cannot just collaborate at a destination level, nor even at a regional level. What you see, Laura, today, the EU is initiating a green pass. IATA is initiating a travel pass. WEF is a trusted pass. And I am aware of 23 initiatives at regional regional or destination level. That's not going to work unless we collaborate and integrate from a digital point of view. I think recovery will continue to struggle.
Thank you so much, and thank you for finishing our panel for us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our panel there. Thank you so much. Very insightful indeed. Thank you so much once again for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Up next, we have Professor Jose Manuel Barroso, Board Chair of Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance. He's now going to present a special message on vaccines, travel and collaboration, after which we will hear from Dr. Jill, the CEO of National Geographic, on protecting and illuminating the wonder of the world. Thank you so much.
I'm delighted to have this opportunity to address your conference today. Like many of you, I imagine, I'm longing for the day when I can attend an event such as this in person. I want our world back. I want trade, travel, and tourism to resume without the threat of coronavirus. And if I may share something with you from my personal experience, let me tell you that I was already during my life in 125 countries. No, most of them not for tourism, but because of my political responsibilities representing the government of my country and also as President of the European Commission. But I can testify how important it is to go locally and to have the opportunity to interact socially and personally so that we can solve some difficult issues and to find solutions for some demanding problems. For so many people around the world, travel and tourism is not just a pastime. Even more of us would say that travel, whether for business, leisure, visiting family, or performing religious duties, is essential for our happiness. And of course, for many countries, tourism is vital for their economies because of tourism industry. By the way, that's the case with my own country, Portugal, that has a very successful tourism industry, but of course was now very much affected by this coronavirus. But let's be clear, as long as the coronavirus circulates, reinfection will continue, the lives of millions will continue to be put at risk, and all efforts to resume trade, travel, and tourism, all efforts to reboot the global economy will continue to be in danger. This applies to wealthy nations as well as to the poorest ones. This is the reason why 193 governments have come together to support the COVAX facility, a unique global solution that aims at providing fair and equitable access to COVID-19 vaccines. Created in response to this crisis, it was founded on the principle that a person's ability to pay should not determine whether or not they are protected from this virus. By providing equitable access to COVID-19 vaccines to people living in the 92 low-income countries, these countries that will probably have no access or very limited access if COVAX did not exist, COVAX is playing a pivotal role in stopping this virus from circulating and preventing new and potentially more dangerous variants from emerging. Because, as people say, and it's true, until everyone is safe, no one is safe. COVAX has so far shipped 70 million COVID-19 vaccines to 125 countries. But these are only the first of the 2 billion doses that we expect to have shipped around the end of this year. Of these, at least 1.3 billion will go to people in lower income countries. But with additional support, we hope to reach more people with 1.8 billion doses. But to do this, we urgently need to raise around $1.5 billion in additional financing. We need the money now to lock in deliveries as soon as possible. We hope to finalize this fundraising round on June the 2nd at the One World Protected Summit that we are going to co-host with Prime Minister Suga of Japan. These additional doses will enable us to protect 30% of people most at risk in the vulnerable countries. That will be enough to stop the spread of the virus and end the more acute phase of this pandemic by early next year. But as we begin to see a welcome return of the world reopening, it will also be critically important to remain vigilant and ensure that measures aimed at limiting the spread of the COVID-19 internationally, such as vaccine passports, do not have negative effects that widen the global vaccine divide even further. COVAX is already addressing this divide, and with the support of governments, we hope to achieve that as quickly as possible. Because it's now very clear that vaccines are having a more powerful impact during this pandemic than any fiscal or monetary stimulus, not only in terms of saving lives, but also in laying a path to economic recovery, including through the critically important resumption of travel and tourism. So I hope next time we'll meet in Saudi Arabia. By the way, I was some time ago invited by the government of Saudi Arabia to visit Mada in Saleh, former Agra, but at that time I could not respond positively to that very kind invitation. But I've been several times in Riyadh, and I'm enjoying every time I go to your country, and I can see there how hospitable the Saudi people are. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for that warm welcome. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to join you from National Geographic's global headquarters in Washington, D.C. And on behalf of our entire organization, I'm delighted to address the Tourism Recovery Summit. Reigniting travel and tourism hinges on the spirit of collaboration. We share your passion for understanding the wonder of our world. It's part of our DNA. So I want to start by sending you our best wishes as you convene this critical conversation and consider the many ways to energize global travel and restore the industry. We at National Geographic know all too well the challenges you faced during the pandemic. Like you, we've grappled with a world that was brought to a halt. Normally, our global community of National Geographic explorers, who are the heart and soul of our organization, would be traveling to nearly every corner of the world to conduct field work, make new discoveries, engage communities, spark new partnerships, and tell the rich stories of our natural and cultural worlds. But since March of 2020, virtually all of our explorers have been grounded, and our staff working remotely. Today, as the world reemerges, we're entering a new normal. While we have no doubt some complicated challenges ahead, we are also looking forward to new opportunities, especially when you consider that our world is growing more interconnected by the day. As you face the task of inspiring individuals to travel again, we are laser focused on helping people understand and build empathy for our amazing planet. Our mission is to illuminate and protect the wonder of our world. As a global nonprofit organization, we do this by funding explorers across all 7 continents. These are intrepid scientists, cutting-edge researchers, powerful educators, and masterful storytellers who are leading a new age of knowledge and discovery. To date, we've supported the work of more than 14,000 explorers, like French filmmaker and ocean researcher Jacques Cousteau, British ethologist Dr. Jane Goodall, Saudi Arabian biotechnologist Dr. Hayat Sindhi, and American journalist Paul Salapak. Through their collective work, National Geographic is shedding light on the richness, diversity, beauty, mysteries, and complexities of our planet, and inspiring people to want to experience it for themselves. To give you one example, several years ago, Paul Salapak set out to walk 21,000 miles around the globe, retracing humankind's ancient migration out of Africa in a project called Out of Eden. Throughout his journey, he's crossed continents and cultures, including the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Even the most experienced travelers would classify his walk as extraordinary. A hallmark of his work is connecting with and sharing the stories of the individuals he meets in every country along the way. Using an approach called slow journalism, Paul has documented a global mosaic of stories, an unparalleled archive of our shared humanity. His own journey has been covered by news outlets around the world, and that in turn has motivated new generation of storytellers and travelers. This is the type of work that connects us across distance and time and inspires a spirit of exploration. We believe the more opportunities people have to see the world, whether through TV, on social media, the pages of National Geographic magazine, or through their own travel experiences, the more they will be inspired to protect it. There's a quote I like from explorer and photographer David Dubélé, who says, "If you want to protect nature, you first have to love it. And if you want to love it, you first have to understand it. And if you want to understand it, you first have to see it." This sentiment captures how we aim to drive real change and ultimately significant impact. We're focusing on our efforts on 5 key areas where we believe we can make the biggest impact: ocean, land, wildlife, human history and cultures, and human ingenuity. With these in mind, impact can come in many forms, like explorers who are wildlife advocates, protecting endangered species, from sea turtles to big cats like the Arabian leopard. Conservationists working together with other scientists and filmmakers to establish marine protected areas to safeguard the ocean. Paleoanthropologists who are revealing our ancient past, and explorer educators who are pioneering new teaching methods to equip young people to become the next generation of change makers. So in many ways, National Geographic shares your common goals to help people understand and want to explore our planet. While reopening our world will not happen with the stroke of a pen, it will happen with the dedication of countless individuals like you, partners, like-minded organizations, global leaders, and many others. Working together, we will find solutions. That's what brings us together. A desire for connection and collaboration will see us through, even when that connection is virtual. I know this is going to be a busy day for all of you, so I wish you great success, and someday soon, I hope to visit you in person to continue our conversations. Thank you.
القصة بسيطة.
القصة عن الناس، بس مو أي ناس.
ناس كرام عندهم تجارب غير عن أي تجارب. أنا أنس إسكندر، رحالة ومهتم بالسفر.
أنا فتون الجار الله، منسقة ومهتمة بالأزياء.
وأنا نجلة الودعاني، مهتمة بالتراث والحرف اليدوية. إحنا الثلاثة نستكشف المملكة بحثاً عن تجارب سعودية سياحية مميزة،
غنية بالمغامرات والفن والتراث والثقافة والإبداع. كل حلقة بيكون عندنا 3 تجارب من نفس الفئة
بنجربها ونعيش تفاصيلها معاكم. في نهاية كل حلقة
بيكون عندنا فائز واحد من ال3 بيحصل على مبلغ 100,000 ريال.
رحلتنا بتستمر على مدى 8 مغامرات، محصلتها 8 أبطال.
أبطال يتنافسون على الجائزة الكبرى وهي 500,000 ريال سعودي.
المملكة لها أكثر من وجه،
كلها وجوه كرام،
كرام، تجارب سياحية بروح سعودية.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of Allah, the Blessed, the Merciful.
Everyone with us today, and those who are watching us virtually as well. Thank you for being here. My name is Yasser Sagaf. I'm a Saudi TV presenter, and I'm very happy to moderate this session that will focus exclusively on Saudi and the way tourism and travel are developing in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Let me begin with Kiram, a national Saudi community engagement program by the Saudi Tourism Authority, STA. As we have seen in the video, Kiram aims to crowdsource and identify entrepreneurs with unique travel experiences and translate them into a profound journey for the traveler to discover the wonders of Arabia. Kiram give insights into the tourism and travel stories being written in Saudi Arabia by young and aspiring entrepreneurs like our speakers today, who aspire to be part of the growing tourism sector. This session, ladies and gentlemen, will tell the journey through the eyes of two skilled and experienced service providers who aim to share their hobbies and interests with travelers, two entrepreneurs with very different but complementary stories. The winner of Kiram program, founder of Hi Home Company or Hayy Home Company, someone with a traveling and storytelling passion, Ms. Noura Al-Sadoun, and the CEO of Shada Hospitality, a Saudi heartland brand that is embedded in culture to bloom, hopefully in many Saudi cities, Ms. Reem Garrash. Welcome, I'm very happy to have you here. There's two women against one man today. That shows the woman empowerment that we are talking about in Saudi Arabia. Sure. Today we have in tourism a lot of ladies who are encouraged by their passions to develop companies and to head companies like yourself. We'll begin with Noura, and we want to talk about Kiram and the story behind Kiram and your experience with Kiram program.
Thank you, Yasser. Thank you, everyone. So Kiram was an opportunity for entrepreneurs, passionate people who want to show the uniqueness of Saudi Arabia. So if you watch Kiram, you will realize that Saudi Arabia is the place to invest in tourism because there are so many different experiences that you can take. And for us in Hi Home, it was definitely a great experience to showcase our business and promote the idea behind Hi Home.
Okay, great. So can you tell us more about Hi Home? What is the idea behind Hi Home?
Sure. So Hi Home was founded when we realized that people are coming to Saudi Arabia from Saudis and non-Saudis and just living in compounds, going to their work and not visiting or meeting the local people. So we decided to invest in the Saudi homes. As you know that we in Saudi are generous. We love to host a lot of people in our homes. So we offer in Hi Home the opportunity for people to visit the Saudi homes, eat with the local people, cook with them, all in their homes, and just experience the diversity that we have in the south and the north of Saudi.
Great. Reem, I want to ask you to begin with, what is the Saudi tourism story that is being written by Shada Hospitality today?
Well, yes, let me start first of all of just explaining what's Shada Hotels. So we believe that Shada Hotels is a great reflection of Saudi culture in its essence. It's driven or guided by a unique vision of exceeding being, say, or a hotel, regular hotel for a guest, to living the journey in a deep-rooted country, well known of its traditional art and authentic history. So what we're doing with Shada is we develop a balanced fusion between art, culture, and hospitality service, respecting the local community of artists, and also having in mind delivering the perfect, ideal, balanced hospitality service to deliver to our vision of Saudi Arabia.
So is it a chain of hotels in different cities
It is.
With the same heritage and culture in every city? It depends on the city where the hotel
We basically have two brands,
Okay.
Both of them working in the same spirit or the same theme. We focus mainly on the cultural hospitality and engaging art, a lot of art actually. So the first brand is Shada, is boutique hotel. Currently there is a couple of branches, mainly in Jeddah and Dubai. And the other brand called Dara is more bigger spaces, and also it's in Jeddah, Riyadh.
Okay, great. So when I speak about tourism and the experiences that visitors could have in Saudi Arabia, how are we managing to create real experiences that move beyond just visits, mere visits? Are we doing something different today in Saudi Arabia? From your perspective, from your opinion, you are experienced entrepreneurs that are in the tourism sector. Noura, what do you think we are giving to the tourist to come back again to Saudi Arabia?
So that's a great question, because this is what High Home is based on, which is giving the guest the real experience of a Saudi family. So what we're trying, I think people are bored of the typical tourist, activities. Everyone can go to a fancy hotel, everyone can go to a fancy restaurant, but when you visit a Saudi home, when you see how people are really living, despite if it's in the south, in Jazan, or it's in Riyadh, and then sit with the people themselves, hear their stories, their real stories, and eat what they are eating every day, their special dishes. I think here we're giving a unique, real experience to
They're living the real experience of a Saudi home.
Exactly, yeah.
Did you find it welcoming from the actual Saudi homes and the families to welcome random people inside of their homes and actually giving them the real experience?
They are because Saudis are very generous. Like they love to welcome people. I actually found it a bit challenging to tell them to take a bit of money from the guest, but we try to convince them that this is for the sustainability in order to continue, hosting more people.
They actually refuse taking money.
Some of them, yes, but we're convincing them, yeah.
So it is out of the generosity of Saudi people, which is something you have experienced along your journey with High Home or High Home. Reem, I want to ask you as well, what is the Saudi tourism story that is written by Shada Hospitality? Again, I go back to that question. We have hopes for the future of the hospitality given the current circumstances. How is Shada Hospitality or Shada Hotels handling this pandemic and the circumstances today?
How did we deal with this pandemic?
How are you still dealing with this pandemic?
Okay, you're still dealing with this pandemic. I completely agree with you. First, we have to be very resilient. We were resilient in dealing with this pandemic. During the past 18 months, we tried to understand the needs and the demand of our guests. There are new needs that we were not focusing on. We were speaking about it before 2018, but we thought that will happen in 10 years. But this pandemic just accelerated everything, starting from the contactless operation, starting from sustainability of finding the workforce internally in Saudi Arabia instead of depending of some talent from outside the Saudi. So there are so many things changed after the pandemic. So beside the sustainability, the contactless operation, which we slowly trying to shift to it, starting from the check-in kiosk, where our guests now can check in without having any help to the mini market. We actually have a service or service provider who can, our guests can buy and pay by themselves and just remove, get the
self-serve themselves.
Yeah, pay themselves.
Okay.
There are other things which I don't believe it's the same level, but it's also changed in the guest attitude. For example, the hygiene, the hygiene standards, the way of booking. There's a lot of things shifted or changed after the pandemic. But overall, the most two things that we are focusing on is the contactless operation and the sustainability.
Great. So what about Hi Home? What is the impact of the pandemic to your website, Noura? Did you find a lot of local, let's say, travelers around Saudi Arabia who were willing to actually live in other homes?
No, actually, there was we were impacted, of course, negatively by the pandemic, but we tried to take this in a positive way in terms when the restaurants were closed. Yeah. We thought that, okay, homes could be a good way to entertain yourself.
Amazing.
To go try different food, try the custom, just sit with the family. So it was a kind of an advantage for us, and it was an advantage because people in Saudi, they were encouraged to try different cities. So they were contacting us to try to go to another home, like in Jazan or in Hayel or something.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And did you get the feedback of the experience? Was it amazing? Was it positive?
Of course, yeah. Everyone who tried to visit a Saudi home in one city, they would request to visit another Saudi home in another city.
Amazing.
So, yeah.
So how would the traveler today listening to us somewhere around the world would come to Saudi and actually use Hi Home as a service? So they log into to your website?
Yes. We have a website called hihome.sa. They can scroll through the experiences, book anyone, and they could also contact us directly in the social media.
Amazing. Reem, Shada Hospitality is all about diverse culture and rich heritage. Mm-hmm. How do we adapt the diversity usually with our culture into these experiences that you provide for the traveler?
With the respective general theme of our brand, we try to adopt the local culture and art of every region. For example, in Jeddah, one of our property just decorated, the wall art decorated by Rawashin, which is, it's famous the exterior of the building in Jeddah, with the respective general theme. So it's just giving a flavor to each building.
It's like the old wooden windows.
It's only like a wall art, painting. Okay. Sometimes we collaborate also with local artists to produce some of the furniture design. For example, a simple cushions on the couch could be decorated of al-Gatta al-Asiri, which is similar to what I'm wearing right now.
So each city will have its own heritage, its own culture.
Yes, in Riyadh, the same thing in Riyadh. If you visit any of our properties in Riyadh, you find the same thing. Again, with the respective general theme, you will find small pieces of art that's included in the building, and it just gives the spirit of where you're staying.
Great. So if I say, I would like you to say one key word or one key thing to our audience when they hear tourism in Saudi Arabia in one sentence, what can you tell us? Noura.
I would say that tourism is, of course, it's unique in every place in the world. And the experience of visiting a home, and it is a very popular idea and globally. But I think in Saudi it's a way different. It's a bit different because people of Saudi are very unique. Each home or each family has a unique story to tell. So I think you'll definitely have a memorable experience when you visit Saudi. Yeah.
Amazing. Reem, what about you? One key thing that you would say or you would tell the audience.
So anyone will visit Saudi Arabia?
No, when they hear tourism in Saudi Arabia in one sentence, what would you tell them?
Let's be honest.
How would you encourage them to come?
Yeah, let's be honest. It's a completely different experience than visiting to any other country in the world. For many people who visit Saudi Arabia for the first time, I think the curiosity is the main reason. They want to explore this country. So I think the main thing is just exploring the authentic history and culture, and just like what Noura said, the diverse culture between every region. It's a big country. It's really a big country. We have so many destinations. So I think the main reason is just to explore the diversity in the culture.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Noura. Thank you, Reem. I hope our conversation showed the potential growth around Saudi as a top global destination, and the fact that we have a unique opportunity to shape a new tourism journey in Arabia. I have 30 seconds left, so I would like to thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Noura and Reem, and thank you for the audience, and thank you for those who are listening to us virtually. My name is Yasser Sagaf. I was your moderator, and have a lovely rest of the summit.
Thank you, Yasser.
Thank you, Yasser, and to your panelists, we wish them the best of luck. We will now look at something different, ladies and gentlemen, the economics of travel. What is the data showing? To join us and share the latest on macroeconomics trends, please give a warm welcome to Mr. Bricklin Dwyer, Chief Economist and Head of MasterCard Economics Institute. He's joining us live from New York, an early start for him. Mr. Bricklin, it's a pleasure to have you here with us.
Great, thank you very much. It's really a pleasure to be here. So let me walk you through the new economics of travel. I'm going to talk about some big numbers. The first big number I'm going to talk about is $900 billion. That's how much was spent online incrementally in 2020, beyond what we would typically see in a year. That's a big number, $900 billion. I'll go into detail on that. The second big number, $5 trillion, makes that $900 billion number look not so big, but we'll talk about that. $5 trillion in excess deposits around the world that's ready to be spent. That's the pent-up demand that we can see in the coming years. So let me first talk about that $900 billion number. So $900 billion, that's how much the additional spending we saw online in 2020. And it wasn't just in goods, it was a lot of services, and it was in a lot of areas that we typically don't see spending online. We just heard the previous panel talking about experiences and people booking virtual visits to places like Saudi Arabia. And that really opens the door for a lot of the expectations for consumers that they expect the experiences they do, even in person, to have some element of digital. So of that $900 billion, we expect about 20 to 30% of it to stick around in the future. In addition, we've seen the shift to digital, and now it's been accelerated. As again, the expectation is that folks promote and do more digitally, even in person. So contactless and things like that have been certainly a big trend. But it really was this battle between high touch versus low touch businesses. So if we think about the high touch, the eating out versus eating in, the experiences versus the electronics, those were the outperformers during the pandemic. But we also saw this global outperformance of spending on the home and exploring local destinations. So people built up their backyards, spent a lot of money on their home, and that typically is something that takes away from travel. As people build up their homes and make it nicer, they want to naturally spend more time at their home. So we typically see that kind of taking away from travel, but this time around it's different. And it's different for 5 trillion reasons. And that's our second number, which is $5 trillion in excess deposits. So that's excess in addition to what is normal for people to have in bank accounts. And that's really driven by fiscal stimulus. So a lot of governments around the world injecting money into their economies to buffer incomes between the pandemic and this great reopening that we're all waiting for. But it was also driven by this forced savings. So as people weren't allowed to travel, they stayed home, they weren't allowed to go out, they stayed home. That created this forced savings. And a lot of that forced savings was really concentrated in older folks as well as wealthier folks around the world. So as we think about that pent-up demand, those are the key demographics of where we can unlock a lot of potential demand. As we think about travel, there are 3 trends in travel, and as we put it, the travel trends are really anchored in 3 L's. leisure, longer, and local. So let me talk through some of those. So leisure travel, as we think about leisure travel, we even got a new word from the pandemic, workcation, which isn't much of a vacation. It's the ability to work from anywhere. But that really anchored a lot of expectations as folks think about service sector jobs and being able to negotiate contracts and being able to think about where they can live and still work, or where they can live temporarily and still work around the world. So the second word, longer. And here I'd like to bring in some of the analysis from our test and learn team. We did some work with an Asia Pacific airline where we looked at the average number of trips that are more than 7 days long. And we saw those average number of trips more than 7 days grow by more than 60%. Advanced ticket sales grew by about 50%. So as we think about the longer element, the workation certainly tied together as folks are thinking about going on a vacation, visiting friends for longer, visiting family for longer, and really making the most of it. There really are some substantial changes in how we think about the leisure as well as the longer. So let's talk about local. So last summer, we saw the global recovery rate of small independent hotels outpacing large hotels by more than 50%. To me, when I think about this trend really echoes that off the beaten path travel trend that we saw pre-pandemic. But we didn't just see that small independent hotels, but we saw a lot of ancillary businesses benefiting from that idea of traveling local. The share of auto rentals relative to total transportation nearly doubled to about 17% versus pre-pandemic levels. So people are getting more comfortable with renting cars, traveling local, and again, going back to our trends that we saw in the digital discussion around that $900 billion, they're becoming more localized, more understanding of being able to jump in a car and travel more locally. So I think that really matters as we think about the trends for the future of travel and what people are going to expect. They're going to want to have that localized experience. Beyond the 3 L's, essential business travel is likely to come back because differentiation is critical. As we see a lot of folks in the audience there today, that personal touch is really what's going to separate businesses that are willing to go the extra mile versus those that don't. And that's a key element to why that essential business travel is likely to come back more quickly than folks could expect. Of course, a critical piece of this is unlocking travel corridors. But it's not just the big corridors, right? It's not the most obvious corridors like the US to the Americas or China to just about anywhere, but it's also micro corridors. If we think about Berlin, they traditionally get about 1/3 of their hotel visitors from the UK. So that's a key market for Berlin to really think about attracting and that negotiation with the UK. We've also seen a surge in travel corridors such as Australia, New Zealand, but we've seen swift rebound in cross-border spend in places like the UAE. Ultimately, we boil it down to 3 factors, 2 of which are very difficult to have any control. So 1, the vaccination trends. 2, opening borders, which is related to the vaccination trends. And 3, which is making travel simpler. And that's where that digital piece comes back in. So on vaccination trends, we're all watching the news. We're all thinking about what is herd immunity and how quickly do we get there. But it's not clear that we actually do reach herd immunity. And we have seen a lot of policies that have been promoting and allowing vaccinated people to travel this summer. We saw that from the EU. And those really are significant steps in the path to recovery and travel. And again, highlighting those micro corridor opportunities. So as we think about all of those related to the hospitality industry, the expectations from consumers are that they have more digital experiences, that there's a great understanding of the 3 L's, the leisure, longer, and local. And that really will help inform us of the new economics of travel. So I hope that was useful. Thank you very much.
New York, back to Riyadh. Thank you very much for joining me. The changing landscape, real estate, and development landscape for tourism. Really pleased with my panel here today. Greg O'Hara from the United States, Hussein Sajwani from the UAE, and Sami Sawaris, most recently, I believe, from Switzerland. Is that right?
I'm still Egyptian.
So let me get, first of all, a snapshot into what you think your lives will be. We heard from the Accor CEO this morning, who told us he was expecting to lose 20% of his business travelers. Martin Sorrell told us business travel never coming back like it was. You all travel for work. You all use Zoom, I imagine. No one really loves it, but it is efficient. So briefly, how will business travel change for the three of you? Greg?
Well, it's part of our core business. I'm the chairman of American Express Global Business Travel, which is probably the biggest business travel company in the world. And so we're writing a recovery in business travel of 80% in 2019 and 2023. So I agree with Sebastian. I usually do anyway, but I agree with what Sebastian said this morning. We think business travel will come off. We've got a pretty good beat on that because we can actually poll the companies that we respond to. But I think it's going to come off in different ways. The biggest thing you'll see, I think, is a big decline over the next couple of years in large meetings and events. Mm-hmm. And that's usually responsible for about 30% of business travel.
Okay. Hussein?
I tend to agree. I think we see a drastic demand, lower demand for the business travel. It will be there, but instead of me making 10 trips in a year, I probably make 5 or 6 and substitute the other 3, 4 with Zoom. Zoom, as you said, has major factor, and we were all uncomfortable to use this technology 2 years ago. Now, every day I have half a dozen Zooms at least. So business travel will come down. I think the tourist industry will see some shift from cities to more resort places. People more and more explored in the last 1 year islands and resorts, and they find them more safe and more relaxed. So I think it's another good news for the hotel industry from that point of view. If the business traveling comes down, if even tourism becomes less in the cities and more on the skirt of the city, there will be some challenges.
Sami, what do you think? What about this trend towards the longer stay? So you combine some business with maybe some family time.
Well, we felt it already now in the past year in all our resorts that the average stay has mushroomed. You know, people that came booked for a week ended up staying for a month. People start booking 2 weeks, which is something they wouldn't do before. And it's to a great extent thanks to the Zoom and the likes of Zoom that makes it possible. But really also the culture has changed dramatically in a short time, which I was not expecting, which is that if your colleague or your employee would tell you, I'm going to stay home these next 2 days and work from home, you would probably start thinking about replacement. Now that it has been obligatory and it has been commonly accepted, people don't look at it as a taboo to say, I don't need to be in the office. I can do it from El Guna. You know, I can be in a resort. My family is having a good time, and I'm sitting in the room fixing things and writing memos and Zooming left, right, and center. So the extent of stay is going to increase a lot. Okay. We feel it. But business travel, as the two colleagues said, will suffer tremendously. I don't agree about conferences, because the conference business has always been a networking opportunity for many people and a kind of a compensation for a lot of attendees. And I can imagine that many companies will continue to do it because it's a kind of a freebie that is not really officially a freebie, and people want that. So I think there will be more of a rebound for the conference business, but not the business travel. I think all the hotel owners of business hotels better start thinking about other activities within their hotels turning some of the rooms into residential, renting out for longer stays to people that like the town itself. But to depend, as before, on the rack rate for business travelers who come 2 days and 1 day and 3 days and stuff, that's going to be quite unacceptable. Because if you, again, one of your employees tells you, I'm going to Paris to meet Mr. So-and-so because it's a very important client, you're going to tell him, what? Just Zoom him. That's enough. You don't need to travel, and the company incurs a cost of $2,000-3,000. Just call him.
Greg, you've just raised a fund, $1.5 billion, committed about $500 million across 4 different deals. Maybe a day or 2 behind. You may announce something more. But tell me about what you're seeing and why those deals.
So that's our distressed fund. That's the newest fund in the family of funds, and it was designed because starting in March of 2020, I was getting 2 or 3 calls a week from people who needed capital, and I only had equity funds, and I didn't have a way to help them with the rest of their capital structure. So we did 2 airline deals, a cruise deal, and a rental car deal. That allowed companies to have the working capital to last out the crisis. We're working with several governments now. The $1.5 billion represents the equity component. We can actually lever it from there. So we're working with a bunch of governments right now to put in like travel opportunity funds, where if you run a tour operator or you run a working capital intensive business, you can get a loan from us pretty quickly. And so the reason we raised the $1.5 billion was really to chase after specific distressed opportunities, and for companies whose current equity value may be worth less than the debt that they have on them. So being able to help them restructure was important.
And how important, when they restructure, relaunch Hertz, for example, is the technological component?
So on almost everything we do, travel is a collection of, you'd have to argue, old economy businesses for the most part. I'm not saying all of them are, but many of them are old economy. And a lot of them haven't had technology investment for the better part of a decade. So whether it was American Express or Internova or TripAdvisor or Hertz, for instance, Hertz will have a whole system revamp. You'll be able to, in the fullness of time, you'll be able to take your phone out. You won't have to go to a desk. You'll approach a car. You'll unlock the car with the phone. You'll get in. It'll have full telematics inside the car. We'll do better job pricing for yield, fleet assignment. A lot of the problems with the rental car industry is there isn't the right car in the right place. And then I think the big push over the next 5 years is, traditionally we have 500,000 cars. We'll have 280 right now. What's unique right now is you can't buy new cars because there's this giant chip shortage. So we're having to make do with the cars we have. But as we start refleeting, we'll probably replace that with something like 400,000 or 500,000 electric vehicles. And we're working with different governments to have infrastructure. But there's a lot of governments that are really interested in the greening of their countries. And it's great to have electric vehicles. And it's nice. Consumers will pay more to rent an electric vehicle. And they're cheaper to operate. So it's better for the profit of the company, better for the environment, better for the consumer.
Hussein, tell me how you're working with government as well. I'd love to hear how in the UAE the private sector is helping build that road to recovery.
I mean, no doubt that Dubai government, UAE government, has done a fantastic job in the last few years, the last 2 decades, and especially the last 14, 15 months since COVID started, how Dubai really zoomed, as they say, boomed and zoomed, with the Zoom. They have shut down the country, 2 months, very, very strict. I mean, I live on Palm. I could not step on the beach. They were that strict for 2 months. But then they opened the country slowly. And December, I never seen in my life, I've been in UAE all my life, especially in the last 20 years, how busy we were from tourism, from restaurants. Prices of property are going up, especially the villas. Where I live in Palm, property price gone up by 50%. A lot of people from Europe, from Russia, CIS, India, China, coming to Dubai, not for holiday only, but to live there. People mostly from Europe realize the tax is going to be going up because all this borrowing of and expenditure of the governments, and a lot of them moving to Dubai because, and especially during COVID, Dubai was open, they never thought of the city in that content. So they came and they find it safe, and they find it friendly, and they find it very service-oriented. So really, Dubai is one of the cities benefited the most in the world from the COVID, I think.
And how easy is it to choose what you're going to invest in? I imagine you've got a desk full of investments. What's really catching your eye?
Dubai is a very competitive city. It's a very competitive market. So you have to be very careful. There are people who there for businesses for generations and from around the world. So you have the best jewelers from Beirut and from India and from Belgium operating and so forth in textile and every industry. So you have to be very careful what to invest in. It could look to you beautiful and you could lose a lot of money. But the people who know their business, they know what they're doing, they make a good amount of money. But it's a very mature, sophisticated, well-regulated market.
Sammy, tell me what's on your mind. I know that you think a lot about co-investment, for example. How can we encourage governments to partner with people like you?
Well, I think the road to recovery of the private sector, the traditional private sector, involvement in investments to grow the country's tourism sector or real estate sector is going to continue to suffer. That's why, for example, he could raise a fund like this because guys like us are not making a lot of surplus, which traditionally we would just reinvest. So even though we're bombarded with opportunities from left, right, and center, but we don't have our own resources, not to mention even greenfield projects. Because, in many cases you have opportunities that are far below replacement cost, popping up from right, left, and center, and then you ask yourself, why would I start something new when I could get a distressed asset, fix it in no time, and run it? A very good example is my travel company. I have this German tour operator that we took over during the crisis, and these guys are bombarded by their clients. They move 5 million tourists every year. So you can imagine that all the hotel owners are begging for clients now that COVID is starting to be over. And of course, under normal circumstances, we would be taking up these chances to invest in these hotels partially or wholly or whatever. And now, of course, we've had 1.5 years with 0 clients almost. And, from 5 million to 600,000-700,000, you can imagine the accumulated overheads, all the debt that we had to take on just to survive. And then somebody comes and says, please be my partner. We tell them, sorry, we don't have money.
Yeah.
So even for greenfield projects, where a lot of governments are now very eager to attract new investors, they will find that most of us are not really able to put aside the amounts that would be needed for such fresh investments. So unless governments actually get engaged with private sector players that come with their connections, with their know-how, with their experience, to do it with them, it will remain a government-sponsored industry, which is obviously not the correct way forward. There's nothing better than having someone's own personal money involved in a project so that you can sleep, because he won't sleep.
I want to make sure you have my number for all those opportunities you're not investing in, Sammy.
Oh, I didn't realize about this story. It was on my mind. We have to talk.
Okay.
Because it really very often nowadays, it's sad. I always say, imagine if you had the same cash flow that you had 2 years ago, how many amazing opportunities you would have picked up. Now one has to be so stingy with the investment money because it's you have a lot of opportunities, and you don't have the heart to take the cash out of a company that's not really making a lot of money these days. You know.
I wanted to talk about airlines, Greg, because you've taken on 2, I believe, in the last few months. Now, this is a pretty worried industry, but it is absolutely necessary to get the world moving again. What do you think the biggest change is going to be in terms of where you're putting your money and therefore where the airlines will be investing?
So the 2 airlines we invested in were, I think, one of the largest shareholders of Azul, and we did the DIP financing for LATAM. Latin America had different...
Azul is Brazil, is that right?
Azul is Brazil, yeah. Latin America had a different distressed opportunity. And what's interesting about airlines is there's all kinds of ways to lose money and there's all kinds of ways to make money in an airline. I'm looking to see if Akbar's... No, Akbar's not here, so I can talk about airlines, because otherwise we'd have to ask him. He's smarter than I am. One of the things that happened in Latin America is inside of... This is anecdotal, but inside of every aircraft, there's seats and there's cargo. And what happened is, as they reduced the amount of seats available, the price on cargo went way, way up at the same time. So what ended up happening is, in Latin America, you fly perishables north and you fly durables south. So the cargo planes are loaded both ways. So my investment are both secured investments. They're secured by the cargo businesses of those airlines, and the cargo businesses in 2020 made 4 times what they made in 2019. So it was an easy investment to make. If we flew the passengers around for free, which if anyone's listening in Latin America, we're not doing that. Right. But if we flew them around for free, we would have done well. So I think. You know, the secular trends, we heard them today, everyone's right. Wellness is a secular trend. Mr. Swearies owns a beautiful resort in Switzerland called Andermatt, and it has a great hotel, great spas, outdoor activities. I'm selling it for you, Sammy. And so things like that, destinations like that are going to be correct. My colleague here said that people are going to they're going to stay away from cities and go to resorts and things like that, and that's going to be destination tourism. We're seeing a huge pickup on that. Like, for instance, in the United States, try to rent a car in the United States anywhere that they're all sold out every weekend, all the time. You can't rent them. So I think wellness will be a big thing, destination, activities, you know, and then I think people who are going to get capital and people who are going to get tourists are the people. I don't know how everyone else said it. I say it like certainty, right? So, for instance, like if you had told me, all due respect to the rest of the EU, if you had told me that 3 years ago that Greece was going to be the shining example of economic and fiscal discipline and could manage through a crisis like this, I would have said never. So the Prime Minister and Harry and those people have done a great job. So we're seeing Croatia, Iceland, Greece for this summer, bookings off the chart. And the only thing those people have in common is that you know exactly what you need to do to get there, and you can do it, and you can come back, and they can charge almost anything they want. And so I think there's a lot of capital that are going to go to governments, to Mr. Sweary's point, that are going to go to governments that can provide certainty and sensibility to the traveling public. If you do that, you'll get the visitors. And we're seeing that in Saudi and UAE. UAE did the same thing. Like, it might be difficult to get in and out of Dubai, but you know what you have to do, you know what you have to test, you know the app you have to download, so people go.
It's also this idea of digital nomads, right? I can work from home, so why don't I come and work in Andermatt or in Dubai? What can governments do along with the private sector to encourage people to do that?
To encourage to work from home?
Well, but from Dubai. So if I live in London, why do I need to stay in London? I could move to Dubai for 6 months.
They want your money.
I mean, some of the decision Dubai government or UAE government has taken in the last 12 months were amazing and were shocked to me, even though I live in that country and I was born there. For the last 10 years, the debate is going on that foreigners can own 100% LLC company. It was not allowed, only 49. They took a decision 6 months ago. Foreigners can own 100%. That's a mega decision because we have surveyed around the world and looking for a place where you register a company where you pay zero taxes and own 100%, and there is none. Ireland, you pay 12%. Luxembourg, you pay 7, 10, 12% or dividend tax. Dubai has zero dividend tax, zero corporate tax, and now you can register your company 100%, which is a major decision. Another decision they have taken, they're now giving passport to a lot of people who've been in Dubai for more than 20 years, which was never happened before. Apart from, of course, you can buy your own house and freehold and all that. So from that point of view, Dubai is very much welcoming foreigners and other people feeling very comfortable. I have met dozens of people in the last 6 months from different parts of the world. They're moving their families and they're buying homes in Dubai and moving their businesses.
Thank you so much. We're out of time. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your time talking about investment in the future of real estate and tourism. And next up, I am delighted to hand over to Jane Witherspoon, and she's the bureau chief in Dubai, Euro News.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you everyone in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for inviting us here today. I'm sure you'll all agree with me. It's been a truly fantastic event so far. And I'm delighted to be here and chairing this session, which we will be looking at beyond tourism for tourism's sake and how tourism can help protect heritage. Again, I'm delighted to introduce the panel. We have Dr. Zahi Hawass, world-renowned archaeologist and ambassador for responsible tourism at the United Nations World Tourism Organization. Thank you for joining us. Also to my left, Amr Al-Madani, CEO of the Royal Commission for Alula here in Saudi Arabia. And if you can all take a look at our screens, we have Niall Gibbons, the CEO of Tourism Ireland. Hello there.
Nice to see you.
Lovely to see you too. And Ernesto Ottone Ramirez, who is the Assistant Director General for Culture at UNESCO. And finally, last but certainly not least, we have Jeremy Sampson, back in the UK, who is CEO of the Travel Foundation and Chair of the Future of Tourism Coalition. Now, if you'll permit me, hello guys, I wanted to start because I know that Mr. Ramirez, you don't have a lot of time with us. We're running a little bit late, so I am going to start with you. Obviously, I'd like you to talk about how UNESCO's approach to culture within the space of tourism and the broader economic placement might change in the future.
Thank you for the question. So at the outset, I would like to thank the Ministry of Tourism of Saudi Arabia and UNWTO for organizing this summit, as well as the opening of a new UNWTO piece of the region. There is a growing consensus that this critical period must be a turning point for more balanced, inclusive and sustainable approach to tourism. The crisis has exposed the critical links between culture, heritage and tourism, and how their recovery is interdependent. The impact of travel restrictions and the drop of tourism has a profound impact on culture. Visitation to World Heritage Sites 2020 dropped by around 70%, representing a huge loss in key revenue, conservation, and restoration. Equally, museum attendance around the world dropped around 72% in 2020, according to our research and the report that we launched some months ago. UNESCO, therefore, advocates for putting culture and community at the heart of tourist recovery. This means protecting and promoting our heritage, creativity, and cultural diversity, and supporting the recovery of the communities' livelihoods that depend on World Heritage and living heritage practices. UNESCO is working with the advisory body to the World Heritage Convention, e-commerce, IUCN, ICROM, on the task force on culture and resilient tourism, which aims at creating a strategic approach for tourism to support heritage values, rejuvenate communities, and protect nature. Early this year, we were also pleased to collaborate with UNWTO on the Inclusive Recovery Guide on Cultural Tourism, which outlines how culture and tourism stakeholders can work together to support the recovery through governance, cultural development, community engagement, and digital transformation. We also recognize the importance of public-private partnership for tourist recovery, and we heard from some minutes ago on this issue. This is why UNESCO is working in partnership with the Expedia Group on the UNESCO Sustainable Travel Pledge initiative. The pledge, with its focus on the hotel industry, commits hotels to concrete, transparent, achievable level of action and enhancing these practices year by year. Following the successful pilot in Thailand last year, we are now expanding the pledge globally with major hotel groups such as Accor joining over 3,000 of their hotels early this year. Before the crisis, visitors' numbers were overwhelming a number of destinations and attractions, leading to conflicts between tourists and local communities. The term over-tourism emerged as the defining characteristic of global mass tourism. The pathway to recovery lies in rethinking tourism to address these imbalances, including an over-reliance on international tourism. Many World Heritage destinations are now shifting their focus to domestic markets, encouraging people to rediscover and support their own local heritage, which is, for sure, a positive outcome of this crisis. On the other hand, we have seen a sudden and unprecedented influx of visitors to natural World Heritage sites and protected areas that has also created issues for sites that were not prepared to such a large increase of numbers.
Mr. Ramirez, thank you.
Balance will be fundamental to not only recovery.
Mr. Ramirez, sorry to cut you short there. Thank you so much for your time. I am aware you have to dash off, but thank you so much for joining us virtually. I want to cross over to the gentleman to my left. Amr Al-Madani, you know, we all know this has been an incredibly difficult year. You know, what role can and should tourism and travel play globally now?
Thank you very much. Truly, this is a difficult time, but I don't think it's the first time the world has seen such adversity. And I think the worst we can all do is to keep admiring this problem. I think destinations today have to become entrepreneurial in dealing with distress. There is a lot to be done during distress times that gets you to spring load to relaunch investment in local community, addressing capacity and knowledge for the city, ensuring that your network of visitors are managed and excitement about coming back is being built up. And I think in Al-Ula, what we do is we're using this under, of course, the great vision of our Crown Prince, the chairman of our Royal Commission of Al-Ula. We are really using this time well to ensure that the recovery is faster, more efficient, and nimble. And that's what entrepreneurs have to do, and destinations need to be more entrepreneurial.
Well, Al-Ula is working towards integrated sustainability and becoming carbon neutral, as well as working with local communities, which is all very important. You know, how do we build a destination of the future, balancing the past, present, and the future?
Thank you. I think this is the biggest dilemma, is we always look at tourism as something imposed on a destination and destination heritage. To me, for this to work, a destination needs to be honest about what and how much does the past matter in its competitive advantage, ingrain it in its business model honestly, so we know why are we protecting the past and how can it distinguish and differentiate us from competition. Once you do this, there is no going back. You have now to get your policies, your framework, You've got your business model, incentives to gear around making the past not an enemy of the future. And I think in Al-Ula, that was not heritage. Quite surprising to the world, we came to know that it's cultural landscape. It is the relationship between human and civilization with nature and heritage that actually is valuable. To us, turning all of that into a living museum and ensuring that our building code, our partners understand that preserving the cultural landscape is going to make them more money, long run, and make the destination's future nothing but further refinement of its past. That's the only way to go.
Well, I think everyone's rethinking their communication channels. And if we cross over to Ireland, Niall, COVID has impacted thinking on marketing and the importance of messaging. How do we engage in this new world we're living in?
Good afternoon, Jane, and good afternoon to everybody in Riyadh. I'm sorry I can't be there with you in person, but congratulations on organising this conference at a very important time for all of us. I'm going to read you a little quotation here I found in a book recently. It's very relevant to the topic we're talking about. And it says, "When I come here in the evenings to meditate on my madness, to watch the shadow of the round tower lengthening in the sunset, to break my heart uselessly in the curtain gloaming over the dead heart and blinded soul of the island of the saints, you will comfort me with the bustle of a great hotel and sight of the little children carrying golf clubs of your tourists as a preparation for the life to come." That's a quotation from the Irish Nobel Literature Prize winner George Bernard Shaw from 1895. Not 1995, 1895, 125 years ago. I think what it's saying is that tourism is something that we're in for the long haul. COVID has devastated us all, and there were three very simple things that we in Tourism Ireland set out to do at the start of this pandemic. The first was to listen to our customers, and we conducted over 30,000 interviews in our main markets around the globe over the last year. And what our customers are telling us is that they're really looking forward to getting back to traveling again. They want to go back to destinations close to home. They want to go to destinations that are familiar, and they're very keen to connect back with their family and friends. There's a lot of loneliness in the world. Wholesome reconnection is a recurring theme. The second important topic is connectivity. How do people get here? It's amazing when George Bernard Shaw wrote that quote, there wasn't even a plane in the sky. And Ireland as a destination relies on air connectivity for 90% of its business, and it's important that we develop very strong relationships with air carriers and secure their future. And the third thing is to remember that in our tourism business community, it's made up of a lot of small and medium-sized enterprises dotted around the whole island of Ireland. And it's important that we keep those communities connected with the international buyers in the marketplace. And everything that we used to do in real life up to last year is now done virtually and very successfully. But we really do look forward to getting back into the marketplace, rolling the green carpet out, and welcoming our visitors with open arms when the time is right.
Now, thank you. I mean, you touched there on communities, and I want to bring in Jeremy Sampson. Jeremy, how do we better understand the impacts of tourism and maximize its benefits, I guess, for local people and the environment in particular as well?
Yeah, thanks very much, Jane, and thanks a lot for the opportunity to be here. I've been reflecting a lot in the last months on some of the sayings that we've all got quite used to using, things like talking about the new normal and this once-in-a-generation opportunity we have to build back better. Sometimes I fear that things like Build Back Better are just a platitude unless we really define what better looks like and how it is that we'll get there. And most importantly, how it is that we can make sure that communities actually are front and center in the recovery and that tourism is delivering a net positive to local businesses and residents and the resources that they depend on. And interestingly, I think during this crisis, communities have started to ask themselves what I think is a simple but rather profound question, which is, why do we want tourism? So do we want tourism just for tourism's sake, or is it really a means to an end for helping us to achieve thriving communities, equitable and sustainable development, conservation and enhancement of ecosystems and cultures? And so I think there's been a bit of a conversation around reframing what success looks like beyond the traditional growth mandate. Not necessarily an anti-growth message, but really understanding the implications of growth and ensuring that communities have a seat at the table in creating a shared vision and an agenda for their destination, and where success is reframed according to indicators looking beyond, just rivals year on year, GDP, but incorporating things like equitable benefits, inclusivity, quality of life for local people, and impact on resources and biodiversity. And I think we're starting to hear this kind of noise from businesses and from consumers as well, who are starting to ask for a more fair and level playing field that's more local, more diverse, has a lower footprint. Equally, there's been a discussion quite a bit in the sort of destination management realm about moving from, quantity to quality or from volume to value. And I think it's a really interesting discussion. In many cases, that conversation starts to focus on higher spending tourists, so aiming to stabilize volume and grow value by attracting high spenders. But when you really look into the research, it's not always wise, I think, to dismiss particular market segments as inherently undesirable. And it actually isn't the case that higher spenders are always the best for a destination. So I think we really need to understand better the impacts of different types of tourism, both positive and negative, across a variety of dimensions. On that note, there's just a couple things to perhaps consider in looking at the full range of impacts. I think we need to know more about the costs of servicing tourist demand, so infrastructure, utilities, public spaces, and housing, and who's ultimately accountable for maintaining those assets. But even when we talk about the benefits, I think there need to be more nuance in how we measure them. Looking at, is the money staying locally and reaching the community? Are underserved members of the community getting fair opportunities? And this really taps into the important global conversation that's, that we've been having, I think, in many places about diversity, equity, and inclusion. So destinations and businesses are really taking a hard look at ensuring that this lens is applied to the tourism supply chain. And I think it's so important that this happens so we don't end up in a space where we're trying to offer something that sounds local, but maybe isn't really local in nature.
Thank you. I want to knock the conversation on now to a more historic and cultural level. And ladies and gentlemen in the room, I don't know if you recognize this gentleman next to me, but he's world-renowned archaeologist. I like to refer to you as the real-life Indiana Jones, because some of your discoveries are absolutely incredible, from the tombs of the pyramid builders and the Valley of the Golden Mummies. You've seen quite a bit. I would like to know from you how we can accommodate the need for tourism and the preservation of monuments at the same time.
I think this topic has been discussed in the past by UNESCO and also by World Tourism Organization. And it was a very important session in every conference. But since 2010 until today, tourism sectors completely ignore this subject. What I'm saying, that tourism is the enemy of archaeology.
Okay.
How can we accommodate between the need of tourism for the economy of the country and the preservation of Egyptian antiquities? This round table made many recommendations in the past, but neither any tourist authority took these recommendations to protect the antiquity sites. The other major problem that archaeologists and tourism sectors, they never sit together. They never talk. They're completely two different people, and that is dangerous for antiquities. Also, at the same time, I'm completely objecting any country to make a minister for tourism and archaeology. That's conflict. And it will make tourism above archaeology. And it will make us to lose this important heritage in the past. I will give you one example. But the example that I'm going to tell you now can apply to any country with heritage. If you look to Egypt, tourists come to the Valley of the Kings in the morning at 7, 5,000 people. They enter at once to the tomb of Tutankhamun, tomb of Seti. They go to Abu Simbel, the same. The Giza pyramids is the same. Look what happened at the pyramids of Khufu. Every tourist who comes inside a tomb or a pyramid gives about 20 grams of water.
Right.
And this water becomes salt. And therefore, humidity inside the Great Pyramid became 85%. And this makes cracks. Number two, look at the tomb of Seti the First, one of the most beautiful tombs in the Valley of the Kings, many stones falling apart. Look at the temple of Ramses II in Abu Simbel, big stone fell from the ceiling. If we do that, in less 100 years, all this heritage will be gone.
Wow.
What do we have to do? We have to do an immediate site management program for every site. I will take one site that I prepared in Egypt, which is Giza Pyramids. We did a kind of protection to the site. And what I'm saying about Giza Pyramids can apply to Al-Ula, to any archaeological sites. The protection or the wall or whatever can protect the site from the surrounding. Because people who live near antiquity sites also can be dangerous. Building houses, agricultures, they ruin the site. To stop completely all the mechanical movement inside the site, at least 5 kilometers away, mechanic movement has to be away. In the same time, use electrical cars within the site. And also make a visitor center to educate the tourist how they can behave. How can you let a tour guide inside the tomb to give talks for 2 hours inside one tomb with inscription? I took one scene once in the tomb of Tutankhamun, the most famous scene. After 1 year, I took a photograph of the same scene. 10% of the scene was gone. Then if you take that and you go throughout the ages, this heritage will be gone. If you do the site management program, you will protect the site from tourism. But at the same time, after you do that, you have to make tourist authorities to sit with archaeologists who's in charge of the site and make a system to follow. People cannot go at once. You have to do rotation. You have to lead the people to go to visit the site at least 3 times a day. You have to make many important measurements to protect the site. Actually, I wrote this big paper, and this is not my first paper to publish about this subject. I published about 5 important articles by UNESCO and by World Heritage Organization to really make all the tourist authorities and the archaeologists to be aware that in less 100 years, we are going to lose this heritage. But site management is a response to archaeology. If we do the site management and make the measurements and people can sit together, I think at the end I can say that tourism is not the enemy of archaeology. But I'm not going to say this at all because I don't see any comprehensive measurement that's been taken from the side of tourism to protect the antiquities sites.
Thank you, Dr. Zahi. Very quickly, because we are having to wrap up, but I would like to very quickly throw to each and every one of you on the panel here, if in a very quick sentence you can tell me what is the greatest step towards moving beyond tourism for global good. And I'll start with Niall in Ireland, please.
Well, very quickly, I think we always have to remember, given the crisis that we've been through, we are in the business of creating lasting and positive memories for people. That's what tourism is about. Sometimes we get lost in the figures, and it is really about creating positive memories with our culture, with our heritage. In Ireland, we have a Minister for Culture and Tourism. They sit side by side and they complement each other. And we're here to share our heritage, to build friendship and peace across the world. And in Ireland as well, a great example through the Good Friday Agreement, where North and South we have come together to promote the island of Ireland, and a great example where cooperation and goodwill can build a better future for all of us.
Niall, thank you so much. Very quickly, Mr. Sampson.
Yes, I think the pandemic has illustrated the need for resilience in the sector, and I'm afraid we have to prepare for more challenges ahead, including the big challenge of the climate emergency that's ahead of us. So I think really thinking through how we can ensure that tourism remains a thriving economic engine while we transition to a low carbon tourism economy is going to be the challenge ahead of us, and it's going to require quite a bit of collaboration across the world for us all to really think through how that transition happens so that tourism can remain a force for good while addressing that challenge ahead. And I believe that there is no competition when it comes to big issues like that this is an issue that we all have to look at in a joint way.
Thank you, Mr. Amr Al-Madani.
Thank you. I think for the alignment of incentives between tourism as an economic driver and preservation of culture, we should stop defining destinations through the prism of tourism. I think tourism needs to be defined in the prism of destinations, from capacity of what the site can and cannot deliver, from the specifics about what impact heritage sites. I think if we put the right rules and regulations and ensure that tourism understand the nuances of that, I think the tourism network will enjoy a better, healthier, and long-lasting sites, because after all, when heritage diminishes, tourism will go away.
Thanks, Amr. Very finally, last quick word from you, Doctor.
I think what really we have to do from this session is to understand a big important recommendation that UNESCO and the World Tourism Organization has to make an important session, but to bring archaeologists and to bring tourist authorities to sit together and write recommendations for every country that has to follow to protect the antiquities, which is a very important tool to promote tourism.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for talking to us today, and for our audience for listening wherever you are. What a wonderful session. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Ladies and gentlemen, we now turn to our Spark Talks with 3 key leaders from around the world about transportation and mobility futures. We have talked about PCR testing and vaccinations. We have talked about opening borders, but we have not yet talked about the infrastructure that gets us to the destination. So let's fly on a direct plane to Berlin, Germany, to hear from the CEO of Siemens Mobility, Mr. Michael Peter.
Your Highness, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to join the Tourism Recovery Summit in Riyadh from here in Berlin. The summit comes at an important time for the tourism industry. As global travel volumes begin to recover, we're discussing how the pandemic has changed the way people want to travel and the services and technologies needed to respond to those changes. I'd like to thank His Excellency Ahmed Al Khateeb for recognizing the importance of this topic and for organizing this timely summit. To contribute to your discussions, I'd like to make 2 remarks mainly. My first one concerns an important trend in the way people want to go on vacation after the pandemic. The history of tourism shows that tourists, and especially high-quality tourists, want to go to destinations that offer a high-quality experience. When these travelers evaluate destinations, sustainability has become a key factor. And since the pandemic, the importance of sustainability has only grown further. In their eyes, sustainability begins with how they travel to their destination and includes, among many other factors, how they get around after they have arrived. From my perspective in the mobility industry, this means that all modes of transportation need to become more sustainable and make a real and successful effort to reduce CO2 emissions. My second remark concerns the technologies that will help us make travel more sustainable, both to and at the destination. At the center of this new way to travel will be rail, wherever possible. Rail will remain the most eco-friendly way to travel, and with new technologies, it will also become the most fun and the most comfortable way to travel. We can increase capacity and punctuality with technologies such as automated train operation and algorithm-based maintenance that detects malfunctions before they actually disrupt any service. Likewise, we can increase the travel experience of passengers by offering new levels of comfort at attractive prices. For instance, Imagine you board a night train in the evening and arrive after a good night's sleep at your destination in another part of your continent. Who would disagree that this is not only the most sustainable, but also the most relaxing way to travel? And finally, we can integrate rail with all other modes of transportation to offer people a seamless travel experience from door to door, all through one app on your smartphone. All these technologies exist, and they're increasingly being used all over the planet in projects that make great sense when it comes to offering people a sustainable travel experience. For instance, right here in Riyadh, where Siemens is helping to build for the Royal Commission for Riyadh City a metro system that will make it easier for everyone to get around safely and comfortably, including the many tourists in the city that the city expects to host. Or think of the plans of the Egyptian government to construct a totally new rail network throughout the entire country that is designed to connect Egypt's major cities for the Egyptian people. But it will also be used a lot by tourists as it connects not only the major cities, but also the country's cultural heritage destination. Or think of the Brightline trains in Florida that bring people directly from Miami and its airport to destinations such as West Palm Beach, and are expanding to drop families off directly at Disney World. As you can see, as an industry, we have already made some good progress on the road towards a more sustainable way of traveling. And it's enormously valuable that today's summit provides a forum where your discussions can clear some of the path that lies ahead for us. I'm looking forward to hearing your results, and we at Siemens look forward to being your partner when it comes to developing and supplying the solutions you need. You can count on us for the best technologies. Thank you again, and I hope to see our customers and you all in the kingdom very soon.
Thank you, Mr. Peter, CEO of Siemens Mobility. And now let me ask you a question. Who can travel without aviation? And what can aviation do to support the tourism sector? Let's head to Canada and hear from the Secretary-General of International Civil Aviation Organization, Mr. Fang Liu.
Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, dear guests, I wish to extend my sincere thanks for the invitation from His Excellency Mr. Ahmed bin Al Khateeb, Minister of Tourism of Saudi Arabia. Aviation and tourism have always been closely connected, and ICAO and UNWTO have been supporting each other in many ways for many years, and ultimately to the socio-economic benefit of many countries. As we consider the priorities of governments with respect to sustainability and innovation in aviation and tourism, it's helpful to recognize the strong interdependencies between these two sectors and holistically appreciate why regulators and authorities are so invested in enabling new technologies, fields, and operations today. Aviation connectivity among nations provides a critical foundation for tourism markets and value chains. This is made clear by the fact that prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, some 1.5 billion tourists were crossing international borders, and over half of them traveled to their destinations by air, generating some $900 billion in global GDP every year. Aviation directly supports 15 of the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, but it also indirectly supports them through its important impacts on tourism development. By accelerating aviation innovations via digitalization, unmanned aerial vehicles, and AI and blockchain applications, we are able to drive critical efficiencies and improve our sector's capabilities to generate economic growth, create jobs, and facilitate trade and tourism. As you well know, both the air transport and tourism sectors have been particularly hard hit by the pandemic, and outlook still remains uncertain. The impact of the pandemic on air travel will still be deeply felt in 2021. ICAO's latest projection indicates that for this year as a whole, international passengers will still remain at around 66 to 76% below pre-pandemic volumes. For sustainable recovery from the COVID-19 crisis, maximizing and balancing the benefits of tourism and air transport requires enabling regulatory environments, coherent policies, quality infrastructure, and comprehensive strategies to fully leverage the benefits offered by technological advances. Over the course of recent ICAO World Aviation Forums and Innovation Symposia, transport ministers and heads of international organizations have addressed numerous challenges and opportunities arising from aviation innovation and frontier technologies. Several key considerations have resulted from these discussions, including the need for substantial and systemic R&D and infrastructure investments correlated with a reliable degree of investment certainty and sustainable long-term business case assessments. Also highlighted was the importance of establishing an enabling environment for new innovations to be assessed and implemented, one focused on performance-based outcomes and not technology-specific requirements. This provides for dynamic growth and development among both established legacy airspace players and small and medium-sized startup enterprises. ICAO is very pleased to have joined forces with UNWTO at many instances in the past to promote cooperation and compatible decision-making among transport authorities, tourism authorities, and other ministries in charge of related portfolios, including finance, economic planning, energy, and others. Similarly, it will be essential to consolidate planning and development efforts for aviation, tourism, and trade infrastructure, and to establish good governance for expedited decision-making and process optimization. We look forward to continuing on this collaborative path to support our respective members and our respective industries at large in pursuing a recovery strategy from the ongoing crisis and an implementation strategy for innovative solutions for the realization of social economic benefits. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Fang Liu. Now I'd like to welcome to the floor the CEO of Amala and the Red Sea Development Company. Live from Riyadh, he is responsible for leading the Red Sea project's development from the ground up to create an entire new destination. Please welcome Mr. John Pagano.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be here today at the United Nations World Tourism Organization Tourism Recovery Summit. The Red Sea and Amala are two of the flagship Vision 2030 projects, delivering on Saudi Arabia's ambition for a diversified economy and creating a new tourism industry. Now, as the CEO of these two projects, how we as an industry respond to the global challenges is a subject that's very close to my heart. Tourism has been one of the sectors that has suffered the most from the pandemic. But as we recover, The Great Reset offers us an opportunity to make different decisions centered on our natural capital. Today, I'm here to share how responsible tourism can be a central part of our sector's recovery. Now, if you allow me, I'd like to read out an element of the UNWTO's definition of sustainable tourism. Make optimal use of environmental resources that constitute a key element in tourism development. Maintaining essential ecological processes and helping to conserve natural heritage and biodiversity. Now, whilst laudable, I think we can and must do better than this. This means more than making optimal use of resources, or maintaining or conserving the status quo. Instead, we should give back to the environment. We should enhance biodiversity. We should encourage the flourishing of habitats and wildlife, which in turn will uplift surrounding communities and grow local economies. Today, I want to call on the industry to do better by aiming for regenerative tourism. Now, after decades of chronic exploitation and impacts, our ecosystems and environment are depleted, both in abundance and in health. Conserving environments that are already in this weakened state is no longer an option for any of us. Yet all too often, we see tourism destinations that are developed or operated that don't take account of the fragile environment and which fail to recognize the relationship that this has with society and the wider economy. Now, whilst this may be profitable in the short term, ultimately, in the long run, it's a failing strategy. The environment is our most important and valuable asset, and we must do everything to protect it. We must do things differently. Regenerative tourism is a raising of our ambition. It is the goal of restoring ecosystems and along with it generating economic development and improving livelihoods for the long term. So you might ask, why should the tourism sector care? Why should we be the ones to stand up on this issue? Well, let me give you 3 reasons. First, pre-pandemic, our sector contributed more than 5% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Now, unless we act, by 2030, our emissions will have grown by another 25% compared with 2016 levels. Secondly, traveler expectations are changing. The 2020s will be a transformative decade. With the impact of COVID-19, technological advancements, and the rise of sustainable tourism shifting what people want when they travel. More than half of global holidaymakers today already say they want to travel more sustainably. And this demand will only grow. And finally, the reason the tourism sector needs to stand up on this issue is, quite frankly, it's the right thing to do. Now, I believe that the Red Sea project is the most ambitious regenerative tourism project in the world today. It's being developed over 28,000 square kilometers of pristine lands and waters along Saudi Arabia's west coast. It includes a vast archipelago of more than 90 pristine islands with thriving coral reefs, as well as sweeping desert dunes, mountains and canyons, dormant volcanoes, and ancient cultural and heritage sites. When I first visited the Red Sea coast, I was truly taken by its breathtaking beauty. Developing in this pristine and untouched environment is a serious responsibility. And that is why we aim to protect and enhance this region through both the construction phase and when we're in operation. Now, that ambition is a founding principle of the Red Sea, and it's central to who we are and what we do. During early planning stages, we spent a long time researching the carefully balanced ecosystems. we carried out the most comprehensive marine spatial planning simulation ever undertaken. And this allowed us to identify the ecological ceiling for our destination, including the number of guests our destination could safely accommodate without damaging our environment. Now, as a result, we will implement a cap of no more than 1 million visitors each year. Now, we also made the decision early on to leave 75% of the destination's 90-plus islands untouched. This includes one of my favorite islands, Al-Wakati, that would have made a perfect resort destination. But when our assessment revealed that it was a favored nesting site of the critically endangered hawksbill sea turtle, there was no question. We had to protect it. So despite the commercial attractiveness of the island, we chose not to develop it, putting the hawksbill sea turtle ahead of our own profit. In total, less than 1% of the entire area will be developed. Now, this is not the most profitable approach, but it's the right choice for the reasons I've already mentioned a moment ago. Now, going beyond the initial planning work, every decision we take at the Red Sea and Amala is grounded in sustainability. From choosing innovative construction methods and materials to implementing smart destination technology, everything we do is in the service of our commitment to deliver a 30% net conservation benefit by 2040. Now, regeneration is not just for the planet, but it's for our people too. The environment and economy are interdependent in a virtuous circle. Now, I subscribe to the belief that if we enhance one, we improve the other. We protect the ecosystems for the long term, and in turn, we grow the economy and create lasting jobs. Now, to ensure we build these unique destinations to the highest standards and deliver on our sustainability commitments, it's vital that we bring in the best talent, both from within Saudi Arabia and further afield. However, this is coupled with a long-term view of enabling knowledge transfer within the nation. We're very much focused on training and developing our local talent. Now, I'm proud of the fact that over 50% of our employees are Saudi. This is more than double the national average. Eventually, the Red Sea and Amala will employ around 60,000 people directly, and we will create a further 60,000 induced and indirect jobs. Now, it's important to us that the jobs we create contribute to the country's economic fortunes. I'm also pleased to report that over 70% of the total combined value of construction contracts awarded to date on both projects have been awarded to Saudi companies. We're bringing opportunities to local businesses and to the Saudi people. And this is key to creating a strong and viable economy. Now, our progress is more than just numbers and statistics. Our mission is to become a world-leading tourism destination that delivers growth for the Saudi economy and for the Saudi people, while also instilling pride in the kingdom. Our mission is also to lead the global transition towards regenerative development, leading by example and setting new standards that we genuinely hope that others will follow. Saudi Arabia's rich heritage and traditions are a valuable asset for the kingdom's proposition to international visitors. Saudi culture has been influenced and enriched by Bedouin traditions and Islamic heritage. It has been shaped by its historical role as the crossroads of the world, serving as a vital link between India and East Asia on one side, and Byzantium and the Mediterranean on the other. And destinations like Alula and Diriyah Gate are unique around the world. They're untouched samples of ancient history that contribute to the Saudi national identity. The Red Sea and Amala will be gateways for visitors to discover these wonderful sites, as well as the country's breathtaking landscapes year-long summer temperatures, and wider cultural wealth. But they're also a key part of Saudi Arabia's own transformation, reducing the kingdom's reliance on oil and setting the framework for a diversified economy, creating new industries and new opportunities. This year's Earth Day highlighted the need for change under the theme, Restore Our Earth. It called for society to not only reduce its impact, but to repair the damage we've done. Tourism should be part of this ambition. So that's why I'm proud to be leading the global transition towards regenerative tourism, and why I'm honored to be speaking to you here at the Tourism Recovery Summit today. Now, as our sector rebuilds, we have an opportunity to show how responsible tourism can uplift communities and drive economies while enhancing the environment and celebrating local cultures. By creating a world-leading destination that allows people to satisfy their thirst for travel, while also allowing them to have a positive impact, I believe we offer a tantalizing proposition for today's travelers. Now, the official opening of the first World Tourism Organization's regional office is a milestone event. So let's mark it with a commitment to do better than simply maintain and conserve. Let's seek to improve, enhance, and regenerate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, it's a beautiful industry. Let's hear it now from the CEO of Mandarin Oriental Group, Mr. James Riley.
Your Highness, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be joining you at this Tourism Recovery Summit in Riyadh. The tourist industry has, over the last 18 months, experienced an extraordinarily difficult period, probably the most difficult in its history. And recovery, although beginning in parts of the world, remains as yet somewhat uncertain. For Mandarin Oriental, operating in the luxury hospitality segment, whilst recovery is still only just beginning, I do feel a strong degree of confidence in the prospects for the future. And there are a number of elements that I think will be important if we are to make the most of that recovery. The importance of the safety of our colleagues, of guests, and of the populations in the countries in which we operate is paramount, and ensuring that we have in place the right procedures and the right methods will be very important. Sustainability is going to be key, I think, for all businesses looking forward, and ensuring that sustainable values and sustainable methods of operating are in place will be critical. I also believe that there has been a move away from business travel towards leisure. It's by degrees, but it's definitely happening. And at the heart of luxury hospitality, I think for the future, will be leisure. And ensuring that we adjust to that, and that we also have the right apps, the right procedures, the right methods for engaging with our customers in the right way in the increasingly digital age will be very important. But most importantly, I think we have to look forward with a positive view of what our industry and the tourist industry in general can contribute to the economies of the countries in which we operate. It's a very major employer of people around the world, and ensuring that we do that and provide employment in the right way in countries in a sustainable fashion is going to be key for the future. I feel particularly privileged at Mandarin Oriental to be talking to you here, having recently taken over the management of the Al Faisaliyah Hotel in Riyadh. It's a wonderful property, and it forms part of an incredible burgeoning tourist industry within Saudi Arabia, which, in my opinion, has great prospects for the future in terms of the global heritage sites, the incredible vistas and landscapes, the amazing coastlines, and the exciting and vibrancy of the economy. So being able to speak on this occasion for me is particularly important and pleasing. I think 2021 for all of us is going to be an extremely difficult year. But I remain optimistic that the horizon is brightening, that in 2022 we're going to have a much stronger year and see strong growth across the industry, across the globe. And it will be very important through summits of this nature and preparations that we all make that we're ready for that return to stronger business, a brighter future, and greater opportunities for our colleagues throughout the industry. Thank you very much for inviting me to join you here, and I'm only sorry I can't be with you in person for this event. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, good afternoon, and we're almost on the final lap of an incredibly interesting and informative day. This is a town hall event where we will try to exchange opinions, and we have, I believe, 5 guests who represent the cutting edge of thinking across the tourism industry. I think we have a fair cross-section of global thinking here as well. Yes, we are. We're 5. We're 3 virtual and 2 on stage with me. So I think that this panel is well placed to draw a roadmap, if you like, to the future across the different sectors that have been affected by the pandemic, which is virtually all aspects of the trade, of the travel and tourism business. The business models, the strategy, the consumer preferences, the investment outlooks. So let me introduce these panelists. So on my immediate left, Michel Dureux, who is CEO North America of Utopia International, which is a glamping company. He will tell you about glamping, I'm sure. He is also a special advisor to the Secretary-General of the WTO and author of The Day After, a mid-pandemic look at tourism and humanity. On his left is Gerald Lawless, ambassador and former chairman, World Travel and Tourism Council, who was also renowned, of course, as the former chief executive of the Jumeirah Group in the UAE. Joining us virtually, we have Dimitris Manikis, who is president for Europe, Middle East, and Africa for Wyndham Hotels and Resorts. Hello. Jane Sun, hello. The chief executive officer of Trip.com. Chinese travel organization, very big Chinese travel organization. And finally, last but not least, Brett Tolman, the chief executive of the Travel Corporation in the United States.
Can he see us?
So, welcome all of you. I would like to begin by just asking each of you, if you would, in a very succinct way, to tell me how the pandemic has changed your priorities. What is now on the top of your in-tray? What has dropped to the bottom? So, Michel, if you could perhaps Very succinctly, please.
What is very interesting is the pandemic crisis has accelerated our priorities. We do not have changed our priorities. So we want to expand in the world our model, an economic model, and also our utopia, because our name is Utopia.
Utopia, yeah.
So is to go in the nature and to give population and tourists the possibility to go in the nature and to enjoy this moment of vacation and holidays.
Okay, so that's your main aim now.
Yeah.
Gerald, let me put the same question to you. What's more important than it was 18 months ago?
Well, I don't know if it's more important or not, but I think it's emphasized more the COVID situation, the more human aspects of travel. I think it's all very fine to say we're going to have to be able to have, like, for example, 10 billion people living on the world by another 20 years. I say, why? Ultimately, the same comes for tourism. How much expansion can we have, and what type of expansion? And where do we do, and we can talk maybe a bit later about it, about how you can combine the interests of those who think we should never travel because of the environment, and those of us who know the value of travel as well. So it's something I'd like to see addressed a bit more.
Okay, good. Dimitris, can you answer the same question, please?
Yes, Frank. Again, for us, it's exactly the same. We haven't actually changed our priorities. We've actually accelerated them. So things that would have happened in 3 to 4 years, they've actually happened in 6 to 8 months. Creativity has exploded. Collaboration has exploded. Our owner first, minding our owners and make sure that our franchisees and our business owners and business partners survive. These were the priorities the last 14 months. What is for the future? I think it's exactly what we've been discussing here. So travel more sustainably, make sure that you do the right thing, and at the same time, increase the purpose and build the culture that actually meets the needs of the new travelers. So these are the top priorities for the future.
Jane, perhaps to you next. What is taking your view now?
Sure. Yeah, China has recovered very well this year. In the past May 1st, Labor Day holiday, not only we recovered 100% compared to 2019 pre-COVID level, we delivered 30% year-over-year growth for air tickets, more than 70% year-over-year growth for the best day for hotel business, more than 300% growth for the rental car business, etc. So we are very much in the uptrend to take the travel industry within China to recover very quickly. And we have noticed 3 major trends. First of all, consumers are paying lots of attention for safety-related matters. So our partners, such as hotels, airlines, rental cars, all provide masks, hand sanitizers to make sure consumers are travel with us very safely. Secondly, consumers much prefer to travel with much smaller groups, such as their close family members and close friends, rather than a big tour bus traveling with strangers. The third trend we have seen is that partners will offer flexible packages, cancelable options, normally get a good volume because there will be certain unexpected events if our partners allow certain flexibility in their inventory for cancellation changeability. That's very helpful for our consumers. So we very much look forward to taking these consumers not only travel within China, but the demand to travel abroad is very strong. So we love to bring them to each destination and bring the buying power and vibrance for the local economy. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And Brett.
Thank you. Well, on one side, as the others have said, we've certainly accelerated our priorities. We measured a 100-year milestone last year for our family business, and we have an ethos and core beliefs that we've been driving that we actually accelerated during COVID. including a climate action plan where all of our brands will be carbon neutral by 2025. Our first brands went live with that, our youth brand called Kentucky. We've initiated a number of business resource groups that ensure diversity, inclusivity, and equality are continued to be at the forefront of all that we do. But I must say, I have a very view to most people, and that is that human behavior has not changed. 90% of the population don't care about sustainable travel, and you see that every day in human behavior around the world. So I think economic recovery is coming for our industry. It's long overdue. We need our governments to work closer together. But I think we'll take a deep breath and appreciate that human behavior has not dramatically changed over the last 16 months.
Well, that's a very interesting view, a very hard view of the world. Sustainability has been the buzzword, hasn't it, for at least the last 12 months more. But I guess you are questioning whether it's meaningful and long-term, whether sustainability is sustainable. So, do you think that the travel industry will just forget all about it once the good times start rolling again?
I don't think it's about us, Frank. I think it's about human behavior. And you just have to watch the news every day, whether it's war and conflict, or you look at the London Times or any other publication that watches people who just got out in the sun 2 weeks ago. If you look at Saturday's London Times 2 weeks ago, and how much trash and detritus was left behind by people who don't pick up their trash behind them. And if that's the kind of behavior one sees every day, it's not going to be any different when they go on holiday. And we saw that last summer with people, especially the Brits, unfortunately, being the doormats sometimes of traveling society. And their behavior when they went on summer holidays to most people. I don't think the industry takes that attitude. We certainly don't. As I say, moving towards carbon neutrality, we need to do what's right for our industry, and I think most of us are. What I'm saying is I don't think human behavior has fundamentally changed coming out of this. It was the same after 1918, where you saw the roaring 20s, where everyone just wanted to have a great time. And I think we'll see the same in the 20s, as Mr. Riley was just talking about, and what we're calling the soaring 20s, where people just want to have a wonderful time. But I don't think that's going to change how they fundamentally travel.
Okay. Let me bounce that idea off others. Gerald, I know that you have firm views on sustainability and climate change and hydrocarbons. Tell me.
Very much so I do. And actually, Brett is one of the examples that I gave of the Travel Corporation as a company that has such a social conscience and really does so much. And also having to listen to John Pagani as well, knowing that I think change is coming and change is there. And people like Brett, they're the companies that actually influence people, and people do get influenced. Look how much the hotel industry had done, for example, in getting rid of single-use plastic. Now, unfortunately, and I think in many cases unnecessarily, we're back to single-use plastic because of COVID. But don't tell me that a cup that has come through a diversity washing machine is any less hygienic than a plastic cup that comes out of a plastic bag that has been well handled even getting in and out of it. But I do think that, I have said for a long time, and I believe very sincerely in it, in that as we go for recovery, we in the industry who want to see the industry thrive from the point of view of the economics of it, but also the sustainability of it in the long term, we have to look at who are the people that do not agree with this. We keep hearing, for example, when any of the news media talks about sustainability and travel, they talk about aviation. But aviation puts in about 2.7% of the total carbon emissions of the world. So it's by far, it's not the best, but it's getting better. It's 50% less than it was in 2005 in terms of the efficiency of airline engines. And I think that we've got to start looking very much at trying to engage with our challengers, engage with the Greta Thunbergs of this world, to see what have they got against what we do, what points do they have that we should really adhere to as well, and see if there is a way to work together and look more at maybe the values of tourism versus the value of tourism. And the value of tourism is that it immediately, for example, traveling in Africa, as Brett knows from so many of his companies down there, that you're putting cash directly into society. We saw the Wild Atlantic Way in Ireland, where the villages down the Atlantic coast of Ireland really did benefit from everything that was done with the Wild Atlantic Way in putting the value of tourism plus values of tourism together. Now, I think we do need to combine a lot more, talk a lot more, and engage a lot more with our challengers as much as with our supporters. All of these events, we're always, as they say, preaching to the choir, or preaching to the converted.
Right.
But we rarely bring in people who really have an issue with what we're doing.
Yeah.
And how we could convince them otherwise because of the social value of tourism. Sorry, I went on a bit, but...
No, I guess that calls into question how you actually engage in debate with these people.
Yes.
when there is such a big divide now in the climate change argument. But that's a separate thing, I guess. Michelle, Hotopia is a company that prides itself on its sustainable heritage. How do you see that same question?
Well, Utopia, as I said, is a real sustainable model because we have at the same time the economic model, the environmental, and the social part. So the three parts of really sustainable tourism. We do not think that we will have a very big change. Humanity has changed during all the history, and we are changing, and we still change. We have an acceleration during this crisis. And Utopia right now, but we have 20 years of experience. Céline and Philippe Bossan, the founders of Utopia, had this idea 20 years ago. And right now, we are accelerating, and we see that people ask for this product. Not only tourists, investors at the same time are looking on glamping and Utopia evolution. We do think that people are going to travel in the next years the same way than in the past, but with changes in how to go in an hotel or in a glamping. You are going to take a plane, you are going to take a train, but they will have to look about the impact. So we are going to have much more needs about measurements, observation, analysis about this impact. The price, for example, will not be only taking in account the cost. It will be taking in account the cost, and it will take in account the carbon impact. So we need a measurement, and we need a new benchmark, because we have lost all our data. We need new data.
We've lost it in the course of the pandemic, you mean?
Yes, of course, because we have changed our references, and we need new ones. For example, in a business model now, if you do not integrate the carbon impact, you are not going to have the financement from the bank, or you will not have intervention of a state, of a country. So it's very important to take in consideration all those changes. This is not a real change about tourism. This is a change of mind in terms of strategic, political, and investment.
Right, yeah. Jane Sun, could I just ask you, throw that question over to you. How high up the list of priorities in China is the issue of sustainability in the Chinese travel tourism market?
Very high. As you know, we have about 300 million registered users from China, another 100 million registered users in the global places. We promote 3 R's when we take our customers outside of China. The 3 R's represents reduce, reuse, and recycle. Our strong belief is that everyone needs to represent the new initiatives while we are traveling. We also need to preserve the environment, which is going to be passed on to our future generation. And I'm very glad to see that more than 50% of our customers were Generation Z, young people who were born in the 90s and in the 2000s. And sustainability is very high up in their priority. So what we do is when customers travels with us, we offer them Trip.com coins, and they can donate these coins, and we'll match it, double and triple that. And with these funds, we'll be able to plant trees in the Mongolians. And every year, we plant millions of trees to offset the carbon dioxide. And so far, it's very successful. So I'm very glad to see the Generation Z in our customer pool really prioritize sustainability while they're traveling.
Okay, that's heartening to hear that Chinese tourists are equally embracing the measures of sustainability that we've discussed already. Let me ask about business travel, because we heard from Sir Martin Sorrell earlier how he thought that this model could be permanently impaired because of the pandemic, the pressures for people not to travel for business for all sorts of reasons, for cost, for climate change reasons. Is there a sustainable model for business travel? Let me ask you that, Dimitris, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, there is, and I'm very optimistic, and I fully agree with everything that everybody said. For me, the change is within us. We are the ambassadors of change, and I'll give you a very simple example. I used to travel 220 days a year, and that's what I did. I haven't traveled more than 30 days in the last 16 months. I actually put a tie on together, and I did have to remember how to put it on. But business hasn't stopped. Business has actually worked. It has accelerated. We have grown. So the clock hasn't stopped. Now, having said that, I actually went into a meeting this morning here in London, face to face with somebody, and it was an amazing experience. First of all, I was delighted to see them in person. And second, the creativity, the innovation, and the curiosity that actually this meeting generated, to me, was amazing. I felt reborn again. What does that tell me? It tells me that probably me and millions and millions of other business travelers, we're not going to do 220 days again, but we're probably going to do 60, but they're going to be far more meaningful, far more targeted, and at the same time, I have to say, far more fun. Because, you are actually going to have purpose for having those meetings, not jumping on a plane just to do it. So I'm very optimistic about the future of business travel, but it has to be repositioned. It has to become more sustainable, as you said, Frank. And at the same time, it has to happen in a way that we all contribute to the common goal. But I realized that the change will come from within, from each one of us. And another thing that I realized, talking about sustainability, especially the last 12 months, with everything that is happening, it's going to be a marathon. It's not going to be a sprint. It's going to take time. It's going to take a lot of work, and it has to happen. And hospitality is not just hotels or airlines. It's everybody. It's airports, taxi drivers, restaurants. So we all have to play a role. So it's going to be a marathon, not a sprint, but very optimistic.
Okay. In terms of the airlines, a vital part of international travel and tourism, of course, they have all geared up over many years now to providing much bigger fleets, bigger planes. But that model seems to be on the wane now, doesn't it? What can the airline industry do? Brett, let me ask you that, if you would.
I think it's a great question, Frank, and one we're all concerned about. Obviously, our airline partners have lost billions of dollars during this time. They've done an incredible job staying afloat in both ways, and I think their future will be one of the slow and difficult ones. But as tourism starts reopening, you will see added capacity. I think over the years, we'll also see innovation coming from a technology standpoint in terms of the biofuels that can be used, the engine that carry us places. And I'm sure that the industry will continue to innovate. I think the way we can solve the carbon problem is through other innovations, such as some partnerships we've recently announced, looking at ways to create carbon sinks in the ocean, or other ways, such as something called olivine that's generated stone improvement of the oceans that, again, is one way to capture carbon. So I think our industry will recover the airlines from a sustainability standpoint through innovation. I think more importantly, frankly, the biggest challenge we're all going to face in the next several years is so many people have left our industry over the past 12 months, and many of us are seeing, as the industry rebounds, a very difficult challenge finding people who come back to the industry, be it working in a hotel in central London or finding people staff contact centers here in the US and elsewhere. And I would recommend to our Saudi hosts that they do look at GTTP, the Global Travel and Tourism Partnership, which was started in '96, focused as a mission to inspire young people to join and build a career in travel and tourism. On the board there at GTTP, and we'd love to work with the Saudis to see how we could translate the curriculum into Arabic and help build a very strong Saudi sector for employment, which is obviously one of the primary goals of the kingdom over the next decade. And I think employment opportunity will be significant here and elsewhere, but our industry faces an uphill battle in getting to come back to the industry as a result of what's happened over the last 16 months.
Okay, that's a very important point for the kingdom, isn't it? No, look, time really has flown. I'm told that I'm out of time, but I would like to do just one more little round, if you could. One sentence each, please. We are here in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is in the middle of this dramatic transformation of its travel and tourism industry. Can you tell me, from your experience, you are all experts in this field, what is the one single thing that Saudi Arabia must focus on as it undertakes this huge transformation? Michelle.
Do not do the same mistakes than other destinations. You have the chance to be at the right moment to build a destination.
Okay.
So take the right product and the right service.
Okay, excellent. Gerald.
I think just developing on Michelle's point is be yourself and really be proud of what tourism does as a force for good in terms of creating employment, in terms of creating prosperity for small developing communities and large communities as well. And really in terms of all of the good that it does, being able to give these people who are developing a means to be able to afford what they want to do in life. And to Brett's point, the educational side is so important that it has to provide,
Focus
in the
on
first
human,
case, jobs for Saudis.
Yeah.
And also, let's congratulate ourselves on the amount of jobs, 330 million of them worldwide, that before COVID, the tourism industry actually provided up to almost 11%, as the UNWTO and the WTTC have shown us.
Okay. Jane, let me throw that to you very, very quickly, please. We are really running out of time.
Sure.
What should Saudi Arabia do?
Yes. Based on our search results, the pent-up demand for people to come to Middle East is huge. So as a new yet very rich travel destination, we will be able to help Saudi Arabia to do pre-warming to make sure the audience and the travelers understand how rich the travel destination is. So when the border opens, the Chinese tourists will be able to come and visit this beautiful country.
Thank you. Dimitris? Tell me.
Be yourselves. Be yourselves. Avoid mistakes other people have done, and just be yourselves. And the future is amazing. It's great.
Excellent. And Brett, finally, to you.
Thank you. Same thing. Walk the talk. Don't take any shortcuts, and stay involved with the global community through WTTC and the UNWTO. And I'm sure Saudi's future will be very bright.
Okay. Well, that's what we're doing here today. Thank you all very much indeed. That was a very interesting panel. We could have talked for much, much longer. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucky.
Thank you.
Bye, Carol. See you.
Thank you all so much. And now, to close the official proceedings of the Tourism Recovery Summit, it gives me the greatest pleasure to welcome Her Highness Princess Haifa bint Mohammed Al Saud, Assistant Minister of Executive Affairs and Strategy, Ministry of Tourism, Saudi Arabia. Welcome to the stage, Your Highness.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, I want to start by saying, wow. Today we've been joined by 16 ministers from around the world. More than 60 speakers and panelists have offered their unique points of view and opinions as well as experiences. And thousands of people have watched the event via live stream, and hundreds of people have attended the event physically. We came together today to look beyond COVID, beyond recovery, towards a new future for tourism. One that's more resilient, more sustainable, and most importantly, more collaborative. And what today has shown is that this industry is full of new ideas, great ideas on innovation, on experiences, and most importantly, we're going back to something very important, which is authenticity. Thanks to all of you who are here with us today for sharing your thoughts, engaging in our discussions, and taking part in this great event. We've heard from the tourism ministers about how we can shape our industry to be more sustainable. We heard from the Minister of Tourism of Jordan examples on how he stressed the importance of using seasonality to not overpopulate cultural and heritage areas. We've learned more about the needs of the COVID traveler and how it's very important for them to build off of experiences rather than just regular travel, now more than ever. We've learned more about the opinions of certain people within the industry. For example, the CEO of Euronews, Michael Peters, who mentioned the going back of authentic tourism as a trend and the desire for travelers to live through real experiences, connect with people and with locals. Throughout the day, we have stressed three core themes: resilience, sustainability, and collaboration. But today, we have demonstrated concrete actions. Let me mention two. First of all, the UNWTO initiative to identify the best global tourism villages, which will stimulate inclusive development in line with the G20 Al-Ula framework and sustainable development goals. And the opening of the first ever UNWTO Regional Office here in Riyadh that will take place this evening. By hosting this summit, as well as the UNWTO Regional Commission Office tomorrow, Saudi Arabia is delivering on commitments made by our leaders, and we look forward to continuing the work with governments and private sector together to drive this moving forward. I want to finish by thanking all of those who made today possible, starting with His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman for his gracious patronage of today's summit, His Excellency Ahmed Al Khateeb, my colleagues within the tourism ecosystem, and all of you for being here today. Now, I would like to end this summit by highlighting a video of the most key highlights and most important updates of today's session. Thank you all, please.
Welcome to the Tourism Recovery Summit, held under the patronage of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. It is an honor to host the leaders of the global tourism sector, representing both public and private sector here in Riyadh today.
Fine, are you ready? Yes, excellent.
So today, we will discuss innovative solutions to successfully restart and build and rebuild the global tourism industry to be more sustainable, resilient, and inclusive than before.
I'm so happy to be back to Saudi Arabia with so many friends and colleagues. Within the Middle East, the new UNWTO Regional Office is a sign of hope for many people. The message is clear. You have a chance to enjoy the benefits tourism delivers in our parts of the world.
I see this optimism because it is the first panel which I'm curating for months when not a single speaker is having a mask.
We need to learn from the crisis. What we learned is that the industry is not resilient enough. We need to create a more resilient industry.
All our energy was to keep the industry alive.
We support the industry during the transition.
We had to be prepared and we had to put all the protocols together.
Maximum safety possible for tourists.
Right now, we have been focusing on the vaccine issues.
Saudi Arabia, we try to focus and look for the positive, if you will, during tough times and find the silver lining, which is we focused on domestic tourism.
In basically combating COVID, but at the same time also reviving our own tourism product offerings.
I can say NEOM as a project is the world's most ambitious project on earth, by size, by complexity, by really the ambition, by the dream and by the vision.
The best destination on the planet is NEOM. I have to be super humble because it might be very true.
A unique global solution that aims at providing fair and equitable access to COVID-19 vaccine.
It is my belief that we are meeting at a moment of cautious optimism for the global tourism sector. Thank you.